This is Audible.
Gildan Audio presents Your Coach in a Box, affordable life-changing seminars on CD. The Passion Test, the effortless path to discovering your destiny, written and read by Janet Bray Atwood and Chris Atwood.
My Lord, thank you for every moment in our lives. Thank you for all you have given us. We are because of you. Whatever we do, think, have, or feel is because of you. May we be vessels through which you speak. Use us in ways you desire, as your humble servants, walking this path hand in hand with you. May the words on these pages touch the hearts of all those yearning for union with you. May they inspire each of us to align our lives with you and your will for us. All we have, we offer in gratitude. We bow to you. There are two great days in a person's life, the day we are born and the day we discover why. William Barclay. The Passion Test.
How was your trip? Chris asked.
It was absolutely the best and most amazing experience of my entire life, Janet replied.
What happened? A perplexed expression came over Janet's face.
I must be flippin' crazy, she said.
We'll hear Janet's incredible story before this book is done. But first, what does it mean to live a passionate life? Exciting, fulfilling, thrilling, on fire, purposeful, turned on, motivated, entertaining, easy, fun, unstoppable. It's a life aligned with destiny. We all know we'd like to feel our life is purposeful. We all want to be passionate about what we're doing, to be excited about how we spend our days, to love our life and to feel we're making some valuable contribution. Yet how do you discover what it is that is your real passion? That's what this book is about. Before we begin, we have a few things to discuss with you. First, the key to creating anything you want in your life. Second, a little about who we are. Third, the inner work this book guides you through and why it's critical to your success. And fourth, how destiny and passion go together. So let's get to it.
Intention, attention, no tension. Our friend and advisor Bill Levesey shared this piece of wisdom with us. We recommend you make it your mantra. It's the essence of what's required to create anything you want in your life. Intention. Consciously stating what you choose to create in your life is the first step to manifesting it. Attention. Your life becomes like that on which you put your attention. Give attention to that which you choose to create in your life and it will begin to show up. No tension. When you are open to what is appearing in this moment, you allow God's will to move through you. When you hold tightly to your concepts of how things should be, you shut off the flow of life, which in turn prevents you from enjoying the fulfillment of living your personal destiny.
Who are we? If we were you, we'd be wondering, who are these people to be talking about how to live your passion? We used to be married and are no longer. However, we remain best friends and business partners. We have given the Passion Test to thousands of people all over the world with phenomenal results. We share it with you now and look forward to hearing your comments after you've taken the test in Chapter 3. Janet created the Passion Test when she was in her 30s. She followed her dreams, got sidetracked, got back to pursuing her dreams, then got sidetracked again a number of times. Chris went through the same kind of thing. It's not unusual for most of us to get excited and passionate and then feel we have to be responsible, or we have a concept of what will make us happy, like getting married, and so we get off track for a while. Some people stay off track their whole lives. In the hope we can help you get on track, or confirm the track you're on, we have written this book. In her search for her role in life in the 70s, Janet managed kitchens and hotels for thousands of people in Spain and Italy. She became the top salesperson in job after job and owned 2 of her own successful businesses. One of them was rated among the top 10 companies in her area. She worked for a success seminar company teaching motivational courses. She managed the telemarketing division for Books Are Fun, the 3rd largest book buyer in the U.S., which was sold to Reader's Digest for $360 million the year after her division performed at record levels. Janet also lived for 25 years in a meditating community, and meditation has always been the basis of her life. During his career, Chris managed 10 different businesses as president, general manager, or chief operating officer. In 1981, after rising to become president of a secondary dealer in government securities, he decided to follow his passions and retire from the world for 10 years. He spent those years in deep meditation and studied the Vedic literature of India. In November 2000, Janet got a call from Mark Victor Hansen, co-author of the phenomenally successful Chicken Soup for the Soul series. Mark and Janet had become friends some years before while Janet was at Books Are Fun. On this call, Mark said, "I'm working on a new book with Robert G. Allen, who wrote the best-selling financial book of all time, Nothing Down. I want you to work with us on promoting our new book." Needless to say, Janet was thrilled. Mark explained what they had in mind. Then he asked her to put together a business plan and get it to him in 3 days. She describes how she felt.
I was so excited when Mark called. Then he mentioned a business plan, and my heart sank. This is not what I do. It was at that moment inspiration struck. My ex-husband Chris and I had continued to be good friends and stay in regular touch after our divorce. Chris has an MBA and is brilliant when it comes to things like business plans. His skills are also a perfect complement to mine, and I thought maybe we could do this project together. I called him up in California, laid out the scenario for him, and asked if he could help me put together a business plan in the next 3 days. He loved the idea of working with Mark and Bob, but he didn't love the idea of preparing a business plan in such a short time. He told me it would take at least 3 weeks, and he was way too busy with his own work to write it up. I appealed to his beautiful heart. "Couldn't you do it as my Christmas present?" Being the remarkably flexible person he is, Chris said okay. He would draft an outline of a business plan which could provide the basis for our next call with Mark and Bob. That was the beginning of an incredible partnership. Chris and I worked for a year with Mark and Bob creating the Enlightened Millionaire program, and as we worked with hundreds of people in that program, I once again discovered what it means to live life with passion. During that year, we began teaching the Passion Test and discovered what a profound effect it has on people. Over the past 5 years, we've given the test to many people in different parts of the world, and it's been thrilling to hear the impact it's had on people's lives. Here are a few examples. It wasn't until I took the Passion Test that I realized one of my 5 top passions was to travel to foreign countries with my 2 sons. 2 days after taking the test and clarifying my top passions, I received an email from my friends inviting me and my 2 sons to travel to Tonga on their boat to help film a whale expedition. To say the least, my mind was blown. Janet was right when she said, "That which you put your attention on grows stronger in your life." I recommend the Passion Test for everyone who wants to manifest now. Dr. Jacqueline Bittner. Experiencing the Passion Test was truly an awakening experience and created a lasting impression on me. Even though I have done other types of purpose, passion work before, the Passion Test really clarified things for me and brought a true sense of my values, priorities, and passions in life. The Passion Test helped me refocus my direction, and it is allowing me to let go of things that have been distracting me from my purpose. Terry Tierney. The process is incredible and so valuable for me to find my passion. For many years, I've been searching for answers that have for one reason or another eluded me. I can already see that going through the Passion Test has started me on a journey to finally clarify where my passions lie. I am so excited and my energy is just flowing as I begin the next step in the process. Dee Berman. You can find more testimonials at www.healthywealthy, the letter N as in Nancy, wise.com/PT testimonials.
Today we support each other fully in living our passions, whether they make logical sense or not. The result has been a life which is fulfilling beyond anything we could have imagined. Throughout part 1 of this book, we have woven the story of how Janet is fulfilling one of her passions. She tells her story from her direct experience. Pay attention to the lessons embedded in this story because those lessons will be critical in helping you fulfill your own destiny. Doing the inner work. In our online magazine, Healthy, Wealthy, and Wise, we interview famous transformational teachers every month. Many of these teachers have commented in their interviews that most people don't want to step out of their busy world to take the necessary time to do their inner homework. Most people are afraid if they stop doing, then they won't be able to earn a living, take care of their family, pay the mortgage, etc. Any great teacher will tell you that your results are not created on the gross surface thinking or doing level of life, but from going deep within and tapping into that unbounded reservoir of creativity and intelligence within each of us. In this book, we will share with you some of the core knowledge necessary to live a fulfilled life on every level: personal, emotional, spiritual, and physical material. We believe that everything worth doing always has some element of fun and enjoyment in it. So in true fun form, we have made this a participatory book in which we invite you to play with us, dreaming and envisioning your passionate life. Take an active part in the process and you will find your personal destiny unfolding effortlessly and irresistibly before you.
What is personal destiny? Do you have one? Of course you do. We all do. Think about it. Not one person on the planet is exactly like anyone else. You are unique. You have unique gifts which no one but you can give. You have those gifts because you have a special role to play in the world which requires giving those gifts. When you are playing that role, you are living your personal destiny. When you are aligned with your destiny, your life is joyful, delightful, exciting, and fulfilling. Your passions are the loves of your life. These are the things which are most deeply important to you. They are the things which, when you're doing them or talking about them, light you up. The people whom you love are associated with your passions, and in many cases your relationship with them may be your passion. It's not unusual for people to list their spouse or their family or their children among their top passions. For most people, your destiny will be fulfilled as part of a team, and your family is your most fundamental team. Passion and love are inextricably intertwined because they both arise from the heart. When you follow your passions, you will love your life. Your passions are not your destiny. They are the clues or keys to your personal destiny. The more passionate about your life, the more closely your life is aligned with your destiny. As you read the interviews with some of the most successful people of our time in part 2 of this book, you will discover that their sense of destiny arose from the things they felt passionate about. Destiny is a life's journey. Passions change and morph over time as one comes to know and understand oneself more deeply. As you follow your passions, you will find yourself drawn irresistibly onward until one day you wake up and find you are living a passionate life filled with a sense of destiny. And it begins by getting clear about your top passions, which you'll do before you finish reading this book. There is a simple formula for living your personal destiny: intention, attention, no tension. Our contention, without pretension, is that by the end of this book, you'll have complete retention about how to manifest your dreams. Let's hold the intention together that as you read, you'll uncover your true passions and begin living the life you were put here to live. Part 1. Discovering Your Passions. Chapter 1. The Beginning of the Beginning. When you follow your bliss, doors will open where you would not have thought there would be doors, and where there wouldn't be a door for anyone else. Joseph Campbell.
How was your trip? Chris asked.
It was absolutely the best and most amazing experience of my entire life, Janet replied.
What happened? A perplexed expression came over her face.
I must be flippin' crazy, she said. I got so sick I could hardly move out of bed for a week. I fell off a mountain and almost got killed. I practically froze to death in the Himalayas, got kicked by a donkey, and had to travel by myself in India, something I swore I'd never do.
In spite of all this, Janet's trip to India was the best experience of her life. She met more than 60 saints, individuals revered for their wisdom and enlightenment. Of these, she interviewed more than 40 for her upcoming documentary and book, The Saints Speak Out. She trekked to the source of the holy river Ganges high in the Himalayan mountains, and she had some of the most profound insights of her life. In a little while, we'll tell you more about how Janet's passion created this life-changing trip and the remarkable experiences which came out of it. But first, let's talk about the loves of your life. You must have a deep feeling inside somewhere that you have a personal destiny which is more or different than what you are living right now. Or maybe you just want a happier, more fulfilling life. We feel fortunate and grateful to have discovered how to live life immersed in our passions. It's taken a while, over 30 years in the working world for each of us, and much of that wasn't easy. We wouldn't be surprised if you know exactly what it feels like to work for weeks, months, or years, doing everything you can to get yourself out of the 9-to-5, just getting by, living from paycheck to paycheck life. Maybe you've attended seminars or watched TV programs on making money in real estate or in stocks or in your own business. Maybe you've tried to make extra money in multi-level marketing or selling things on eBay or getting a part-time job. Maybe you know what it's like when yet another great plan fails, when that feeling of depression and discouragement rises up and overwhelms you, turning your insides out and making you wonder, is all this really worth it? We've been there too. We've discovered those feelings come up when you are not aligned with your personal destiny, and it can all change in a moment, as it did for Janet. The light goes on. Janet began her journey dancing under the streetlights as a child.
I was only about 8 years old at the time. I used to lie in bed at night waiting for everyone in my family to go to sleep. I would then quietly sneak outside and enter my imaginary world. This was my favorite time of day. Underneath the corner streetlight, my world became a brightly lit stage. It was here that I revealed my deepest desires, always pretending the same thing. I was a beautiful, world-famous actress performing to thousands of ardent admirers. Into the quiet of the early morning, I would sing and dance with total abandon. There on my street corner stage, I felt truly alive and free. Whenever my aunts and uncles came to visit, I always made sure my dad had me dance and sing for them. How my sister and brother hated me whenever my father gathered everyone in the living room for my Broadway show. At that moment, Mickey and Johnny would run out the back door in total embarrassment. After all, I couldn't sing on key and I didn't know how to dance. Yet my love for performing in front of anyone far outweighed any insecurities I might feel in the talent department. Without a moment's hesitation, I would entertain anyone who came to visit. When I was about 10, my dad and I had a talk about a dramatic art school nearby called Pasadena Playhouse. My best girlfriend down the street attended this school, and I had been begging and pleading with my parents to let me go there too. Their reply had always been the same. "Sorry, honey, but we just don't have the money for that sort of thing." Now, when my dad was finally making more money and agreeing to my long-standing request, I felt it was no longer in the realm of possibility. Broken-hearted, I looked at my father and said, "I'd love to go to Pasadena Playhouse, but it's just too late. I'm afraid I'm already too old." I thought since I was now older than Shirley Temple when she started acting, I had obviously waited too long and blown my chance at stardom. It puzzled me that my parents didn't recognize this fact as well. So, in that fateful moment, my fantasy world collapsed and I entered into a world of harsh, hard realities. Neither my brother nor sister would ever be caught playing make-believe under the early morning streetlights. It was time I grew up and saw I was just too old for that sort of thing. And that's where I was wrong. I've always been gifted with the ability to connect heart to heart with others in almost no time. in the working world that has served me well, as I was the top salesperson in virtually every job I took, except the first one. By the time I turned 18, I'd stopped dreaming and started living a rather uninspired version of real life. There was never a thought about what I loved to do, hoped to do, or even wanted to do. All that was long forgotten. When I needed a job, I just scanned the classifieds. My only questions were, how hard would I have to work and how much was the pay? In 1981, I started working for a technical recruiting company in San Jose, California, in the heart of Silicon Valley in its heyday, hunting for disk drive engineers. My employer was enjoying huge success. There was a bell that rang whenever someone made a placement, and it rang many times each day. Unfortunately, it never rang for me. I watched placement after placement being made, everyone congratulating everyone else, new cars and houses being bought, wonderful vacations being taken, while I just sat at my desk waiting for the clock to strike 5. Every day I left work humiliated, angry, embarrassed, depressed, and broke. And every day I was there, it got worse. I was hired by an elite, profitable 12-person company for a very simple reason. Almost everyone who worked there was a friend of mine. When a vacancy came up in the company, my friends all agreed, this is the perfect job for Janet. And why not? I was known to all as a great connector, a networker, a communicator, a real dynamo of energy, someone who could get anything done. What wasn't known about me, however, was I had absolutely no left brain, engineer-like capabilities. It never occurred to anyone, including me, that I wouldn't be able to communicate at all with prospective disk drive engineers. One day I happened to see a flyer for a motivational course called Yes to Success. A strange awareness came over me. I knew I had to take that seminar. I had no hesitation about calling in sick. The course leader for the seminar was a young woman named Deborah Poneman, whose key point was the importance of finding your passion. As I watched Deborah teach the class, excitedly discussing ideas like time management and goal setting, I was less interested in what she was saying than in who she was being. She was clearly living her passion, and it showed in every word and gesture. Deborah definitely appeared to be a truly happy person. There she was, the ideal woman, uplifting everyone not only with her profound understanding, but also with the love she radiated. At the same time, she was traveling the world, making money, talking about what she loved, and doing it all so brilliantly. Deborah taught us when we saw a person who had something we wanted, we needed to move beyond envy or resentment. Instead, we should just tell ourselves, that's for me. I took that advice to heart as I watched Deborah. Closing my eyes, I silently repeated my new golden mantra. That's for me. That's for me. That's for me. By a stroke of wonderful good fortune, I was able to drive Deborah to the airport when the course ended. As we were waiting for her plane, she stared straight into my eyes and said, "What is your dream, Janet?" Staring right back at her, I said, "I'm glad you asked. I was just thinking today that you should either hire me or move over because I am going to be the most successful transformational speaker on the planet." Just then there was an announcement that the plane was ready for boarding. Without commenting at all on what I had just said, Deborah gave me a hug, turned quickly, and walked off. All I could think was, she hasn't seen the last of me. Once I find the direction I really want to go, I'm the kind of person who can make changes very quickly. The next day I returned to work knowing my days as an uninspired drone were about to come to an end. One thought burned in my mind. How could I convince Deborah to hire me? Finally, I came up with a plan I knew would impress her. At the end of her course, Deborah passed out her schedule of appearances for the coming months, which included New York, Boston, Washington, D.C., Fairfield, Iowa, and Los Angeles. Somehow, I decided, I would get enough money, fly to every one of those places, and sit in the front row of each and every class. Whenever Deborah walked into the room, she would see me sitting there and know I meant business, especially after the third or fourth course. The only thing I needed was enough money for all the expenses involved in following Deborah around. That night, I met a friend at the local Transcendental Meditation Center I used to frequent. When she casually asked what I had been doing recently, I startled her by loudly and passionately declaring I had finally discovered my purpose on this planet. I told her about my plan to attend all of Deborah's classes. The following evening, the same friend met me again at the TM Center. As we were getting up from meditation, she opened her purse, showered 10 crisp $100 bills on my head, and laughingly said, "Merry Christmas." I just sat there with my mouth open. As tears came to my eyes, I thanked her for believing in me and promised that very soon I would repay her incredible generosity. I followed my plan, going from city to city to each of Deborah's seminars. Finally, in Los Angeles, at the last seminar on her schedule, she came up to me and said, "Okay, if I can't get rid of you, then I better make use of you. You're hired." Needless to say, this was a thrilling moment. I was on my way to my dream. However, as I sat through Deborah's seminar time after time, something much more important happened: the birth of the Passion Test. Chapter 2. The Passion Test is Born. I am here for a purpose, and that purpose is to grow into a mountain, not to shrink to a grain of sand. Henceforth will I apply all my efforts to become the highest mountain of all, and I will strain my potential until it cries for mercy. Og Mandino.
Passion is a very personal experience. Yet when your life is filled with things you are passionate about, when you are doing what you love, your activity takes on a life of its own, pulled irresistibly in directions you can't even begin to imagine. Through the course of part 1 of this book, we'll share with you the astonishing story of the miracles which appeared in Janet's life, just as a result of gaining clarity about the greatest loves in her life. You'll see that it's not the how which is important for you to know, it's the what. Helping you get clear on the what of the passions in your own life is what this book is all about. As the story of Janet's trip to India unfolds, you'll see how money appeared from nowhere, how her desires came to her rather than her running after the desires. We'll share the serendipitous events that occurred which she could never have predicted, and how the surface inconveniences or discomforts which inevitably appear along the path of passion become irrelevant when one is aligned with destiny. With all that to look forward to, let's return now to Janet's story of the birth of the Passion Test.
On the second day of her seminar, Deborah mentioned a survey of 100 of the most influential, financially successful individuals in the United States. The survey found that each one of these super successful, powerful people had one thing in common. Can any of you guess what that one thing was, she asked. We each blurted out what we thought could be the magic answer, but Deborah just kept shaking her head. What could that one thing be, I thought. Finally, after what seemed like forever, Deborah said, "The survey found that these powerful, successful people had totally fulfilled those things which they each felt were most necessary for their ideal life." With that one sentence, my life was changed forever. In other words, the lights went on. Actually, it was more like fireworks. Deborah continued talking about the importance of knowing what it is you want to do, be, and have, how goal setting is important. Then you too could become powerful and successful. It was so easy. As Deborah segued into talking about how to dress for success, I was still in my own world thinking about the survey. If those super successful people were already fulfilling their deepest aspirations, the path to assuring one's own success was obvious. Clearly, what one has to do is determine one's own most important aspirations, I thought.
When she got home, Janet sat down and made a list of 15 of the things she would love to do, be, or have in her life.
I am a brilliant, successful, transformational speaker uplifting humanity all over the world. I travel the world first class. I am treated like a queen wherever I go. I give and receive love in every part of my life. I work with an enlightened team.
And the list went on. She then sorted out her top 5. The simple and unique process she used to sort them out is what is now known as the Passion Test. To our amazement, as we have shared the Passion Test with thousands of people all over the world, we have found this simple process is life-transforming. Our main goal in this book is to give you an immediate way to totally align yourself with what it is you are passionate about. The Passion Test is for anyone who has a desire to quickly clarify what their passions are or to verify they are on the right track with their passions. We'll introduce you to the Passion Test in a moment, but first, why is it so important to do what you love? A friend shared a story that illustrates the importance of doing what you enjoy perfectly. It went like this.
A young girl who collected autographs of famous people was at the airport waiting to board her plane when she saw a crowd of people standing around a small man in a white robe. She knew this man had to be someone well known because of the large crowd around him. She went up to one of the people standing nearby and asked who the man was. She was told, "That's Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, a great saint from the Himalayas." The girl excitedly ran up to Maharishi and immediately asked for his autograph. Maharishi took her pen and paper, looked her straight in the eyes and said, "I will give you something much more important than my autograph." And on the piece of paper he wrote one word, "Enjoy."
What was the message Maharishi was conveying? The whole purpose of life is to enjoy. When you are not enjoying, you are out of the flow of life. You are missing your purpose. Again, what's so important about enjoying what you're doing? Think about all the greatest people on the planet, past and present. Every one of them, without exception, loved what they did or are now doing. Every single one of them. Their lives may not have been easy. They certainly faced challenges, and yet they loved what they were doing. Now think about the people you know who are truly happy. Don't they love what they are doing in their life? Maybe there are some parts of their life which are challenging, but when it comes down to it, they love their life, how they spend their days, and who they spend their lives with, don't they? For us, it is obvious. To have absolute success in any area, the most important prerequisite must be that you have a passion for doing it. Do passion and enjoyment go hand in hand? Absolutely. Passion is the inner fire which propels you forward through the combination of love for what you're doing and the inner sense of purpose which comes from connecting to one's deepest passions. Enjoyment arises from this combination of love and purposefulness. By helping you clarify what you love most, what is most important to you, the Passion Test gives you the means to align your life with what you most enjoy. The Passion Test is also powerful because it's a system. Webster's dictionary defines the word system as 1. A regularly interacting or interdependent group of items forming a unified whole. 2. An organized set of doctrines, ideas, or principles usually intended to explain the arrangement or working of a systematic and organized or established procedure, for example, the touch system of typing. Or a manner of classifying, symbolizing, or schematizing, for example, a taxonomic system, or the decimal system. 3. Harmonious arrangement or pattern, order, for example, bring system out of confusion. Ellen Glasgow. A system provides order, saves time, requires less energy, and costs less. It is an organized, established procedure which produces results no matter who is using the system. An easy way to remember the value of a system is the acronym Robert Allen and Mark Victor Hansen coined for system in their book, The 1-Minute Millionaire. System. Save yourself time, energy, and money. The Passion Test is a system which will help you discover your mission in life. What is your purpose? What is your destiny? What is that work which feels like play no matter how many hours you put into it? The Passion Test is very simple, and don't let that fool you. Its results can be profound. It will give you an easy, fun way to prioritize the things which truly mean the most to you. It will help you eliminate the things which are distractions right now. The Passion Test requires you to face your inner life and bring it out to the surface so you can examine it to clarify what is really most important to you. The passion test is the magical key that will unlock those forgotten dreams which wait patiently in your heart for the day when you are finally ready to say, I am here to make a difference, and the time is now.
Chapter 3. Taking the Passion Test. God has given each of us our marching orders. Our purpose here on earth is to find those orders and carry them out. Those orders acknowledge our special gifts. Soren Kierkegaard.
It was 2003. We had formed Enlightened Alliances and enjoyed some great successes. Liz and Rick Thompson had approached us with the idea of partnering to create Healthy, Wealthy, and Wise, the magazine we now run together. Chris was working on what eventually became our book From Sad to Glad, clarifying the 7-step expansion process which has allowed us to remain best friends and business partners. Janet felt it was now time to once again clarify her passions. She had taken the passion test many times before, but this time was different. Something was stirring inside which she knew was going to have a profound effect on her life. As she made her list of the things which are most deeply important to her, the things which she will do, be, or have when her life is ideal, she realized she had more clarity about these things than ever before. One item on the list jumped out at her: spending time with the enlightened. It was as if this short phrase was a spark which ignited an insatiable fire inside of her. Even as she felt deeply drawn to this idea, she thought, how in the world will I ever do that? After all, those who are most revered for their wisdom and enlightenment are either surrounded by huge organizations with lots of people protecting them, or hidden away in caves, high in the Himalayas or dense forests. She knew she wanted to begin by traveling to India because she had already met some enlightened masters there. But beyond that, she had no clue how her passion could possibly get fulfilled. Before we tell you how Janet's passion for spending time with the enlightened was realized and continues to be, you need to take the passion test yourself. Just remember for now, you don't need to figure out how any of the things you put on your list of passions will be realized. We'll help you with that once you get your real passions down on paper. In giving people the passion test, we have found the biggest challenge most people have is getting out of their own way. What we mean by this is that when most people first take the passion test, they start to write a passion, and then if they can't immediately see how they can practically manifest it, they erase it, especially the real big ones, and put something down that they can put their arms around. In other words, they play it safe. For example, maybe you dream of being a multimillionaire. Now, from your present income level, that may seem totally unrealistic. So instead of writing your passion as being a multimillionaire, you play it safe and put getting a raise. We can hear your thoughts now. But I don't have any idea how I'm going to become a multimillionaire. Trust us, it doesn't matter. Write it down. Janet didn't have a clue how she'd be able to spend time with enlightened masters when she wrote down spend time with the enlightened. Yet you'll see as her story unfolds, the result was much better than anything she could ever have dreamed up. Once your intention is clear, attention is the next step. If you think your passion is becoming a multimillionaire and you don't have any inclination to put your attention on making money and creating wealth, then your mind is playing games with you, telling you this is your passion when in fact it just wants to be safe from bills, responsibilities, and discomfort. Such mind games never lead to fulfillment. Passions arise from the heart. When you are truly passionate about something, you don't have to try hard to put attention on it. It's fun, it's engaging, it's exciting. When challenges arise, they can't deter you. They may slow you down for a little while, but they can't stop you. Let's come back to this idea of playing it safe. Have you ever noticed people who play it safe aren't at all as enthusiastic, energetic, full of passion, on fire, and excited about their life as your friends who dance around on the edge and totally go for their dreams? Think about someone you know who always chooses the safe route. When looking for a job, they'll take the lower salary with health insurance, retirement benefits, and paid vacation with an established company, rather than take the risks in a startup which may pay more, offer stock options, and have a more family-like environment. Those people don't hike too close to the edge of the cliff, don't jump off the high dive, don't travel to areas where they might encounter some awful disease. They don't live where they'd love to because it costs too much, don't fly in small planes, don't drive at high speeds, don't sail across the ocean, don't do anything that might be dangerous, risky, or scary. Are those the kind of people you want to be like? On the other hand, what's it like to be someone who goes for the gusto in every moment? What does it feel like to be someone who is doing whatever it takes to live your dream, who is willing to face any challenge, jump through any hoops, go anywhere you have to in pursuit of your heart's dearest desires? Don't get us wrong here. We're not going to tell you to jump off the mountain until you're ready, but we do want to impress upon you the importance of thinking of your ideal life, not your possible life. There is a secret to sorting out the how of your dreams, which we'll share with you a little later. This secret is revealed in the story of Janet's trip to India, and that trip would never have happened if she hadn't first given herself permission to be open to all possibilities as she clarified the what. So right now, please trust us. Don't censor your passion test. To make sure you are going to set free those big passions that so far might not have yet come out, Janet will share with you an example of the passions list of a friend of hers who has no problem thinking big.
A couple of years ago, Chris and I were speaking at T. Harv Eker's Wealth and Wisdom Seminar in Vancouver. My great friend and associate, Jack Canfield of Chicken Soup for the Soul fame, was also a featured presenter. At the time, I was writing my ebook, The Passion Test, Discovering Your Personal Secrets to Living a Life on Fire. I wanted to take Jack through the test so I could have it in my book. I rang Jack up in his hotel room the morning he was leaving for California and asked if I could meet with him before he left to give him the passion test. Jack said the timing just wouldn't work because he was on his way to the airport and his taxi was waiting. "No problem," I said. "Can I come along and give you the test on the way?" I can still hear Jack chuckling through the phone as he said, "You're a crazy redhead. Okay, meet you downstairs." On the way to the airport, I explained to Jack how the passion test worked, and in about 1 minute he had shot out 15 of his greatest passions. Talk about knowing who you are and what you love. I wasn't surprised. With over 100 million Chicken Soup for the Soul books sold worldwide, obviously the guy knows where he wants to go, and he definitely doesn't have a problem thinking big enough. Here's Jack's initial list of passions. Being of service to massive numbers of people, having an international impact, enjoying celebrity status, being part of a dynamic team, having a leadership role, helping people live their vision, speaking to large groups, having an impact through television, being a multi-millionaire, having world-class quarters and support team, having lots of free time to be, studying with spiritual masters regularly, being part of a spiritual leaders network, creating a core group of ongoing trainers who feel identified with his organization, and having fun, fun, fun. Here's what Jack's test results look like after I walked him through the elimination process. Helping people live their vision, being part of a dynamic team, being of service to massive numbers of people, having an international impact, and creating a core group of ongoing trainers who feel identified with his organization. Just like those very successful people in the study which inspired the passion test, after going through the test, Jack told me all 5 of his passions were already completely actualized in his life. But one thing surprised Jack. Passion number 13, being part of a spiritual leaders network, was number 6 after the elimination process. Although it was very important to him, this passion was nowhere in Jack's life yet. As we said goodbye, he told me he was going to get started on that one right away. Sidebar. Today, Chris and I are pleased to be founding members of Jack's Transformational Leadership Council, a growing group of over 60 speakers, authors, and trainers from around the world formed by Jack. He created this group not long after he took the passion test and saw that being part of such a network was important to him. Okay, I'm obviously proud of my little test for being part of the birthing of one of Jack's dreams. Enough said. Now back to Jack's test. Notice anything about it? How about almost every one of his passions is a pretty darn big one, yes? Was Jack concerned when I gave him the test if he could fulfill his passions? Absolutely not. The next principle I am now going to give you was already encoded in Jack's DNA way before he took the test. By the way, we will repeat these mantras throughout the book until you eat, breathe, and drink them and have them encoded in your DNA as well. Okay, here goes. When you are clear, what you want will show up in your life, and only to the extent you are clear. The opposite of this is also true. Fuzzy desires give fuzzy results. The vast majority of this book is dedicated to helping you achieve greater clarity. We will give you a number of tools to help you clarify your passions as we continue.
Now let's review the guidelines for doing your own test. Passion Test Guidelines. The first part of the passion test, as described in the instructions in the next section, is to make a list of your passions. In other words, those things which you love most, which are most important to you, which are most critical to your happiness and well-being. As you prepare your initial list of passions, play full out, no holding back. Write down at least 10 and as many as 15 or more things which you absolutely love. Your list will complete the sentence, "When my life is ideal, I am blank." What you're writing here are your passions, not your goals. Passions are how you live your life. Goals are the things you choose to create in your life. For example, one of Jack's passions is being a multimillionaire. Even if Jack wasn't already a multimillionaire, his passion would be stated as being a multimillionaire. However, he may have a goal to earn $2 million in the next year. What's the difference? A passion is how you choose to live your life. Jack chooses to live life as a multimillionaire. A goal is something you aim to achieve. The goal could be stated to earn $2 million within the next year. When your passions are clear, then you can create goals which are aligned with your passions and begin to create the life you choose to live. Both passions and goals are valuable, and the first step is getting clear on your passions. Think about what you will do, be, and have when your life is ideal. As Jack did with his list, begin each passion with a verb which expresses how you are living life when your life is ideal. Here are examples of passions some of our students have expressed. Living in a beautiful home in which I feel completely at peace. Writing successful mystery novels. Working in a nurturing environment with lots of plants and light. Enjoying perfect health with lots of energy, stamina, and vitality. Having fun with everything I do. Spending lots of quality time with my family. Enjoying great sex on a regular basis. Working with a supportive team of people who share my values. Okay, these are all good and fine. What if your passions are altruistic, like having a peaceful world or eliminating poverty on earth or eradicating disease? Remember, passions are how you live your life. Goals are things which you achieve. Living a life of peace would be a passion. Creating peace in the world is a goal. Living life in abundance could be a passion. Eliminating poverty on earth is a goal. Now, could someone have a passion for eliminating poverty on earth or ending world hunger? Absolutely. Lynn Twist, a member of the Transformational Leadership Council, is a great example. Lynn spent many years as a fundraiser and leader of the Hunger Project, an international organization which has made a huge impact in eliminating world hunger. Lynn's passion was working to end world hunger. The goal of the Hunger Project is to end world hunger. Do you get the difference? Passions are about process. Goals are about outcomes. As you think about your list of passions, here are some ideas to help get you going.
Loves and talents, clues to your unique gifts. What do you love to do? What kind of environment do you love to be in? What kind of people do you love to be around? What excites you, turns you on, gets you charged up? The answers to these questions all provide clues to your purpose. Here's another set of clues. What are you good at? What do people compliment you on? What do you notice you seem to do better than most others? What are your unique skills and talents? You most likely enjoy doing the things you're good at, so loves and talents often go together. Beware the mind. If that's all there is to it, why do so many people fail to fulfill their life's purpose? Your mind tends to trick you. The mind is like a monkey jumping here and there and everywhere. First, it's running towards something enticing, then it's running away from something scary. Your mind will even try to convince you your life's purpose is something less than it really is, in the name of safety and security. For example, many people tell us their passion is to make lots of money, but some of them have no attraction to things which have to do with money, making money, or creating more money. These people may have a passion for service or a passion for their family or a passion for being in nature. There is nothing about making money per se which attracts them, turns them on, or gets them excited. When we talk to them, what we discover is they don't care so much about having lots of money as they do about feeling the freedom to do the things they love. It's not necessary to have lots of money to have that freedom. For example, Mother Teresa had complete freedom to do the things she loved, yet she never personally had lots of money. The same is true of Mahatma Gandhi or Martin Luther King. On the other hand, we've met some people, like Harv Eker comes to mind, who have a burning passion to make lots of money combined with a passion to help lots of people at the same time. There is nothing which can stop those people from making money. They're so focused on making lots of money that there's no way it can't show up. Follow your passions, be open to receive support from wherever it may come, and you will find fulfillment is growing in your life. If the security and freedom money provides is very important to you, then it will show up. Making money and creating wealth are learned skills for most people. To have money and wealth requires either investing the time, energy, and money to learn those skills or surrounding yourself with people who have them. Will the things you're passionate about change somewhat over time? Absolutely. As we learn, grow, and evolve, our vision expands. That's why taking the passion test every few months will keep you on track to achieving your life's purpose. The passion test is a tool to help you understand the key success elements for you to live a happy, fulfilled life. It is very personal. Your 5 will not be exactly the same as anyone else's. Just remember, happy, successful people have all 5 of their top passions present in their life. The passion test will help you identify your top 5 and put you on the road to a fulfilling life.
A few other guidelines worth mentioning. As you make your list, keep the following in mind. Don't consult with anyone. This is about the things that light your fire. Go deep inside and connect with the things which are truly most important to you. Don't take the test as a couple. Do the process on your own. Later, if you choose, you can share your passions with your spouse or partner. If you really, really want to do it together, then each of you prepare your own initial list, and afterwards take each other through the elimination process. If you do this, don't try to influence your partner's choices. It's their test. If you don't like their choices, then think about whether you can love them enough to want for them what they want for themselves. We recommend you take the test in one sitting. It should only take 20 to 30 minutes unless you really aren't at all clear about what things are most important to you. Then it could take a little longer. If possible, take the test in a quiet environment without distractions. This is a process of going deep within to those things that mean most to you in your life. You won't find them when you're stirred up and having to pay attention to other things.
Passion test instructions. You can take the passion test anytime. Just follow the instructions. First, make a list of at least 10 of the most important things you can think of which would give you a life of joy, passion, and fulfillment. Begin each one with a verb relating to being, doing, or having, which completes the sentence. When my life is ideal, I am blank. Close your eyes and picture your ideal life. What are you doing? Who are you with? Where are you? How do you feel? Now make your list and know that this is just your first test. If you follow our advice to take the test every 6 months, you'll be doing this many, many times over the coming years, getting clear every time. Don't censor. You don't need to know the how, just the what. Make your list now, list at least 10, and as many as you want. Let your list sit for a while. Come back to it in a few hours or tomorrow. When you return to your list, compare the items on the list to identify which are the most important to you as follows. A. If you could have number 1 or number 2 but not both, which would you choose? Keep in mind that in making your choice, you're not losing anything. We asked you to compare the two items as if you could only have one of them. This is necessary in order to get in touch with what is most deeply important to you. In real life, you can certainly have both. B. Continue comparing the one you choose with the next number on the list until you go through the whole list and then label the one you choose as number 1. For example, if you compared the first item on the list to the second, and you chose the second, then you would next compare the second item to the third. If you again chose the second item, then you'd compare the second item to the fourth, and so on, always comparing your choice to the next item on the list. C. Start again, compare each item which remains. Don't include the ones you've already chosen, always keeping the ones that's more important. When you get to the end of the list, label the choice remaining number 2. Go through the list again and label the choice remaining number 3, and so on until you identify your 5 most important passions. D. If you get stuck and can't decide which item is more important, then ask yourself, if I could be, do, or have number 1 and not number 2, which would bring me more bliss? Or if I could be number 2 and not number 1, which would bring me more bliss? State the choice so that it is clearly an either-or choice in order to be able to choose between them. E. Most people find their first impulse is the most accurate. Passion arises from the heart, and your heart's impulse is more likely to be closer to the truth than your mind's analysis. F. Be honest. Don't worry if your choices aren't what others think they should be. You don't have to show this list to anyone else. This is about what lights your fire right now. The more closely aligned you are with what you truly love, the happier, more fulfilled you will be. The happier you are, the more attractive you will be to those you love and cherish. As a great teacher once said, happiness radiates like the fragrance from a flower and draws all good things toward you. G. Avoid the temptation to go to an item on your list that seems really important to you and say, oh, that's number 1, so I don't need to go through the rest of the list. We can't begin to tell you how many times we have taken people through the test, had them say that, then discover things changed as they went through the complete list. So go through the comparison process with every item on your list for all 5 of your top passions. H. Don't be surprised if the choices you make change each time you go through the list. When you are simple and innocent, going through the process without holding on to any agenda, your mind and heart will go deeper each time you go through the list. As this happens, it's not unusual for your choices to change as you continue. If you want to get an idea of what some others have written for their passion test, go to www.healthywealthy, the letter N as in Nancy, wise.com/PT results. And what was that mantra which is getting encoded in your DNA? When you are clear, what you want will show up in your life, and only to the extent you are clear.
Magic happens when you are clear. You will find yourself saying, that was the best experience of my life. And so it was for Janet as she began thinking about how she would manifest her love for spending time with the enlightened.
Chapter 4. Creating Your Passionate Life. The person born with a talent they are meant to use will find their greatest happiness in using it. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Okay, I can do this. After all, I've been networking most of my life, and finding saints to interview can't be any harder than finding a movie star or any other famous person. Let me see. Why would they want to see me anyway? These and similar thoughts went racing through my head as I looked at this new #1 passion in my life. Where do I start with something so far outside of normal life, I thought. Have you ever been totally perplexed by a problem, challenge, or situation in your life? The more you think about it, the more perplexing it becomes. Sometimes the best thing you can do is just forget about it for a while, and that's what I did. Then one day a friend called. "Janet, there's this wonderful saint from India coming to Chicago. You should interview him for your magazine." It was an aha moment. That's it! If I write articles for a magazine about enlightened saints, then I could turn that into a book, and these saints might be willing to spend time with me in order to get their message out. Now that would be fun, I thought. A plan began to emerge. I'll contact my friends who have lived in India or traveled there frequently, find out who in India is most revered for their wisdom and knowledge, and see if these saints will let me interview them. It was a good plan. I just needed a little guidance. I got on the phone to Bill Levesey to get his advice on the trip from his expertise in Vedic astrology. He encouraged me to make the trip to India. Just be sure to take a video camera with you to record your interviews. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. Just have the camera there and record your sessions with these saints. Another epiphany. I'll create a documentary. What more important thing can I do than to bring people throughout the world the insights of the wise regarding what we need to do about the current world situation? I was on cloud 9, floating in the vision of sitting at the feet of the wisest teachers in the world, when all of a sudden I came crashing back to the ground. This could cost a lot of money, especially the way I like to travel. All of my money is tied up in our business. How will I ever pay for this trip? Not to mention the equipment I'll need. Reality hit hard.
We'll tell you how hundreds of thousands of dollars came to Janet in the next few months. But first we need to help you score your passions and create your passion cards. You've identified the 5 things which you love, which are most important to you in your life right now. Will these change? Absolutely. We take the passion test every 6 months because we know that as our experience of life grows, we come to know ourselves ever more deeply. You may get married, have babies, new opportunities will show up. You will make new discoveries. Life is constantly evolving, and with that evolution comes greater clarity about what is most important. For example, when Chris first started doing the passion test, he was a senior executive for a successful consulting and training company. One of his top 5 passions was determining my own hours. Today, that passion is nowhere to be found on Chris's list. The fact that he has complete control over his own hours could have something to do with that. However, when you look at his current list, you see his number 3 passion is having fun with everything I do. When you talk to him about what this means to him, part of having fun for Chris is having the freedom to do what he wants, when he wants. The way in which Chris expresses his passion is different today than it was years ago. He's discovered that determining my own hours is just part of a deeper passion, which is having fun with everything I do. The deeper you know yourself, the more completely you are able to align with your personal destiny. And for right now, you've created the only list which really matters. It's the list of your passions as you know them right now. It's time for another mantra. What you put your attention on grows stronger in your life. You are constantly creating your life. We all are. We create our life out of the things to which we give attention, and you attract into your life more of what you put your attention on. If your attention is on all the things you don't have, all the problems in your life, all the bad things which are happening to you, then you are creating more of that. If you want more problems, more challenges, more unhappiness, then give attention to those things. If you want more passion, fulfillment, and joy in your life, then give your attention to the things which create these. People focus on what they don't want out of fear. They're afraid they won't have enough money, or they'll get sick, or there will be a disaster. Out of fear, they spend lots of time worrying about all the bad things which could happen in their life. One of our favorite sayings is, fear is vividly imagining exactly what you don't want to happen, happening.
Your passion score. Would you like a simple way to discover what you've been putting your attention on up until now? Okay, you twisted our arms. Here it is. Go through the top 5 passions you identified from your passion test and rate each one on a scale of 0 to 10. 0 means you're not living that passion in your life at all. 10 means you are fully living it. Go ahead and do that now. Did you notice any significant differences in the scores? Most people do. The passions which have low scores are the ones you haven't given as much attention to. The passions with high scores have received a lot of your attention. Could it happen that you think you've been giving a lot of attention to something and the score is still low? Possibly. If you think that's the case, look carefully at where your attention has really been. For example, suppose one of your passions is to own a multi-million-dollar business. You've been working on your business for several years and it's still just getting by, barely supporting you. Doesn't sound like a 10, does it? So you say, I've been putting lots of attention on my business and it's still just getting by. Go back and think about what you have really been putting your attention on. Has your attention been fully focused on the tremendous value you are providing to your customers? Have you been fully focused on treating each customer with honor and respect so they go away grateful for having the chance to do business with you? Have you been putting your attention on all the successes and profits which are flowing to you? Or has your attention gone to all those bills you have to pay, or how unreasonable some customers are, or how little you have left over at the end of each month, or how deeply in debt you are? When we say, what you put your attention on grows stronger in your life, we don't mean that putting attention on something in some generalized, fuzzy, non-specific way will make the things you want appear in your life. We mean what you give attention to every moment of every day, day in and day out, determines what is created in your life. If your attention is on all the things you can't have and can't do, then you won't have them and you won't be able to do them. If your attention is on the benefits, blessings, and good fortune which is flowing into your life, then you will find more and more of those things showing up. If you are really honest with yourself, you will discover where you put your attention is creating the results you're experiencing in your life. The great news is where you put your attention is primarily a habit. Given about 21 days of consistently applying a new behavior, you can change any habit. All that is required is the will to make the change. If you find you're having trouble changing a habit of thinking about the problems, difficulties, or challenges in your life, we recommend the rubber band technique. Get a rubber band and put it on your wrist. Wear it 7 days a week, 24 hours a day for at least 30 days. Every time you have a thought which you know is not creating what you want in your life, pull the rubber band out away from your wrist and let it snap back against your skin. Ouch! Yes, you'll feel it. And that tactile reminder will help train your mind that these types of thoughts don't serve you. Do this for a month and you'll find you have taken a big step in breaking the habit of putting your attention on things which create unhappiness and failure in your life.
Your passion cards. Since you're now committed to putting your attention on your passions, we'll share a proven method for creating whatever you want in your life. Some years ago, when we were partners with Mark Victor Hansen and Robert Allen, Janet was in Phoenix, Arizona at an event where the well-known motivational speaker Bob Proctor was presenting. She tells the story.
One of the first things Bob said when he got up to speak was, "Do you know how easy it is to be wealthy? I currently have more than 400 multiple streams of income, and it's all because of this little card." He reached into his coat, withdrew a file card, and showed it to the group. It said, "I am happy and thankful for the following," and it listed his 5 goals in priority order. Bob explained that the mind is like a computer. Whatever you input into the mind has to get printed out or show up in your universe sooner or later. Most people spend their time putting their attention on what they lack instead of what they choose to create, and so they get more lack. As he held up his small card, Bob had an infectious smile on his face when he said to the group, "One of the most important parts of my day is spent looking at this little card." He explained he put file cards with his goals in strategic places so he could easily glance at them from time to time during his day. As soon as one goal was fulfilled, he replaced it with a new one. "It's that easy," he said.
Now it's time to put Bob's advice into practice as applied to your passions. Get a number of 3x5 cards. Write your passions on each card like this. At the top of the card, write "My Passion Test." Put the date, today's date. Then write, "I am so happy and thankful that I am now living my passions and drawing the following into my life." List your 5 passions. At the bottom of the card, write "This or something better." What was that last little line at the bottom? This or something better. In our experience, the universe almost always has a better plan in mind for us than what we can think up, as long as we're open to receive it. Soon you'll see an example of how that's true when we tell you how Janet's passion of being with the enlightened got fulfilled. Here's a surefire rule which is guaranteed to lead you to living a passionate life. Every time you're faced with a decision, choose in favor of your passions. In order to choose in favor of your passions, you have to remember what they are at the time you're making a decision. How do you do that? Repetition. Put the 3x5 cards up where you will see them several times a day. What are good places? Your bathroom mirror so you can see your passions first thing in the morning. By your computer so you can see your passions while you're writing emails. In your purse or wallet so you can refer to them at any time during the day. In your car on the dashboard so you see them when you're going places. On the refrigerator so you see them while preparing meals or getting snacks. The purpose of posting these cards is to keep your attention easily on your passions. You don't have to study the cards. You don't have to concentrate on them. You don't have to create plans to figure out how to live them, although there's nothing wrong with that when you feel inspired. What you need to do is read through your passions several times a day so they become deeply ingrained. So deeply ingrained that whenever you are faced with a decision, you can ask yourself, is this going to help me be more aligned with my passions or less aligned? Writing out your passion cards and posting them is your most important first step in creating your passionate life. So go post your cards now and be open to receive the unexpected in your life.
Chapter 5. Creating Your Markers. We are at our very best and we are happiest when we are fully engaged in work we enjoy on the journey toward the goal we've established for ourselves. It gives meaning to our time off and comfort to our sleep. It makes everything else in life so wonderful, so worthwhile. Earl Nightingale.
Why are you packing 2 big suitcases when you're only going to Santa Barbara for 4 days? I asked.
I know, pretty weird, huh? I replied. I'm just too tired to think about what I need, and it really doesn't matter. It's always nice to have choices. You never know what could come up. You know me, I like to be ready for anything. I was on my way to Santa Barbara, California to meet Jack Canfield and other well-known writers and speakers for the first meeting of the Transformational Leadership Council. While there, I took some time with my dear friend Christian. When we went out to lunch, I shared my plan to create a documentary. I've never used a video camera in my life, I told Christian. I'd love to hire a professional to come and do the filming for me. Do you know anyone? She asked. Well, there is one woman I really like named Julianne whom I met several years ago. I think she has done production or editing in Hollywood for some time, but I haven't talked with her in a couple of years. Bring, bring. It was my cell phone. Hello? Hi, Janet. This is Julianne Janis. Hearing Julianne's voice, I almost dropped my cell phone in my salad. I told Julianne about the incredible serendipity that after not being in contact for several years, she would call me at the exact moment I was telling Christian about her. I've got chills, Julianne said. Me too, I replied. So how did you find me? I asked. Right now I'm driving down the freeway in San Diego with my friend Stephanie. We're on our way to do the Prince concert, and we're just talking about what was going on in our lives. Stephanie tells me she is going to India, and when I asked her who with, she said, Janet Atwood. I told her, Janet Atwood? I love Janet Atwood. Let's call her right now. In thinking about ways to finance my trip to India, I planned a tour for women to some of the famous spiritual spots in that spiritual land. It turned out that one of the women who had signed up to come was a friend of Julianne's. I had to find out if this was the answer to my prayers, so I asked, Look, Julianne, I don't know what you're up to, but is there any chance you'd want to go to India with me and film Saints? As it turned out, Julianne was completely bored with her present work situation, and going to India sounded like just the adventure she felt she needed. I told her once I got home, I would call her, and we would continue making the necessary plans. On the day I was to leave Santa Barbara, I woke up in the morning with the clearest intuition I wasn't supposed to leave California yet. I called Chris to let him know my plans. Chris, I've changed my ticket for a month out.
You what? I asked, not sounding at all happy about Janet's new plan. Why did you do that?
I don't know, actually. I just woke up and had the strongest feeling not to go yet. Look, since I have my computer and my cell phone, it's no biggie. I can do all my work from here. You won't mind watching the doggies for me, will you? Chris has always been incredibly supportive of my sometimes inexplicable decisions. He tells me he's learned to trust my intuitions because they always seem to have some good outcome, even if I can't explain why that happens. After Chris said he'd look after my dogs, I then called my brother John in San Diego to tell him I was coming to spend time with him and our stepmom Margie. Well, Margie's at the hospital right now. No big deal, just routine tests. She'll be out today. I know she'd love to see you, John said. Okay, I'll take the Amtrak down. I have some emails to catch up on, and going along the coast will be fun. I got John to give me the number of the hospital where Margie was getting her tests so I could call her and let her know I was coming. When I called the hospital, they put me through to her doctor. I'm so sorry, the doctor said when he heard I was Margie's stepdaughter. Margie has been diagnosed with terminal cancer and has decided to forego any treatment. Because we can no longer help her, someone will need to come pick her up and take her home immediately. How long does she have? I asked in shock. About 5 to 6 months. Will you be the one who will be coming for her? He replied.
You can never know what will show up in your life. You can only stay open to what is required of you in the present moment. When you let go of the way you think things should be and open yourself to the way they are appearing, you open yourself to the will of God, to the perfect organizing power of nature. That's what Janet did, and we'll tell you about the amazing miracles which occurred as a result. But first we need to help you create your markers. Markers are one more step in gaining increasing clarity. Dr. Pankaj Naram is a famous Ayurvedic physician, personal pulse reader for the Dalai Lama, and one of our dear friends. Many years ago, when Pankaj was in his 20s, he was, in his words, a nobody who knew nothing and had nothing. At that time, his teacher asked Pankaj what was the number one most important thing to him in his life. Pankaj said, to be the most renowned Ayurvedic physician in the world, making Ayurveda available to people throughout the world. His teacher told him, okay, then write it down. Pankaj wrote it down, and his teacher then asked him, how will you know when you are living this dream? Pankaj thought for a few minutes and said, I will take the pulse of at least 100,000 people. Mother Teresa will come to my clinic and acknowledge my work. I will take the pulse of the Dalai Lama, and I will have Ayurvedic centers all over the world. His teacher said, okay, write it down. Pankaj thought to himself, how will I, a nobody, ever accomplish any of these things? But he loved and respected his teachers, so he wrote them down. Now, more than 2 decades later, Pankaj has taken the pulse of over 400,000 people. Mother Teresa did come to his clinic in the 80s and praised him for the great AIDS work he is doing. He is now called on to take the pulse of the Dalai Lama, and he has Ayurvedic centers in 12 countries around the world. How did this happen? Everything made by man is created first in someone's mind, then it becomes manifest in the world. Look around the room where you are sitting right now. See that lamp? It began with Thomas Edison's idea that electricity can be used to heat a filament, which will then produce light. Then someone else had the thought, let me design this beautiful, or practical, lamp in which a light bulb can be put. Someone else had the thought, how can we make thousands of these, distribute them to thousands of people and make a good profit? Then you had the thought, I like this lamp. It will look nice in our house. Through all these thoughts, the lamp in your room got to you. Starting just as an idea, it eventually became a concrete reality in your life. Every single thing you can see which was created by man was an idea in someone's mind at one time. If you want to create the life of your dreams, it begins by writing your dreams down and getting as clear as possible about them. The power of intention and attention is what brings ideas into concrete form in the world. When you have intention and attention with no tension, then the whole process becomes fun.
Intention is a conscious or unconscious choice to create. All of us are creating the circumstances and situations in our world constantly by virtue of the beliefs and concepts we hold as true. For most people, their creations are unconscious, so they view themselves as the victims of their situation and circumstances. However, successful people know the secret. They create their reality from what they put their attention on. In this book, we use intention to mean the conscious choices you make to create your world. Some people state intentions and then are perplexed when the results in their life don't match their stated intentions. Why would that happen? Here's a secret which could be worth millions of dollars and a lifetime of fulfillment to you, so pay close attention. Your results will always match your true intentions. Another way of saying this is that your life will always express what is going on deep inside you. Therefore, if your results are out of line with your stated intentions, it's time to do some self-examination. Does this mean bad things don't happen to good people? Will pure intentions keep you from being trapped in a hurricane or your house destroyed by fire? Let's assume the answer is no. Imagine two people are trapped in rising floodwaters from a huge storm. One is intent on ensuring his own survival and is giving his full attention to all the threats to his life. He doesn't care about anyone else. He may even save himself at the expense of others. The other is intent on giving love and helping those around her. Her full attention is on how she can give her love, her support, and her assistance to the people with whom she is trapped in this situation. How do you think each will experience their lives in the midst of this catastrophe? The first is filled with fear, thinking about himself, and desperate to save himself. The second is so immersed in helping others that all she experiences is the love that is flowing between her and those she is assisting. She doesn't have time to worry and fret about the dangers because her attention is focused on giving and receiving love. Will she be saved? Wouldn't you do everything in your power to save such a person? And whether she survives or not, what are the results in her life? She provides and receives comfort. She is filled with love. She gives and receives help. She enjoys a quality of life which transcends the significance of physical survival. In a more mundane example, some years ago, we partnered with some friends to create a business. Together, we stated our intention to generate $10 million in revenues and over $2 million in profits the first year. We created a detailed plan and we were convinced we'd be successful. A year later, we were $100,000 in debt after generating $1 million in revenues. What happened? We stated our intentions clearly, we made a detailed plan, we executed the plan, and we worked our tails off. What went wrong? When we looked back over that time later, we realized our real intention was to make our partners happy by agreeing to what they wanted. There were many times we felt something should be done differently, but because we believed they were more experienced in that arena, we decided it wasn't our place to change the way things were done. In the short term, we did make them happy. We did things they liked, but in the end, all of us were disappointed in the results. Your results will always match your true intentions. This means if you want to know what is going on at the deepest level of your life, look to your results. When your results are out of line with your stated intentions, look more deeply to discover your real intentions, and then work on changing those to change the way you experience life. When your actions are aligned with your intentions, then you will create your world out of those intentions.
Attention is subjective awareness directed to an object. All of us give attention to something in every waking moment of the day. However, most people don't pay much attention to what they are giving attention to. Their lives are an unconscious stream of thoughts. Life changes when the object of your attention becomes your conscious choice. Most of your life is directed by habit. Do you have a routine you follow when you get up in the morning? What about when you drive to work or to the store? Have you ever had the experience of driving somewhere you go often and discovering you've arrived without remembering how you got there? You've driven that route so many times it becomes a habit, while your mind was engrossed in thought. In other words, your attention was on other things. When an activity like driving home has become a habit, all that's necessary is to set the intention to arrive home, and you will end up there. You can use the fact that we are habitual beings to your advantage. Begin to cultivate success habits. What are success habits? Taking time daily to review your top 5 passions. Choosing in favor of your passions whenever you're faced with a decision. Taking responsibility for the life you've created. Taking time daily for prayer and or meditation. Getting regular exercise. Getting adequate rest. Tithing on a regular basis. Eating healthy foods which support clarity. Speaking positively and uplifting others through your speech. Research has found it takes 21 days to create a new habit. Don't try to do everything at once. Choose one new habit, master it, then move on to another. What was that mantra we taught you earlier? What you put your attention on grows stronger in your life. The second step of manifesting anything is to put attention on its creation. This means developing the habit of giving attention to everything which supports your intention and being indifferent to those things which do not. A great teacher once said, "Indifference is the weapon to be used for any negative situation in life." This means put your attention on all the good in your life. Deal with situations which must be dealt with, and don't dwell on anything which doesn't support what you choose to create. When Janet found out she needed to put her own plans on hold to look after her stepmother, she could have convinced herself that her dream would never be realized. Had she done that, we probably wouldn't be telling you her amazing story now. Instead, she focused on what needed to be done in that moment, and it turned out this apparent block in the road was to become a huge gift in a number of ways. Unfortunately, most people put their attention on all the reasons their dreams won't come true. Why? Because they're afraid they won't get what they want. If you think some people are just too lazy to pursue their dreams, you'll find that this laziness is a mask for the fear of failure they hold deep inside. When you are consumed by fear, when your attention is on the things which are going wrong in your life, then in the best case you create inactivity and boredom. In the worst case, you create the things you fear will happen to you. Yet all of us feel fear from time to time. What do you do when the fear hits?
Facing fear, the head-on approach. If you're like our friend Telman Knutson of listcrusade.com, you get excited and push through the fear to the goal. When Telman was about 27, he decided he wanted to create a multi-million-dollar internet marketing business. At the time, his office consisted of a makeshift cubicle in his living room, with only a rattling, rusty fan to cool him off in the hot summer, and a CD-ROM drive which he had to take out of the computer and shake in order to play a CD. One part of Telman was scared to death. Another part of him was completely exhilarated by the challenge. He put his attention on the exhilaration. He wrote emails to over 60 of the top internet marketers on the web. Months went by. Most of them never responded. He kept at it. Eventually, a couple of them wrote back and he created relationships with them. After about a year, he connected with Rick Thompson, our partner at Healthy, Wealthy, and Wise. He impressed Rick enough to arrange for us to talk. Tillman told us his plan for listcrusade.com. He was going to show people how to build a massive email list, one of the critical factors for success on the internet, while building his own list. He would attract the best of the best on the internet, along with the best of the best in the personal development arena. His logic was that it's not enough just to learn how to build a list. People also need the personal development skills to live a happy, fulfilled life and be financially successful. We agreed to help him by connecting with our network of contacts in the personal development arena. Today, Tillman has over 70 experts who teach both list building and personal development skills to his subscribers absolutely free. Every week, he delivers 2 interviews to those subscribers, one on personal development and one on list building. Besides us, the personal development experts include Dr. John Gray, Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus; T. Harv Eker, Secrets of the Millionaire Mind; Jack Canfield, Chicken Soup for the Soul; Mark Victor Hansen, Chicken Soup for the Soul; Robert G. Allen, Nothing Down, Creating Wealth; Cynthia Kersey, Unstoppable; Brian Tracy, Maximum Achievement; Dennis Waitley, The Psychology of Winning. The marketing experts include Jay Abraham, Sean Casey, Mark Joyner, Nitro Marketing, Joe Vitale, and many others. In his first 3 months after launching listcrusade.com, Tillman had built an email list of over 25,000 and had made over $200,000 in sales. After 9 months, he had topped $800,000 in sales. This only happened because Tillman put his attention on what got him excited, not on what scared him.
Facing fear, the step-by-step approach. If you're not like Tillman and you find that fear immobilizes you, then take small steps toward your goal. Each small step achieved will build your confidence and reduce the fear until you get to the point where you're able to push through the last bit of fear and get on to the result. With each step, put your attention on what you've already accomplished. Some people find affirmations helpful, like, I am capable and successful in achieving my goals. Personally, we find it more useful when you turn the affirmation into a question. What is there about me that could make me successful in achieving my goals? The mind is an amazing machine. Ask it a question, and it will search for an answer. If you ask a question like this and can't come up with an answer, then find a friend who values and appreciates you. Ask them to tell you the answer. We guarantee they will. Don't be surprised if they tell you things you didn't even know about yourself, like you're comfortable to be around, or they feel happier when they spend time with you, or they know they can count on you, or you help them look at things differently. If you don't see the good in you, it's only because you've gotten into the habit of criticizing yourself. Now is the time to change that habit. Remember what we said about it taking 21 days to change a habit? Post these questions where you can see them each day, and every day for at least 21 days, take a few minutes to write down the things you appreciate about yourself. This is so important we have formalized it in our own lives and call it the appreciation game. We'll share all the details in Chapter 7. You will find that by putting your attention on your strengths, how capable you are, the reasons you can accomplish your goals, fear will drop away and the results you desire will begin showing up in your life.
No tension means exactly that. Creating intentions and putting your attention on them is a simple, easy, effortless process. No matter where you are or what you're going through, you are creating your world by where you put your attention. You don't have to try. You do it naturally. It doesn't matter whether you're in the midst of a disaster, whether you're a single mother on welfare, or a billionaire real estate tycoon. Every day, you create your experience of life from what you give your attention to. It's a choice. Yet most people don't choose. They unconsciously choose to allow their attention to go to the things they fear the most. And guess what shows up in their lives? That's right, the things they fear the most. The person caught in the midst of a disaster can choose to focus on the fear of being killed or how he can help those around him who need assistance. The single mother on welfare can choose to focus on the fear she won't have enough food for her babies, or she can focus on the things she can do for her babies. The billionaire real estate tycoon can focus on the fear that his fortune will be wiped out, or he can focus on the good he can do with his wealth. When you become conscious of what you're putting your attention on, it is no more difficult than being unconscious about it. The difference is that now you are aware of what you are creating. If you want to see how powerful you are, look at your life and what you've created, good or otherwise. It is your creation. Here's the good news. If you're not happy with what you've created, you can begin creating consciously now. Your passion list and all the other tools we'll share with you in the coming chapters are there to inspire you, excite you, and remind you of what's truly important to you in your life. They are there to help you put your attention on the things that will bring more joy and fulfillment into your life. If you ever find yourself not wanting to read your passions or review your goals or go over your vision, it means you've been straining on these things, or there is an underlying fear that you can't have or achieve what you have written. When you are truly passionate about something, there is nothing which can keep you from it. You won't have to try to put your attention on it because it draws you irresistibly to it.
I tried everything I could think of to get Janet focused on other projects, but nothing could take her attention off her trip to India. There just wasn't any question about it. From Janet's side, there was no effort involved whatsoever. It was as if this passion drew her inextricably onward of its own volition.
When you write your passions in a way that excites you, when your goals are lofty yet achievable, when your vision is aligned with your heart's deepest purpose, then those things will draw you naturally to them. You will look forward to reading through them. When you feel down, you'll be drawn to reviewing them because they will pick you up again. When your thoughts are aligned with the deepest stirrings in your heart, then intention, attention, and no tension are completely natural and effortless.
Your markers. Dr. Naram knew he was passionate about becoming the most renowned Ayurvedic physician and making Ayurveda known throughout the world. With the help of his teacher, he then identified the markers or signposts which would allow him to know he is really living that passion. From his perspective, these markers were completely outside the realm of the possible when he wrote them down. Yet he just innocently took his teacher's advice and wrote out the things he'd love to create in his life, his intentions. Then he kept those markers in mind, in his attention, while he built his Ayurvedic practice. He didn't strain after them. He simply allowed them to show up in their own perfect timing, no tension, and show up they did. Now we are giving you that same opportunity. Take a blank piece of paper and write one of your passions at the top of the paper. Then write out 3 to 5 markers which will have happened when you are fully living your passion. These are the things which will tell you that your passion is alive and well in your life. Please don't think about how your markers will be achieved. Just write them out. Here's an example. Passion, being a multimillionaire. Markers. I earn at least $1 million per year. I have over $10 million in savings and investments. I travel first class wherever I go. I live in my dream home on the ocean with views of the mountains. I own a brand new Lexus sports car. Or passion, being in the moment and trusting my intuition. Markers. I am fully present with each person I meet and with whom I spend time. I experience every day as perfect, and the days seem to flow effortlessly. I have a clear internal sense about what action is the best for me every moment. Others remark on my confidence and how wonderful it is to be around me. All right, now it's your turn. Create a page for each of your passions and write out your markers for each of them. Keep these pages because in the next chapter you'll be using them again. And remember, things frequently don't turn out the way you think they will. Taking care of her stepmother was definitely not one of Janet's markers for spending time with the enlightened. Little did she guess.
Chapter 6. Allowing the Dream to Come Alive. Every moment is a gift when we stay open to what is appearing now. Janet and Chris Atwood. After hearing that my stepmother needed someone to look after her, I knew this was what I had to do. In a flash, I understood why I had hastily packed 2 large suitcases. Neither my brother John, under a lot of pressure with his work, nor my sister Mickey, in Europe on vacation and not able to be reached, was in a position to look after Margie. I was the only one able to adjust my schedule to stay and care for Margie during her last months. Staying open to what was appearing moment by moment, I put aside my dreams of being with the enlightened and moved in with Margie, who had now become my number one passion. This was one of the most beautiful times I've ever had. The minute I walked into Margie's house, I felt a sense of elation. I was so clear that this opportunity to be with Margie in her last days was such a gift. We had been through so much together. I told her how happy I was that I was the one to take care of her, and her response brought tears to my eyes. "Oh, Janet, thank you. That makes me so happy. I was so afraid I would be a burden." The house was overflowing with love. I was shocked when, after less than a week, Margie's condition deteriorated dramatically. She seemed to be leaving much more quickly than the 5 or 6 months the doctor had said she had left. She had told us many times in recent years she was ready to go. When my dad passed away a few years ago, she lost the most important person in her life. Now she seemed to be rushing on to join him. On the 5th day after I arrived, Margie passed away, quietly and peacefully. Having prepared myself to be in San Diego for many months, I was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. But there was no time to think about what this meant for my own life. While my sister was overseas, my brother John and I dealt with taking care of Margie's body and her estate. From my spiritual studies, I had been told the importance of honoring a deceased family member for a few days after they die. Before Margie passed away, I asked if I could create a special ceremony for her after her passing. I told her I had learned from my spiritual teacher that it takes a number of days for her soul to leave the body. To make sure the transition is smooth for the deceased, the friends and family should pray, meditate, sing spiritual songs, and read spiritual literature in their presence. Margie loved the idea, and she said she would be honored if I did those things for her after she died. When Margie passed away, I immediately called a number of funeral homes to see if they would allow me to keep the body at home for 3 days. After calling at least 15 different homes, I finally connected with a woman who had a completely different outlook from all of the others. When I explained what I wanted to do, this woman said, "How wonderful. Yes, of course you can keep the body. California law does not require you to move the body immediately. I am from Brazil. There we honor the body of the deceased for about a week after a loved one dies." This great woman told me what to do to preserve Margie's body for the few days it would be at home. My niece Tanya and I bathed Margie and dressed her in her favorite clothes. We collected hundreds of flowers from the neighborhood and then placed them all over her from head to toe, with just her beautiful face beaming out from amongst them. My brother and I gathered all of Margie's plants as well as favorite pictures of those she loved and placed them all around her. Then we lit candles and incense and created the most celestial environment for her. During the next day, we meditated and prayed, read spiritual literature, and played Margie her favorite music. John even insisted on watching the golf tournament and turned the volume up so Margie could hear just in case she was listening. Golf, John said, was Margie's favorite sport. It happened on the 2nd day of her passing that one of my friends who had lived in India for many years emailed me that a great saint named Bapuji was in Orange County about 3 hours away, and I had to go meet him for my documentary. She didn't know my stepmother had just passed away. When I let her know what was going on, she gave me the phone number to contact one of Bapuji's devotees. My thought was, maybe he can tell me if there is anything more I should do for Margie. I called and got to talk with Prem Avadut Bapuji through a translator. After talking with this great saint for a few minutes, his devotee told me, "Bapuji wants you to know there is a 99% chance he will come tomorrow to bless your stepmother." I was completely blown away. I excitedly called my brother and said, "You aren't going to believe this one." Telling him the story of how I connected with Bapuji, I asked if he might possibly come the next day to give his blessings to Margie. "Are you kidding? I wouldn't miss it for the world." The next day at the appointed time, a car drove up and a beautiful elderly Indian saint, draped in the white traditional Indian clothing called a dhoti, got out of the car with his arms full of roses. Those who accompanied him carried a huge basket of fruit. My passion to spend time with the enlightened was beginning to be realized in a way I never could possibly have imagined. Bapuji surveyed the room that Margie was in and smiled. I could tell he was pleased with all we had done for her so far. He carefully handed both my brother and me a rose and had us gently place them across Margie's body. When we were done, Bapuji stood in silence next to Margie for a long time. Then he motioned to my brother and me to sit down on the floor, and he proceeded to sit next to us on the couch. He spent the next 2 hours in silence with us, gently stroking our heads and showering both of us with love. When Bapuji was done, he walked to his car and turned to my brother and me and said, "Do you know why I have come?" "No," I said. "It was not because of you." "I didn't think so," I replied. Then Bapuji looked at us with the most compassionate, loving eyes and in a gentle voice said, "I came because when you were telling me about your stepmother, I felt such a deep connection that I felt she might have been my mother in a past life." With that, Bapuji waved goodbye and drove away. My brother and I just stood there in complete amazement with our mouths hanging wide open. This or something better. It was a shock to me when Margie passed. It happened so quickly and unexpectedly. It was an equally big shock when my brother told me a week later Margie had left a significant estate and I would be receiving a large amount of money very soon. Suddenly, all the money I needed for my trip to India was available, a gift from my beloved Margie.
Janet's experience illustrates one of the most important secrets we have to share with you. When you are clear about what your passions are, you can't predict how they will get fulfilled. Okay, we can hear you saying, "That was just a fortunate coincidence. I don't have any rich relatives who are about to die and leave me a bunch of money." This is the point exactly. You can't imagine in advance how your passions will get fulfilled. It never occurred to Janet that Margie might pass away and leave her this money. Margie's death was completely unexpected. Janet couldn't have figured out how she would receive more than enough money to fulfill her passion. What was required of her was to remain open to everything which appeared, without holding on to her own concepts of what she needed. There are many ways the means of fulfilling your passions can show up. Most of us have been taught that when you want to achieve something, you have to make a plan, execute your plan, and then, if you do a good job, you'll enjoy the results. That well may be exactly how it works for you. And it could also be that in spite of your best laid plans, nothing seems to go the way you expected. In these moments, beware the tendency to think there is only one way your dreams can get fulfilled. What is required of you is to stay open. Realize that the good in your life may not appear in the ways you think it will. When things happen which are not what you had planned, expected, or wanted, let go of your own will and open up to God's will. Watch how your life unfolds and accept what appears now. When her stepmother needed her, Janet realized her passion to give love and support to her family was more important in that moment than spending time with the enlightened. Yet as it turned out, the love she showered on Margie was the ground on which an enlightened saint appeared in her life. Before we tell you about Janet's unbelievable adventures in India, which came out of the simple process of writing down what she loves the most, let's create your vision board, your passion pages, and write your 100th birthday speech.
Your vision board. Our friend John Asaraf lives near San Diego, California, in a gorgeous home on 6 mountaintop acres surrounded by 320 fruit-bearing orange trees with incredible panoramic views. He is a millionaire many times over from his business successes. Years ago, when John was living in Indiana, he created a vision board. A board with pictures of all the things he wanted to create in his life, which he had cut out of magazines. One of the pictures on that board was of his dream home. He put his vision board up in his office and kept it there for about a year, as an ongoing reminder of the things he was choosing to create. After that year, he put the vision board away and never looked at it again. About 10 years later, John and his family had moved to the beautiful home he now owns near San Diego. He was cleaning out the attic one day when he ran across a box with his vision boards. He put it aside to toss out as he was going through other things, and his young son said, "Daddy, what's this?" "These are boards I made before you were born of all the things I wanted to have someday." As John pulled out one of the boards to show his son, he was shocked. John looked at the board he was holding and saw the picture he had pasted on it so many years ago was a picture of the very house he and his family were now living in. He had completely forgotten about the board and the specific house he had put on it by the time he went to buy his dream home. Yet somehow his mind drew him to the house he had selected as his perfect home. We tell you this story for two reasons. First and foremost, never underestimate the power of the mind to create the vision you hold. Second, creating a vision board is one of the most fun things you can do to begin creating the life of your dreams. You can get some poster board or do as Chris did and paste your pictures on a large mirror. The advantage of the latter approach is that it's easy to add and change pictures over time. I pasted my pictures in a notebook so I can look at them from time to time and take them with me. Whichever approach you take, get a big pile of magazines on topics related to your passions and start going through them. Or you can search the internet to find the pictures you want. Cut out the pictures of the things you want to be, do, or have and paste them on your vision board. Put the board somewhere you'll see it daily. You have created a simple set of pictures to remind you of what you choose to create in your life. Remember that mantra we taught you? What you put your attention on grows stronger in your life. A vision board is one of the easy ways to keep your attention on the things you really want to grow stronger in your life.
Your passion pages. Was that fun? Just remember, the people who are most successful at living passionate lives are the ones who take the time to do their inner homework. Creating a vision board is the kind of thing that's really fun to do with friends. So if you haven't made your vision board yet, throw a vision party and create your board with a bunch of your best buddies. Let's see. What have we accomplished so far? You have your top 5 passions, your passion cards posted in strategic locations, your markers, your vision board. Why have you been doing all these things? When you are clear, what you want will show up in your life, and only to the extent you are clear. This is what we mean by inner homework. The cool thing is, this kind of homework is fun. Are you beginning to get a clearer idea of what your life might look like when you're living your passions? Let's take it to another level and create your passion pages. In Chapter 4, you created a page for each of your top 5 passions and wrote down markers for each one. Now, on that same page, write a few paragraphs describing what that passion means to you. Close your eyes for a minute. Imagine what life is like for you when you are completely living this passion. What does it feel like? How do your days change when you're living this passion fully? Are there any changes to the way you interact with others? What impact does this passion have on your life? Once you have a clear picture of life when you're living this passion, begin writing. Do this now. When you've written a page on each of your top 5 passions, take a break. When you come back to these sheets in a few minutes or an hour or tomorrow, read them out loud to yourself. Begin by reading your 5 passions. How does that feel? Now read each page you've written on each passion. At the end of each page, stop, close your eyes, and picture your life as you've just written it. How does that feel? Another mantra. My life is created first in my mind, then in the world. Will your life look exactly as you picture it now? Of course not. It will be better. The purpose of writing out these pages is not so you can live in some dream world which has no connection to reality. It is to uplift your vision, inspire you, and move your heart to go places you would not have otherwise been able to go. Your life will always be better than you can imagine it now because you are beginning to consciously create that life. Your future life will be the result of all the evolution and growth you have experienced between now and then. Your life becomes seemingly worse when you are intent on it appearing the way you think it should be. When you insist that the world conform to your concepts of what is best and it doesn't, what happens? You suffer. Everything in your life is structured for your evolution. The laws of nature which govern every aspect of existence, including our daily lives, are designed to support you in experiencing deeper aspects of your own nature. When you fight reality, you will lose, and only always. When you realize that every part of your life is working to bring you closer to knowing your true nature more completely, then life can only get better. When you stay open to how life is appearing at this moment, free of your concepts of how it should be, you create the opportunity for miracles to occur.
Your 100th birthday. Now we're going to pull all the pieces together into one grand vision of your life. Today you have the chance to time travel to your 100th birthday, years from now when you're looking back on your whole life. Imagine it's that day. Your friends and family have come together from all over to be with you. On this day, your spouse or your best friend is going to give a speech honoring you for all you have given and shared with those around you over the long course of your life. And you're going to write that speech now. What is the legacy you want to create in your life? How do you want people to remember you? Your 100th birthday speech will draw on everything you've done up until now, your passions list, your markers, your vision board, and your passion pages to summarize a life well lived. When you write this speech, write it in third person, just as if your best friend or spouse is speaking it out about you, your life, and the influence you've had. This is your chance to let loose and talk about the kind of life you truly choose to create. Imagine yourself at that birthday party. What will your life look like from that vantage point when you have lived the kind of life you will feel great about? Who have you loved and who has loved you? What did you create and what did you teach through your living? Why will people be thankful to have known you?
Your 100th birthday speech will probably be quite a few pages. After all, it describes the contribution of your entire life. Here is a short sample of a few of the things I might say about Janet on her 100th birthday to help you get started. Thank you all for coming to beautiful Marin County, California, to this place which Janet has helped make a model of ideal living, to celebrate a life which has affected people everywhere. It's not surprising that there are over 5,000 people here to celebrate the 100th birthday of this beautiful woman who has touched so many hearts. Many of you have traveled far distances to be here, from the heights of the Himalayas to the mountaintops of Nepal, to the great cities of Europe, South America, Australia, New Zealand, Asia, and Africa. Janet's life has been an inspiration for all of us who are committed to living a passionate, fully enlightened life. Janet has proven through her own example that miracles happen over and over and over again when we commit ourselves fully to living our passions. Her books, her weekly TV show, her films, her magazines, and radio programs have all had one theme: your passions are the clues to your personal destiny. And how appropriate that Janet's life should be dedicated to teaching all of us how to live with passion, when that is what her own life expresses so completely. Passion springs from the heart, and it is the quality of her beautiful, all-encompassing heart which has touched millions and millions and made her TV show the #1 rated show worldwide. That same beautiful, loving heart connected with filmgoers and won her an Academy Award for her groundbreaking documentary, which brought living saints from around the world into the homes of people in every country. Those who know her affectionately call her Janima, because she has truly been a great mother to all of us, showing us how to discern our personal destinies and live a life of real service. Even as she has enjoyed great commercial success, Janet has been an inspiration for her philanthropy. Serving as a role model of a reverse tither, she donates 90% of her income each year to causes which raise the quality of life in the world. Long after she has left her physical body, Janet's influence will be felt through the work of her foundations and the billions of dollars they distribute each year to improve lives through healthcare programs, organic agriculture programs, education programs, financial self-sufficiency programs, community planning programs, scientific research programs, programs for the arts, and programs for uplifting human consciousness.
This is a brief example of a 100th birthday speech. Remember, you are unique. Your passions are leading you to express your unique gifts. You are you, so your speech will not sound like mine or Chris's or anyone else's. It is uniquely yours. Not everyone's passions will lead to a speech which has such lofty ideals as mine, and some could sound more like this. What a delight it is to be here with all those who have been touched by John. John's life has been a life of love. He loves his family. He loves the ocean. He loves nature. He loves just to meet people at the docks and hang out with them. He can meet anyone and really see who they are. Before they know it, they'll be sharing their life story. John has that unique ability to make everyone feel like they are special and that their life was worth living. His huge heart flows in all directions. During some of this past century's great disasters, John went into the midst of the devastation, handing out $20 bills. He saw that with all the assistance the survivors received, none of it provided the relief of having a few dollars in their pockets. John is loyal beyond words. Time and time again, he has extended himself to help his beautiful wife Anne, his kids, his sisters, and the friends who fill up his life. John has always followed his heart. He found a way to merge his love of the ocean with his need for a place to live and for having a source of income. For years, he has lived on his boats. His skill in finding old, battered boats with lots of potential has allowed him to create great deals for his customers while still making a great living himself from fixing up the boats he loves so much. It's so appropriate that John should be surrounded by the family, friends, and loved ones to whom he has given so much.
Your 100th birthday speech is your chance to express the reason you were put on this earth, to describe how you have, are, and will give your gifts to the world. Write it down and see how it makes you feel. Do it now. All of the exercises in this book have one purpose in mind, to create clarity about what you would like your life to be. These tools are not for the purpose of helping you live in a dream world out of touch with reality. While it appears you are writing about the future, you are not. You are writing down your thoughts, dreams, and vision as they exist in this snapshot of time. When your 100th birthday comes, we guarantee your life will look differently than you have written it today. What you write is not about the future, because there is no way you can know what the future will be. Your writing today is about your thoughts and feelings now. This process will draw to you more joy, more abundance, more success, more peace, more delight, more of whatever it is you desire. And the specifics of what that looks like when the future becomes today are part of the mystery of life. That's why at the end of each of the things we write or draw, we always put this or something better. As she took the Passion Test in 2003, Janet really couldn't have imagined what better meant when she had the thought to spend time with the enlightened. Boy, was she in for a surprise.
Chapter 7. The World is As You Are. He who has a why to live for can bear almost any how. Friedrich Nietzsche. With the finances taken care of for my trip to India, it was just a matter of organizing the details. I reconnected with Julianne, who bought all the video equipment we would need. Then I contacted friends I knew could tell me who are the most enlightened teachers in India and Nepal. Using my natural talent for connecting, I got permission to interview a number of these teachers. When I arrived in India, one of my first stops was a small village in the western part of the country, the home of Prem Avadut Bapuji, the saint who had visited to pay respects to my stepmother. Bapuji invited us to be his personal guest in his home in a remote village outside of Ahmedabad called Lynch. Aside from him, there were 16 family members total. Sons, wives, children, and family friends all lived happily in Bapuji's home. It was a beautiful home, simple but very clean and orderly. Bapuji gave Julianne and me 2 rooms on the top floor, one to sleep in and the other to meditate in. My first lesson was not far away. Our first morning at Bapuji's house, while Julianne was sleeping, I woke up at 4:30 a.m. and decided to meditate. I took a candle into the meditation room, put it on what appeared to be a tabletop, and began my meditation. After some time, I heard Julianne waking, so I went in to say good morning. As we were sitting on the bed laughing at how normal we felt in this strange environment with these Indians who couldn't speak very much English, we both started to smell smoke. I looked around, and through the door to the meditation room, I saw flames enveloping the room. "Oh my God," I said, "the room is on fire." My head swirling, I went into action mode. I was always great in emergencies. I immediately remembered that the upstairs bathroom had 2 buckets of water, as there was no running water anywhere upstairs. Terrified of burning down Bapuji's house and everyone in it, I screamed at Julian, "We have to get the buckets now!" We ran to the bathroom, grabbed the 2 buckets of water, and poured them all over the burning objects in the meditation room as the fire was quickly starting to envelop one wall. My one and only thought was, no way am I going to burn down Bapuji's house. I ran into our bedroom and grabbed my pillow. With Julianne yelling at me to get out of the burning room or I would die, furiously I fought back the flames, hitting them ferociously with my pillow, hoping for a miracle to occur. As I was being overtaken by smoke, Julianne, fearing for my life and the lives of everyone in the house, ran out of the room screaming at the top of her lungs, "Fire! Fire!" Not knowing what the word fire meant, Bapuji's sons took a while to understand. As soon as everyone in the house realized what she was screaming about, buckets started arriving from everywhere. In no time, the fire was miraculously put out. Even before the fire was out, Julianne and I were surrounded by the wives and children and Bapuji, making sure that we were okay. In all the chaos, I was acutely aware there was absolutely no concern from anyone for the house, the burned room, or whatever belongings had been destroyed. After making sure Julianne and I had not been hurt, the family members took a quick survey of the damage. 1 wall and 8 very large overstuffed suitcases of the family's belongings were destroyed. I was devastated. Once Bapuji and the others made sure a second, third, and fourth time that Julianne and I were okay, a huge roar of laughter filled the house. We just stood there dumbstruck. Julianne and I had no idea what they were laughing about. Bapuji walked up to us and said, "Please don't feel bad. This was a blessing," and walked away smiling. All the other family members smiled in agreement as Julianne and I stood there with our mouths open. Tears streaming down my face, I looked at Julianne and said, "Who are these people?" In my humble state, all I could feel was blessed to witness what real love in action looked like. I had almost burned down Bapuji's family home in which they had lived forever, and the only comments from them were, "Are you okay?" And quickly following, "It was a blessing."
How can it possibly be a blessing for your belongings to go up in smoke? Bapuji and his family understood that for the new to be created, the old must be destroyed. Because life is constantly evolving, hanging on to the old may prevent the new from coming in. Bapuji and his family also view all acts of creation and destruction as acts of God, for they believe God is good and God is everything. With this, there can be no thought of being a victim, for they know that all of God's acts are blessings. This is the same idea which is conveyed in the Bible. Give thanks in all circumstances, for this is God's will for you. 1 Thessalonians 5:18. On this note, Janet's adventures in India and Nepal began. In a little while, we'll share why Janet came home saying this was the best experience of my life. But first, we want to give you some tools you'll find helpful on the path to your passionate life. In coaching thousands of people on the Passion Test, the one thing we can be sure we'll find when someone is having a hard time believing they could really fulfill their passions is a good old case of low self-esteem. Have you ever noticed when someone is feeling badly about themselves, no matter how much you tell them how beautiful they are, how great they are, and how much you love them, they just can't hear it? What follows low esteem everywhere is the belief, I am not worthy, and therefore I can't possibly fulfill my dreams. Earlier, we promised we'd share the secrets we've learned for taking care of the how part of fulfilling your passions once you're clear on the what. You may remember that Janet began thinking of a number of ways to get herself to India. Yet looking back, we can see that the how appeared in ways she could never have figured out on her own. We believe the how of living your passions is the result of being aligned with the flow of natural law. with your higher self. In this chapter, we will share a powerful tool and some fundamental principles we found essential for connecting with your higher self, that part of you which is capable of achieving all of your dreams and allowing you to give all of your gifts fully.
The appreciation game. For years, I suffered from low self-esteem. I could go into all of the reasons why, but in the spirit of being proactive, I'd rather share with you one of the tools my friend, Marie Diamond, suggested to me many years ago that truly helped transform the way I saw myself. Chris and I call it the appreciation game. Every day I would review what I had done that day and somehow find something I appreciated about myself. It didn't matter if it seemed like a small thing. The exercise was to find something I could appreciate about myself, no matter what. At first, this exercise wasn't so easy. I soon started to see how there was a payoff for me every time I allowed myself to feel like a victim. It was interesting what showed up as I looked at why I wasn't appreciating myself and instead chose to feel like I wasn't worthy or capable or lovable. I discovered the payoff, and there is always a payoff, of being victimized was that I, 1, got people's attention, 2, got their sympathy, 3, got to give up, 4, got to not feel worthy, 5, and the list goes on and on and on. Pretty scary stuff, wouldn't you agree? Finally, after many starts and stops playing the appreciation game, I finally kicked my low self-esteem addiction and chose instead to put my attention not only on my passions, but also on my achievements. In my seminars, to illustrate the importance of this point, I share the story Mark Victor Hansen and Bob Allen told me about a study done on 2 bowling teams. Bowling Team A bowled a game and received a video edited to show only the things they did wrong. The bowlers were told to study the video to improve their game. Bowling Team B bowled a game and received a video edited to show only the bowlers' best performances. They were told to study the video to improve their game. Both teams bowled again. What were the results? Both teams improved, but improvements in the team which focused on their best performances were far greater. Got the point? Put your attention on what you do right, on your wins, on the things you do well. You will find your improvement is faster and much greater than trying to fix your mistakes. Sidebar. Now about this word mistake. How about looking at that word once again? Mistake. Are you having an aha moment yet? Mistake, as in take 1, take 2, take 3, and so on. That's right, it's just one take. You get another chance to do it again. How far out is that? I bet you always thought you were doing it wrong when all along there was just another way which might serve you and all concerned better. Now that is good. Okay, back to the appreciation game. You can play this game on your own or with a partner. It's really fun to play with a partner who truly loves and appreciates you. On your own, sit for a few minutes at the end of the day or first thing in the morning. Make a list of at least 10 things you appreciate about yourself, what you've done that day or wins that showed up in your life that day. Don't repeat any of the things which were on your list the previous days. Do this every day for a week and see how you're feeling about yourself. You'll get the greatest benefit when you write out your lists. Not only does writing down your appreciation game allow you to actually see all the great things you have done and been, the greatness of you will go in more deeply, and your mind will begin to reverse the self-talk which prevents you from realizing your dreams. If you're playing the appreciation game with a partner, prepare to have some fun. Take turns. You find one thing you appreciate about the other and let them know. Then the other person takes their turn to find something they love about you. Do this 10 times. Now do another round, except this time, each person says one thing they appreciate about themselves, and you can't repeat anything which has already been said. Notice how you feel after playing the appreciation game about yourself and about your partner.
The 7 keys to living life aligned with passion. The ability to live life in accord with higher principles is one of the things which distinguishes humans from other animals. We have discovered there are certain key principles which are essential to living a passionate life. We share them with you here. 1. Commitment. Until you are committed, nothing will happen for you. There is nothing more important to creating your passionate life than your unshakable commitment to choosing in favor of your passions. Every day you will be asked to put other things ahead of the things you love most. Keep your passions where you can see them and learn to say no lovingly. Here's one line you can practice. I so appreciate your asking, and I'm not able to do that now. Be sure to use and rather than but. And connects you with the other person, while but separates. Vary the words to make them appropriate. Just remember to first appreciate, love, understand, and value the other person, then state what you need. Lastly, keep in mind point number 4, stay open. What's most important may shift temporarily in the light of urgent circumstances. When Janet found out Margie might not have long to live, her love for her stepmother took precedence over spending time with the enlightened. So be committed and be prepared to be flexible. 2. Clarity. When you are clear, what you want will show up in your life, and only to the extent you are clear. Have you heard that somewhere before? Fuzzy desires give fuzzy results. Use the tools in this book plus any others you find and enjoy to get absolutely clear about what you choose to create in your life. Then realize gaining clarity is not a one-time experience. It's an ongoing process. Take the passion test at least every 6 months and review your markers and passion pages at least once a year. 3. Attention. What you put your attention on grows stronger in your life. We told you we were going to keep repeating these until they're embedded in your DNA. Pay attention every day, every moment to what you are putting your attention on. You will attract all the people, places, and things you need to create those things to which you give attention. As you shift your focus to all the good which is flowing into your life, watch how your life is transformed. 4. Stay open. Your greatest good may not be what you think it is. When you are open to whatever is appearing now, even if it's different than the way you think it should be, you release your individual will and open to God's will for you. This is the path to living your highest purpose in life. This is also the secret to overcoming any obstacle which may arise in your life. When disaster strikes and you are open, you are able to take advantage of the opportunities which inevitably present themselves. By staying open, Janet was not only able to enjoy some of the sweetest moments of her life with Margie, she was also able to meet and welcome Bapuji into her home. During times when others are insisting you are going in the wrong direction, remember the words from Robert Frost's famous poem, The Road Not Taken. I shall be telling this with a sigh, somewhere ages and ages hence. 2 roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. 5. Integrity. Be as true to yourself as you are to others, and as true to others as you are to yourself. The biggest challenge most of us face is to meet our responsibilities to others while pursuing our passions at the same time. When you make commitments to others, make sure those commitments are aligned with your passions. Once you make commitments, keep them. If something else comes up, talk to the other person and ask their permission to renegotiate your commitment. If they aren't willing or able to make the necessary change, then keep your commitment as you originally made it, even if it is uncomfortable. Do this a few times and you will become more careful about the commitments you make, and treat yourself with the same respect. When you make a commitment to yourself, treat it in the same way you would treat your commitment to another. That includes being willing to renegotiate your commitment when new circumstances arise. Janet would not have been true to herself if she had ignored Margie's need and just said, "Sorry, I'm committed to spending time with the enlightened, so I can't help." In that moment, being with and caring for Margie meant much more to her than spending time with the enlightened. Be true to yourself, and when in doubt, practice principle number 7, follow your heart. 6. Persistence. Many begin the journey. Those who finish it are the ones who achieve success and fulfillment in life. In his classic book, Think and Grow Rich, Napoleon Hill tells the story of the man who bought property with the intention of mining gold. He discovered what appeared to be a massive vein. He went out and purchased the machinery to mine the gold, but before he made any significant profits, the vein dried up. He dug and dug, then finally he gave up and sold the property and machinery for a few $100s to a junk dealer. That dealer consulted an expert who showed him the previous owner had failed because he didn't understand the nature of fault lines. The expert told the new owner he would find the vein again, not far beyond where the digging had previously stopped. The new owner followed this expert advice and, sure enough, found millions of dollars in gold just 3 feet beyond where the previous owner had stopped digging. When you're living life truly aligned with your passions, persistence is not hard. You will find you can't stop, even if you want to. Your deepest passions will drive you in spite of yourself. 7. Follow your heart. When all else fails, listen to your heart. Passion emerges from the heart, not from the mind. When you feel confused or lost, or don't know which direction to head, then just start walking and pay attention to what your heart tells you. Do what you love, follow your heart's direction, and the path to fulfillment in life will naturally unfold before you.
It was the best experience of my life.
How was your trip? I asked.
It was absolutely the best and most amazing experience of my entire life.
What happened? A perplexed expression came over her face.
I must be flippin' crazy.
In spite of all her trials, Janet's trip to India was the best experience of her life. What made it the best? There was a passion which burned inside her every moment of the day. It didn't matter what was happening on the surface level of life. Sickness, falling off mountains, traveling alone, nothing could shake the love she felt for what she was doing. This is one of those secrets you want to take special note of. When you are aligned with your deepest, most important passions, the ups and downs of daily life won't be able to throw you off track. Here's what it was like in Janet's own words.
There is no way to adequately convey the profound experiences and life-transforming events which took place on this trip. But I want you to have a sense of the miracles which are possible when you give yourself over fully to your passions. So let me give you a taste of this remarkable adventure. After the fire at Bapuji's house, Julianne and I headed for Nepal, where my mind would again be blown. Every step of the journey was magical. First, a friend told us about a 107-year-old woman saint. We went to visit her as she was saying her daily prayers. She paid no attention to us, even after we entered her room, until she had finished her daily ritual. Then she turned and sang to us of beauty, love, and devotion to God. Sitting in this simple hut with this old woman, I felt more comfortable, more at ease, more honored and more privileged than if I had been in the wealthiest palace with the greatest king on earth. From there I trekked to the top of mountaintops to visit saints with my guide and camera equipment. I found myself in a hospital room with an Agori master. Agori is a tradition which seeks liberation by embracing all things, including things most people in the world consider bad or impure. Everywhere I went, I was met with love. You are not your body. Here's a tiny sampling of what these experiences were like. I had met the Agori master a year before. He was a master of Dr. Pankaj Naram. Pankaj had told me story after story of the amazing mastery of this man. How he had Pankaj pick out 3 monkeys from hundreds which were running around. Then he repeated a specific mantra, and those very same 3 monkeys came and sat in front of him on the ground. Pankaj explained that the Agori was the master of specific sounds which create precise effects in the world, yet the Agori turned away any who came to learn such things from him. He said that pursuit of powers was a waste of life. Let man seek realization of the self, and then whatever powers he may want will be his, was his advice. Pankaj had taken me to visit his Agori master and explained sadly the Agori had acquired ear cancer at the moment he cured a devotee of this terrible disease. I asked Pankaj why this had happened, and he said he'd asked the same question of Agori. "It's my karma and my time to pass from this world," was his simple reply. Now, as I returned to Nepal, I visited Agori in the hospital and was completely melted by the love which met me. I had visited his home, and Pankaj had shown me how the Agori felt such compassion for all creatures. He not only fed hundreds of dogs, cows, and other animals, he even put food out for the cockroaches. Now that's some serious love. As I left Agori for the last time in the hospital, I asked him, "Agoriji," Ji is a term of respect in India, "is there anything more which I need to know?" "You are not your body," he replied. As I traveled throughout India in the following months, I thought of this many times as my body was racked with vomiting, diarrhea, and intense headaches. Thank goodness I am not my body. On a deeper level, I understood that Agori was telling me the reality of my life transcends the physical form of my body. When I let go of the identification with the body, then I open myself to the unbounded awareness of pure self. This is the domain of bliss, of real fulfillment in life. Passion leads to fulfillment by helping us to become more intimately connected with our deepest nature. That's why we say your passions are the clues to your personal destiny. Ultimately, your destiny is the spontaneous expression of your pure self expressed through your individual life. Staying open. The path of passion takes some interesting twists and turns. It was about to take a big turn for me. As it came time to leave Nepal, Julianne came to me and said, "Janet, I can't go. I'm sorry." "What?" I screeched. "I can't go. I need to stay in Nepal and find what my passion is." Shocked would not even begin to describe my state. Julianne was my producer, the expert who knew how to run the camera, work the microphones, and manage the filming. Yet, on some deep level, I knew this had to be a blessing. Everything always was. With just a few hours to go before I had to catch my plane to Delhi, Julianne quickly gave me a crash course in the use of the equipment she had bought for me. Chris and I wrote a book about staying open in the midst of change called From Sad to Glad. Now I had the chance to practice. So we said a prayer together and I got on the plane. As I traveled from place to place, I was told of one great master after another. Ecstasy. My passion to spend time with the enlightened was fulfilled more fully than I could ever have imagined. A few of these experiences stand out. In Delhi, I heard of a great saint named Hans Baba. He was known for the fact that when he sang, his devotees would enter a trance-like state and have remarkable inner experiences. I traveled from Vrindavan to Delhi and then back to Vrindavan to be with Hans Baba for about a week. No one knows where Hans Baba will be at any moment. He goes where the mood strikes him. So I had to ask around until I found out his current location and then traveled there. One day, when I was with Hans Baba, one of his disciples told me today was a holy day and Hans Baba would be feeding and clothing many sadhus, holy men, from all over India. "You should come to the celebration, Janet. There is nothing like it," he said. Within no time, over 2,000 Indian sadhus and orange and white dhotis filled Hans Baba's ashram. One by one they were given food, an envelope that contained Indian rupees, and a woolen shawl, all a gift from Hans Baba. After the celebration was over, Hans Baba returned to the main hall and again started his melodious trance-like singing. As he kept up his intonations one after another, devotees began to rise and dance, apparently in a state of rapture. Later I asked one of the devotees why people are attracted to Hans Baba, and she replied with one word: ecstasy. Ecstasy works for me. Love knows no bounds. I headed south with my friend Martin to the ashram of a great saint who has become known throughout the world as the Hugging Saint, Mata Amritananda Mayi, affectionately known as Amma or Ammaji. She got her nickname because she gives hugs to all who come to see her. She's been known to go 24 hours or more giving her love through hugs to thousands of people at a time. We arrived at Amma's ashram and were immediately led upstairs to greet this amazing woman. Amma's presence is quite remarkable. Her impact is felt in the world through the huge donations her non-profit organizations have received, which are now being used to provide hospitals, orphanages, and all manner of charitable service. After the tsunami which hit southern India and Sri Lanka in 2004, Amma pledged over $23 million in financial aid to build new housing for those displaced and another $1 million to support aid efforts for the victims of the Katrina hurricane in the United States. In her ashram, Amma is surrounded by thousands of devotees as she rules this place with love, firmness, and discipline. Being in her presence is like being in the presence of the divine. There are no words to describe it. During my visit, I had the rare opportunity to film Amma as she fed 2 of her pet elephants. She laughed and played, putting cookies in her mouth as the elephants took them gently from her with their huge trunks. Ammaji's love seems to have no bounds, and there is nothing which is too lowly for her. At various times, she will lead the way in cleanup duties or doing the menial labor required to maintain the ashram. She is a living example of humility in action, the personification of love. I'm told it is very unusual these days to have personal time with Amma. I felt incredibly fortunate to be able to spend a week at the ashram and observe this great saint in action. Treat the guest as God. I went on to Mysore, and after spending a week at the Indus Valley Ayurvedic Center, one of the most sublime, comfortable, luxurious Ayurvedic resorts you can imagine, I spent another week with a saint who is about as far opposite Hans Baba as one can imagine. Swami Krishnamurti is staying here in my house with me in Mill Valley, California, for 2 months as I write these words. I first met him at his 150-acre organic mango farm about 2 hours outside Bangalore. Swamiji is a fountainhead of knowledge. Ask him one question and you will receive a complete description of that aspect of life. It seems there is nothing he does not understand in depth. I sat mesmerized for hours as he described to me the nature of fulfillment, the experience of being, the meaning of contact with Source, the purpose of life, and the ephemeral nature of the things we in the West call our lives. After his discourses, Swamiji took me out to greet his cows, tour the mango orchards, pick some grapes, and enjoy the beauty of the land in which he lives. In India, there is an ancient tradition which says one should treat a guest as God. In Swamiji's home, I really discovered what that means. His family couldn't be more attentive or more giving of their love. There was no need I had which wouldn't be fulfilled, and no comfort within their ability to provide which they wouldn't offer. It was truly a remarkable experience. Striking the bullseye. After filming wonderful hours of Swamiji's expositions, I took a flight to Rishikesh in the Himalayas. I stopped in to visit my old friend, His Holiness Swami Chidananda Saraswati, affectionately known as Puja Swamiji. Puja Swamiji has millions of followers throughout Asia, and his good works are unending. Every evening, thousands gather at his ashram on the banks of the Ganges, overseen by a huge statue of Lord Shiva, for chanting and Vedic ceremonies. I headed up to Uttarkashi, high in the mountains of the Himalayas, known as the Valley of the Saints. This is a place where many are drawn who have chosen to retire from the world for spiritual pursuits. While sitting in a hotel in this tiny town, I had this feeling of being in the presence of another master. Looking around, I saw 3 Indian men in a corner. I approached them and asked, "Are one of you by chance a guru?" Of course, you can only ask such a thing in the rarefied air of the high mountains of the Himalayas, but in this environment it seemed quite natural. One of the men looked very irritated with me, one seemed indifferent, and the third replied, "Madam, you have just struck the bullseye. This is Pilot Baba," indicating the indifferent man, "renowned throughout India." Later I would discover that Pilot Baba is indeed renowned throughout India and has been filmed as he was submerged in a tank of water for 5 continuous days. I asked if I could interview him. Pilot Baba smiled and said, "Of course, if it will help the world, why not?" As I spent the next few days in the presence of Pilot Baba, he invited me to go with him and some of his devotees to Gomukh, the source of the holy river Ganges, which emerges from a glacier high in the Himalayas. When the good is disguised. Having no clue what I was getting myself into, I immediately said yes. The day we were to begin the long hike, Pilot Baba decided he would not take the trek and asked if I would like to stay in Gangotri with him and a few others. But having heard about the journey to Gomukh, nothing could make me turn back at this point, not even more time with the wonderful Pilot Baba. "It can be a very rough trip," he warned. "Are you sure you are up for it?" he asked, concerned. "Absolutely," I said. "I do yoga." It made no difference to me that it was a 7-hour trek through the high mountains. I paid no attention to the fact I only had very thin cotton Punjabis to wear, an Indian dress with cotton pants and a long dress-like top. The possibility of visiting this very famous pilgrimage spot was too irresistible. I borrowed a cotton jacket, bought myself a wool cap, a very thin pair of white tennis shoes and socks, joined a group of Pilot Baba's devotees from Japan, and off we went. Now 7 hours of walking is a pretty good outing for me under the best of circumstances. But this wasn't just 7 hours of walking. This was uphill in super high altitude and half the time clambering over rocks and huge boulders. When we left Gangotri, the sun was shining with not a cloud in sight. A piece of cake, I thought. Pilot Baba's Japanese contingencies snickered as I walked past them in my cotton Punjabis and clean white tennis shoes. I'll show them what this Hollywood girl is made of. About 2 hours into this hike, it started snowing and I was beginning to shiver. It was okay as long as we kept moving, but when we stopped to rest, I started shaking all over. My head started to ache and my stomach was in misery. Worst of all, I was becoming totally emotional and started to cry as I was walking. Almost to Gomukh, we stopped at a government camp to rest overnight. Word of my condition spread to other pilgrims at the camp. Not long after, I collapsed on a canvas cot in one of the tents. A doctor from Ahmedabad miraculously showed up. He informed me I had altitude sickness. It was nothing to worry about, and I just needed to take the pills he left with me. A little while later, a homeopathic doctor arrived who also left me with some remedies. Then an Indian sadhu, renunciate, came to my tent, gave me a tulsi leaf, and told me to slowly chew on it for its medicinal properties. A kind woman dropped in who gave me a pair of her brand new blue jeans so I would be warmer. Someone else brought me a warm pair of mittens and socks, and before long I was well bundled up. It was the most remarkable experience to be thousands of miles from home and be so well taken care of. This is another valuable lesson. When you follow the path of your passions, you will find support coming from places you could never have imagined. Your job is to do the best you can with what you have and be open to all the good that comes to you from those unexpected places. Be alert. Sometimes the good coming to you may be disguised as something apparently uncomfortable or undesirable, like my altitude sickness. When this happens, stay open to see where the good is coming within the discomfort. In spite of all my extra layers, that night it got so cold I insisted my friend Tapash, who was traveling with me, a lifelong celibate and meditation teacher from Rishikesh, get in my sleeping bag, not for any conjugal pleasures, but solely for warmth. I didn't give him a lot of choice as I told him, Taposh, if you don't get in my sleeping bag, I will freeze to death. Get in now. I can't imagine I would have survived that night otherwise. The next morning, the sun was shining, and I felt like a new woman. Don't you even think that? As we trekked the final hours to the source of the Ganges, I was in awe. Tall mountain peaks pierced the sky above, ruling this world with their inherent majesty. Being in this remarkable setting felt like being in another world. The conveniences of modern life are non-existent, and the stark beauty of the surroundings is breathtaking. Arriving at Gomukh, I joined other pilgrims who came to this place to dip themselves in the frigid waters of the torrent called the Ganges as it emerged from under a giant glacier. Taposh, who had mastered the art of breath control, sat in that water for almost 5 minutes before I made him get out. For me, it was all I could do to wet myself with this holy yet absolutely freezing water. My predominant memory of this time is deep-felt emotions which rose to the surface. The profound spiritual quality of this place brought tears to my eyes. I wish I could find words to describe it, as it was one of those indescribable moments. To know what I'm talking about, I think you'll just have to come with me next time. Bet you're looking forward to that. As I climbed over rocks to get a better shot of the emerging Ganges, all of a sudden my foot slipped and down I fell, tumbling over the boulders only to stop within a foot of the raging waters of the Ganges. Had my fall not been broken at that point, you wouldn't be reading this story right now. It was definitely one of those near-death moments. With reticence, I left this mountain cathedral and back at the tent camp found a donkey to carry me the rest of the way home. I fed my donkey some of the treats I had with me. Then, as I walked around to his other side, he gave me a belting kick. Down on the ground I went. Fortunately, no serious damage was done. Beauty beyond description. I returned to Uttarkashi and stayed for a few days at a gorgeous little guest house to recover. I can't begin to describe how sublime this time was. I spent my days by the side of the Ganges, surrounded by mammoth mountains covered with trees under a clear blue sky. Spending time in deep meditation, I understood why the holy men chose the Himalayas to realize the divine. Here it was so effortless. While I was hiking around the Himalayas, I heard of a revered saint from England who lived in a small hut by the banks of the river. Just hearing about her purity and love, I knew I had to find her. Nanny Ma has spent over 30 years in India. During her time in the Himalayas, she spent many months at Gomukh, where I had just been, dipping herself in the freezing waters of the Ganges 3 times a day as a spiritual purification. After much coaxing, she finally allowed me to interview her. Now, I wasn't sure how this would work, as Nanny Ma is not a particularly attractive woman. She was in an auto accident as a child, and one eye is half an inch above the other. She hasn't had any dental work for years, so her teeth appear to be in dire need of attention, and she has hardly any hair. However, once she began to speak, I started to understand what real beauty is. This remarkable woman spoke with such depth of understanding, and her beautiful heart overflowed so completely that Nanny Ma transformed into a beautiful goddess right before my eyes. With tears streaming down my face, I could hardly hold the camera. Never had I seen someone so completely transformed. "Nanny Ma," I said, crying, "thank you so much. You have truly shown me what real beauty is." Once again, I understood why spending time with the enlightened is such a passion for me. This woman is like none I have ever met. She has such a profound understanding of life. Her words were so simple, yet so illuminating, and she is a living embodiment of love. Very few people know Nanny Ma is present in the world, and yet I have no doubt her silent inward quality of life has as profound an effect on some level as the great boundless activity of saints like Amaji or Puja Swamiji. Miracles come in many forms. I traveled back to Rishikesh and went to visit my dear friend, a beautiful woman saint, Devi Vanamali. She and Nanny Ma share the same deep inner beauty. Vanamali welcomed me into her home. I sat for hours transfixed by her profound insights and wisdom. One morning before I was leaving, she told me there was a remarkable healer in Kerala named Sri Sunil Das, whom I absolutely had to go see. This man had been diagnosed with terminal cancer about 5 years before and had been cured of the disease by Sai Baba, another revered teacher with millions of followers in southern India. With Sunil Das's cure came the ability to cure others, and he had been using this special gift ever since. Vanamali told me that Sunilji feeds over 5,000 local villagers every day, treats more than 35 leper families daily, and leaders from throughout India come to his simple home for healing. Now, under other circumstances, I would have been thrilled, but I had already been in India for over 3 months, and Kerala was in the far south of India, a long trip from Vanamali's home in the Himalayas near Rishikesh. I put the thought aside and went back to Rishikesh to prepare to return to Delhi the following day. While I was eating breakfast, Devi Vanamali's cousin Mohan came to say goodbye to me. "I have a message from Sri Sunil Das," Mohan said excitedly. "Sri Sunil who?" I asked. "Sri Sunil Das, the healer that Vanamali told you about yesterday." "Oh," I said. Unimpressed, I kept chewing my toast and looking out the restaurant window at the beautiful Ganges River below. "He gave me a message for you," Mohan said. "Uh-huh," as I buttered my 6th piece of toast. "He said to tell you that you have great blessings from 3 Himalayan masters." He finally got my attention. "Maharishi, Yogananda, and Babaji," Mohan exclaimed. Upon hearing those 3 names, I immediately dropped my toast in my lap. "Who?" I asked in disbelief. "Maharishi, Yogananda, and Babaji," Mohan repeated, smiling. My heart felt like it had stopped beating. Maharishi Mahesh Yogi is my master with whom I have studied for over 36 years. Yogananda was the first master I had ever known, and Babaji had lived in my heart ever since I read about him in Yogananda's autobiography of a yogi. "Can we call Sunil Das?" I asked. "Of course," Mohan said as he grabbed my cell phone, dialed the number, and handed me the phone. "Hello? Kodi Kodi Pranam," a voice said. "You come?" When I heard that voice, I knew there just wasn't an option, so I said yes, I would come. A few days later, I arrived at Sunilji's home near Coimbatore in Kerala and was welcomed with open arms. This man in his early 40s struck me with his down-to-earth, playful fun, and apparently normal personality. Yet his humility, innocence, and the profound effect on everyone who meets him are undeniable. I watched as every day thousands of villagers from throughout that area came and were fed from Sunilji's kitchen. I filmed the faces and deformed bodies of lepers who had suffered from this dread disease for years, in some cases for more than 40 years, and who now smiled and laughed. I sat day after day as people from throughout India came to Sunilji with one ailment or another and received his prayers, his blessings, and the healing which he insists comes from God. I heard story after story of the miraculous which seems to follow Sunilji wherever he goes, and I witnessed many, many cases when he manifested sacred ash and gave it to those who visit him to treat their diseases. From statuettes to pearls, to pendants to bells, Sunilji was constantly materializing gifts out of thin air. I can't imagine that these feats were concocted after having watched them so many times, and yet these are not the things which make Sunilji special. That comes from his deep devotion to God. Every moment of his day is committed to service in the name of God. Every healing his visitors experience, he credits to God. He takes no money for himself. All donations go to the charitable trust established to support his work, which is run by the former President of India. Sunilji showed me what a life of service truly looks like, and it is an amazing thing to witness. After I had stayed in his home for some time, I learned that my friend, Jack Canfield, was coming to Bombay. I immediately had the thought, what can I do to make Jack's visit to India extra special? I made some arrangements and then flew to Bombay to meet Jack when he arrived. I met him at his hotel and discovered Jack's bags had never arrived from the U.S., so we spent our first few hours together in one of my favorite activities, shopping. It turned out Pooja Swamiji and Sadhvi Bhagwati Saraswati from Rishikesh were in Bombay at that time, as were my friends Catherine Oxenberg, the well-known actress and princess of Yugoslavia, and her actor husband Casper Van Dien from Starship Troopers, Sleepy Hollow, The Mega Code, Tarzan, and others. I made arrangements with Pankaj and Smita Naram for all of us to have dinner together the night before Jack's seminar. Was that an amazing evening? Imagine having dinner with two saints, one of the best-selling authors in the world, two world-famous Ayurvedic physicians, and two famous movie actors. It was definitely one of those memorable moments. I spent the next few days with Catherine and Casper in their suite at one of Bombay's finest hotels. During those days, it happened that Sunilji was also in Bombay, asked to come by one of his famous devotees. I took Sunilji to the airport as he was leaving Bombay and got a call from a dear Indian friend who is very well respected in that city, sitting on the boards of more than 25 educational institutions. I had introduced her to Sri Sunil Das the day before. One of her oldest and dearest friends was in the hospital and appeared to be dying. She was deeply distressed and asked if Sunilji could come. "Oh, Maya, I'm so sorry. Sunil Das just got a call from the royal family in Kerala, and they need him to come right now. I'm so sorry," I told her. As I hung up the phone, Sunil Das said, "Janet, go." "Huh?" I stammered. "You go," he said. "Sunilji, what can I do? I'm not a healer," I said. With those words, Sunil Das immediately manifested from thin air the gray ash known as vibhuti, or healing ash. Handing the ash to me, Sunil Das said, "You must go immediately. Do not stop. Go immediately." He then instructed me to put the sacred ash into the dying woman's mouth. With that, off I went. Although I was sorely tempted to stop along the way at some of the great shops I had planned to be visiting that day, Sunilji clearly told me to go immediately, so on I went. When I walked into the room, I was surprised to find a young girl sitting on the bed of the dying woman with her head on the woman's stomach. The girl immediately looked up at me and said, "Oh, Janet, I'm so glad you are here. My mother is dying." These words came from Primla, another of my dear Indian friends. As it turned out, it was Primla's mother who was dying, a fact I didn't know until that moment. I took Primla's hand and began singing the Mrityunjaya mantra, a special chant I had been taught for those who are sick or dying or in need of protection. Within a few minutes of my arrival, Primla's mother took 3 deep breaths and passed away. Aware of a beautiful light that was flooding the room, I said to my friend, who was now sobbing uncontrollably, "Primla, can you feel how happy your mother is?" With those words, Primla stopped crying. "Can you feel how light it is in the room, Primla?" I asked. "I can," she said, as her eyes grew wide with wonder. "I can," she said again, and started smiling and laughing all at the same time. Later, Primla told me my coming to the hospital had been a true lifesaver for her. After my arrival and taking the sacred ash from Sunilji, she felt her mother had been truly blessed. The deep grief she had been feeling lifted, and she felt a great relief. This is one of several experiences which caused my respect for Sunilji to deepen to a profound level. Somehow he had known it was urgent that I go immediately to the hospital, and as a result, a profound effect occurred. When your passions start coming to you. I have been back from India for several months now. After spending several months traveling throughout India and Nepal, meeting the most remarkable individuals I have ever encountered, my passion to spend time with the enlightened continues to be fulfilled over and over again. Since returning home, my saintly friends have been coming to me. A few weeks after my return, Hari Prasad Swamiji, a master whose birthday I'd attended along with 80,000 other people, came to my home to visit. A few days later, 5 of his female renunciates called Benus came and stayed for several days, filling my house with laughter and love. Then not long after, my dear Bapuji came for a couple of days, and the profound Swami Krishnamurti, at whose home I had been treated with such kindness, is now here for 2 months. My life has become a series of miracles. In my upcoming book, The Saints Speak Out, I'll share all the details of this remarkable trip, but hopefully you have a taste of why I called this the best experience of my life. Trekking to the source of the Ganges, discovering that fire can be a blessing, witnessing the effects of Sunilji's apparently miraculous healings, listening to Swami Krishnamurti's profound discourses, these experiences were amazing. Then experiencing the divine love in the presence of Amaji, Bapuji, Hans Baba, Hari Prasad Swamiji, Nani Ma, Devi Vanamali, and all of the other saints I was blessed to meet completely blew me away. Add to that all the other remarkable events of this incredible journey. This is what made my trip to India the most transforming experience of my life, and those experiences weren't the whole of it. It was also the best and most amazing experience because I learned what is truly possible when you allow yourself to give in fully to going for what you love. I learned that money will show up when and as it is needed. I learned how important it is to let go of one's own concept of how one's passions will get fulfilled and stay open to how life is appearing. I learned that the obstacles and challenges along the way simply don't matter when you feel the fire of passion inside. With that fire, nothing can stop you. Perhaps most importantly, I learned once again that God is good and God is everything. When I am willing to let go of my will and open to God's will, meaning the way life is unfolding, then life becomes an incredible adventure and consistently fulfilling.
The power of passion. Passion has the power to transform your life. When you discover your deepest passions, you connect with the essence of who you are. When you live life aligned with your passions, your personal destiny unfolds naturally and effortlessly. When that happens, life becomes an expanding field of joy, happiness, and fulfillment, along with all the same inconveniences, challenges, obstacles, and discomforts everyone experiences. The difference is, on the path of passion, those things just don't have much significance. In the previous pages, we've given you tools to create greater and greater clarity about your passions and the things which are most meaningful to you. Have we told you enough times how important clarity is to create the life of your dreams? Now that you have the tools, we are going to share with you the experiences, wisdom, and sage advice of those masters of transformation in the West who have been extraordinarily successful at living passionate lives. Benjamin Franklin had this to say about gaining wisdom. There are 2 ways to acquire wisdom. You can either buy it or borrow it. By buying it, you pay full price in terms of time and cost to learn the lessons you need to learn. By borrowing it, you go to those men and women who have already paid the price to learn the lessons and get their wisdom from them. When you borrow the wisdom of those who have already paid the price, you can shortcut the path to fulfilling your own destiny. In the second half of this book, we will introduce you to some of the most remarkable people in the Western world, so you can borrow their wisdom for living a passionate life. This is just a sampling of the amazing interviews from the Passion series, the cover story interviews we conduct monthly for Healthy, Wealthy, and Wise. You are invited to be part of the live teleaudience for these incredible calls as our guest. All you need to do to register is go to www.healthywealthy, the letter N as in Nancy, wise.com/interview. If you were inspired by Janet's stories of her meetings with some of the saints of India and Nepal, then you may also want to join us for our Dialogues with the Masters calls. Once a month, we connect with one of these enlightened individuals by teleconference and ask them questions submitted in advance by the participants. When you register for the Passion Series, you will receive an invitation to register for the Dialogues calls as well. There's no charge to listen to the live calls for either the Dialogues with the Masters or the Passion Series.
Part 2. The Passions of Real-Life Legends. You are only as powerful as your mentors. Mark Victor Hansen and Robert G. Allen.
Successful people have mentors, teachers who have helped them find the shortest route to their goals, overcome obstacles along the way, and stay inspired and motivated on the path. Every month we interview people at the top of their fields about what it took for them to get aligned with their passions. These interviews are phenomenal. There's nothing like hearing people who are so clearly successful and living passionate lives. To learn how to get aligned with your passions, the most valuable thing you can do is listen to people who already are. Our interviews have included people like Stephen R. Covey, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People; David Lynch, award-winning director of The Elephant Man, Blue Velvet, Mulholland Drive, and Twin Peaks; Jim Rohn, multimillionaire mentor; T. Harv Eker, Secrets of the Millionaire Mind; and Neale Donald Walsch, Conversations with God. With permission of Healthy, Wealthy, and Wise magazine, we have included edited versions of 6 of these interviews here so you can learn from some of the most accomplished people in the world. The full recorded interviews along with transcripts are available to members of the magazine's Real Life Legends Club at www.healthywwealthynancy.com/RLL Club.
Chapter 8. Richard Paul Evans. Failure is not an option. When Richard Paul Evans wrote the #1 New York Times bestseller, The Christmas Box, he never intended on becoming an internationally known author. Officially, he was an advertising executive, an award-winning clay animator for the American and Japanese markets, a candidate for state legislature, and most importantly, a husband and father. His quiet story of parental love and the true meaning of Christmas made history when a self-published book became simultaneously the #1 hardcover and paperback book in the nation. Since then, more than 8 million copies of The Christmas Box have been printed. During the spring of 1997, Richard's Christmas Box Foundation started the idea for the Christmas Box House, a shelter for abused and neglected children. An acclaimed speaker, Richard has shared the podium with such notable personalities as President George W. Bush, President George and Barbara Bush, former British Prime Minister John Majors, Ron Howard, Elizabeth Dole, Deepak Chopra, Steve Allen, Bob Hope, and more. He's been featured on the Today Show and Entertainment Tonight, as well as in Time, Newsweek, People, The New York Times, Washington Post, Good Housekeeping, USA Today, TV Guide, Reader's Digest, and Family Circle, and on the cover of Healthy, Wealthy, and Wise. His latest book is called 5 Lessons a Millionaire Taught Me. Richard, in this series, we're particularly interested in examining how following one's passions, the things you love the most, contribute to a person's success. Will you tell everyone how the things you loved the most led to your writing The Christmas Box?
When I first wrote The Christmas Box, I felt this tremendous love for my children, and it was something brand new in a way. I didn't necessarily want to have children, and when I made that decision, I didn't know how it would affect my life. It opened up so many doors and changed my life in so many ways that when I wrote The Christmas Box, I wanted to somehow capture that. I wanted to share with people the joy that comes from the service of raising children.
I was reading something saying you had written it as an expression of love for your 2 daughters.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. It wasn't a book that was to be published or to spread around the world. I wanted to capture that feeling so that someday, when they held their own child in their arms, they could then think of and understand how I felt about them as a father. Initially, my whole idea was to make 2 copies of the book.
So you never had an idea you would publish this book?
No. Outside of making a little copy to put under the Christmas tree, that was it.
So what happened?
When I finished the book, I was so moved by the experience, I wanted to share it with people. So I gave a copy to my wife, Carrie, and she too was moved by it. I started to share it with family and friends and decided rather than doing 2 copies, I was going to do 20 copies. We were going to do them as Christmas presents, so that's what we did. I went out, made 20 copies, and handed them out as Christmas presents, and that's where it all started.
Now, I heard that from those 20 copies being spread around, bookstores started calling you. Is that true?
Exactly. I was receiving phone calls almost every single day from people reading the book. About 6 weeks after I gave those books out as Christmas presents, I received a phone call from a local bookstore. The clerk just said, "Hello, Mr. Evans, did you write a Christmas story?" I said, "Yes." She said, "Oh, good, where can we order it?" "You can't order it, the book's never been published." She said, "Well, I've had 10 orders for that book this week."
Oh my gosh, that is a miracle. That's what I call supportive nature. When you're so aligned with what you're supposed to be doing that nature just takes over and opens all the doors.
Exactly. I've always maintained this book had its own life and its own mission, and I felt more dragged along with it. I would give the book enough to do what it needed to do to get to the next level, and then it would take off.
This leads me to my next question because many of our readers are aspiring authors themselves. Would you share some of the secrets which allowed your book to become a #1 New York Times bestseller?
Absolutely. The first thing to remember that's most important about the book is that it was the book. I remember when someone said, "It's the economy, stupid," and it's like, "It's the book, stupid." The book was special. Even though I've become a more savvy marketer, I have not been able to duplicate the success of the Christmas box since. None of my books, even though they've all been New York Times bestsellers, have sold at that level. When I started, the first thing I realized was that because I was passionate about it, I actually had an advantage in being self-published. When you work with a large publisher, it's a business. They're good at what they do, but they're going to put out more than 100 different books. So they throw a book out there. If it doesn't work right off, then they'll probably drop it. As a self-published book, I cared a lot about it. I was willing to go to bat for the book. This was after I saw the book was indeed powerful. I had the belief of destiny with the book. I had a belief that if people just read it, then they would change, and that's what I found. I remember the first time I met Jack Canfield and Mark Victor Hansen. I was at my very first book show. Chicken Soup for the Soul was just taking off, and I know Jack still talks about this in his seminars today. He remembers the first time he saw me. I'm standing next to a mountain of books. My idea was, I'm going to go there, give away 5,000 copies of my book because I believe that if 5,000 people read my book, they will take it out and spread it, and it would become a #1 bestseller. The first thing was to get the book into people's hands and let them read it. I started to practice what I call guerrilla marketing. I know there's now a book about that, but I was calling it that before the book. It's like, okay, if I can't win the big war against the big publishers, how can I win? Well, I can be, if not a big fish, at least a medium-sized fish in a small pond. I can win in the little markets. I would go to little cities no one cared about and get on the radio. They were looking for something to talk about. I could tell them about my book, and I began to learn what people were connecting with in the book. I learned why they liked the book and what affected them and why they wanted to share it. As I learned those things, I got to the point where I would go on these radio interviews and my distributor could actually track me around the country because every time I would go on a radio interview, they would get 4 or 5 calls from bookstores in that city looking for the book. I learned how to talk about my book. I don't know if you studied the life of Ronald Reagan at all, but in the early days he signed a contract with, I believe it was General Motors. He hated to speak, and he wasn't very good at it. People would walk out on him. What happened was, because he did so much of it, he decided, I'm going to get good at this. He started to work very hard at getting good at it, and he came to be known throughout history as the great communicator. My first interviews for the Christmas box weren't very good. They weren't interviews on radio. I was talking to people at book signings. People would come up and say, "What is this?" At first, if I'd tell people, they'd walk away. They weren't that interested. Then one day, I came across something that made them say, "Oh, that sounds interesting. I'll buy the book." I was learning, and so I would find another thing. What I learned near the end was more than half the time if someone talked to me, they would buy the book. So I learned what sold the book. I learned how to speak about it, and I was able to talk from a level of passion. If I didn't care about the book, it never would have happened, but they saw that passion coming through me and they wanted to share that, so they would buy the book. Then after they would buy the book, they would read it and they'd come back to buy more because they wanted to share the message. So the growth of the book was exponential, but it really was a sense of guerrilla marketing. I started in little cities, I got it out wherever I could, and what was interesting was that the book was a bestseller in grassroots America before it hit the New York Times. In fact, it was growing so quickly that all of a sudden this book without a publisher shows up at number 2. From nowhere to number 2 in the New York Times. It stunned everyone. At that point, my whole world exploded. I was getting calls and movie offers from Spielberg's company to the top publishing houses in the world.
Richard, one of the things I'm hearing listening to you is you were so passionate about the book you went out and started doing things even though you didn't necessarily know what to do or what to say in the beginning.
I knew nothing. I knew nothing about the industry. In fact, I think anytime you're following your passion, you're going to be tested. Not to confuse things with your passion test, Janet, but there are things that test how much we really care about something. I was at the Mountains and Plains Book Show in Colorado. I didn't have a lot of money. I took all the money I had and put it towards marketing. I went to this book show, and I'm there, handing out copies of my book, meeting bookstore owners. What we found at the show was that no one was coming through the main area where the booths were. Here I had spent a sizable portion of my very meager budget to be at the show, and I was frustrated. So finally I went up and asked someone who was walking through, "Where is everyone? There are thousands of people here. How come there's no one in the hall?" He said, "Well, because they're out with the authors." I walked out, and sure enough, what had happened, the publishers would bring in some of the top authors in America, and they would give away free books. So these bookstore owners would stand in line and walk through these lines, get all these books for free, autographed. Then they'd go, get back in line, and wait for the next slug of authors to come through. So I'm sitting out there watching this happen and watching my dreams vanish because I'm a nobody. No one cares I'm at the show. No one knows who I am, and here are famous authors. So I'm sitting there watching. All of a sudden I had this thought. I looked up at the table and there was an empty seat. I thought, what is stopping me, besides security and the people at the show, from just walking up there and sitting with the authors? I looked at it, and I'm shy. I thought, there's no way. I turned around and started to walk away. I had brought my books with me because I thought maybe I could go hand them in the line, and I started to walk away, and it just hit me. How much do you care about this book? That was one of those gut-honest moments when it's like, well, I care a lot. Then, if you don't do it, who will? I bit my tongue, and I turned around, and I'm doing it. I can't believe I'm doing this, and I walked up around the back. I came through the curtain and sat down between 2 best-selling authors. I sat down at this table absolutely terrified. The worst thing that could happen then, one of the organizers, of course, immediately spotted me. The woman walks over to me, and right when she gets to me, I looked up and I said, "Sorry I'm late." The woman was stunned. She looked at me for a moment, blinked, and she said, "May I get you some water?" I said, "Sure." I sat there and finished out this whole long line of people coming through, sitting next to best-selling authors, signing my books, and accomplished what I needed to accomplish. The next year, I came back as the #1 best-selling author in the country. I was the featured author at the entire show. People were in line to see me.
Was the woman who gave you the water?
She was there. She's been there every year. I walked up and said, "Do you remember me, perchance?" She smiled and said, "Yes, I do. Good for you." I said, "Thank you for not throwing me out." She said, "Honestly, I was going to. That's my job. I was walking over to tell you to leave. When you looked up and I saw the earnestness in your eyes, I thought, what is it going to hurt? Now here is someone chasing his dream, as crazy as he may be. It's not going to hurt anyone to let him sit here and give away his book." So she got me water instead of throwing me out. Look how it came back to bless us both. That to me was one of those gut check moments when I asked, did I really have passion? When people say, "You're so lucky," it's like, no, you have no idea. I was willing to fight for this book. I was willing to do uncomfortable things. I was willing to take chances. I was willing to risk everything for this book. When you have that kind of passion, fate just favors the bold. All of a sudden, things will just start. You will struggle and you'll fight, but you will win.
This was your passion, and I hear you were shy and put yourself out there. Were there any other obstacles that you experienced along the way, and how did you overcome them?
Well, this is important to understand, and if you remember nothing else from our discussion here, remember this. We do not succeed in spite of our obstacles and challenges. We succeed precisely because of them. I want to repeat that. We do not succeed in spite of our obstacles and challenges. We succeed precisely because of them. I had a discussion with the woman who edited the Christmas box. She said, "I've watched you over the last 3 years, and it's amazing. Everything you did seemed to hit an obstacle and failed." She said, "I don't know how this happened. It's like your book was built on failure." I said it was. It was turned down by every publisher I took it to. It was turned down by the distributors. When I got into the national market, I was turned down by all the TV people. It's like everything went wrong over and over and over. It's what had to happen, because when it finally got to that level where it could take off, the story wasn't, "What is the Christmas box about?" The press did not care about that. What the Today Show and what Time Magazine, Newsweek, the New York Times, and the Wall Street Journal were talking about was this guy who was rejected from every publisher he went to. He had no publisher, he had no experience, and he beat the publishing world. That's what became the media story. That's what fueled it into the hyper-selling levels it hit. The failures and obstacles I went through were precisely what I needed. They gave me the ability to succeed. I hit obstacles every day. I felt like every time I did something, it failed. It seemed like it was a constant humiliation. When it hit the level of success, I just thought, this is amazing. What an amazing lesson about life.
I am so thankful to you for sharing this story. What I got from it was, number one, you had to have the love. You had to have the passion so you could completely go to bat and full tilt boogie. Believe in the destiny of it and have the belief in the people that they'd read it. You went out, bought the 5,000 books, and handed them out. Then I heard you say that from doing all the radio shows in all these little cities, you started to hear what they needed and what they wanted to know. Tell me about Christmas Box Houses International. How did the houses come about, and what are your plans for them?
The Christmas Box House is probably what I would call my latest passion. It's a thing that keeps me up at night thinking about it, and the size of it to me is daunting. After the Christmas box took off, my wife Carrie and I were concerned about how the money might affect our family, that having a lot of money might negatively affect our children, which would be horrible irony since the book was written for our children. So we decided we would teach our children how to use the money to make a better world. We decided, not knowing anything about child advocacy, that we would find out what abused children needed most, how we could help them. We just started asking questions. We ended up at the University of Utah Graduate School of Social Work. We asked the dean, what's the most important thing we can do for these kids? We focused everything on the one question, what is the most important thing we can do to help these abused children? His answer was, I don't know. Well, if you don't know, who knows? He said, well, let's invite everyone who knows anything about it and let's hold a conference. We got together in the conference and we learned 3 things. First of all, these people didn't like each other and they were competing for the same funds, so they saw each other as competition. Second, they didn't communicate with each other because of that. And third, they all agreed on what needed to happen. That's where the concept of the Christmas Box House was born. We created this facility. It's very large. The first facility was $2.7 million. We learned a lot from it. We made every mistake possible. It grew from there. We got smarter with all of our mistakes. By the time we built our last facility, we built it for less than half the cost. It's just as effective, and we have housed more than 15,000 abused children since we opened. We are now moving into other countries, and we are getting calls from all around the world from people to help establish Christmas box houses in their area. My greatest passion right now, tied in with this concept, is that I have this dream of creating an army of child advocates, an army 50,000 strong. I believe we can create an army with 50,000 people who care about children, want to stop abuse, and help those children in need. So we did a test and started what we called the Christmas Box Club, and we did the first one in Salt Lake City. It grew too fast, so we had to abandon the project because it was growing so fast we weren't ready for it. That was 2 years ago. We studied it, we plotted better, and we just started them again and again. Now they're growing very quickly. We are about to open our third club, and eventually we expect to have hundreds of clubs around America with tens of thousands of members who are going to help these children in their community.
You know, in the passion test, I say we don't have to know how our passions are going to get fulfilled. We just have to get absolutely clear on what they are and be totally committed to their fulfillment. I think you believe that. Is that true?
I'm very clear on what I want. I want an army of 50,000 people, and I've had a vision of it already. I know the day will come when I will come out on stage, look out over this huge auditorium, and see child advocates from around the world. We are going to be one, and we're going to change the world.
Even though you have the passion, the love, the commitment, with all these obstacles, even now, would you say that fear shows up, even with all you've gone through?
Always. Yes, it can, it does, but you have to realize fear is the opposite of faith. Fear is something you recognize for what it is, and it can be empowering, but you don't let it linger. You can't have fear and faith at the same time in your mind because faith is simply a state of mind. Fear can help you recognize reality, and that's a service, and that's a good thing. But then when you're ready to move, then you don't take counsel from fear, you let it go. It's like, okay, I'm going to overcome that. I believe I can do this.
Right. There are no mistakes. There are no failures. I mean, those greatest lessons are the ones that build in us that invincibility, that inner strength. There's nothing lost, only everything gained. Thank you for that.
I was in a meeting once for the Christmas Box House when everything had gone wrong. We were more than $1.5 million in debt. I had totally tapped out any money I could get. I mortgaged everything I owned. I mean, financially, it put me in jeopardy. My dad, who was one of 4 of us working on this project, said to me, "Rick, it's over. The ship's going down. It's time to jump ship." I said, "No, Dad. If this ship goes down, I go down with the ship. I believe in this, and I go down with it." I walked out, and it was confirmed to me I was not to give up. I did not have that choice to give up. I went out, had T-shirts made, then came back and gave them to the staff. They said, "Failure is not an option." I said, "You wear that until you believe it. Failure is not an option here." I look back, and now we have more than $1 million a year come in. Just come in. People die and give us their entire wills, and we have more money than it takes to run our organization, which is an amazing thing. Now it's fun, but it's not as great as it was during those hard times. That is when the real tests were passed.
Richard, if some of our listeners and readers want to participate in Christmas Box House projects and become some of your advocates, how do they go about doing that?
Contact me at my personal email, which is author@richardpaulevans.com.
What's the single most important idea you'd like to leave our readers with that you haven't discussed with all of us yet?
I think we discussed all of the things that were important. It comes back to me over and over, the idea of adversity. It is the difficult experiences, and your readers have difficult experiences in their lives, that give us a chance to shape and to grow. Whatever you want to accomplish, to have a sense of destiny is the starting point. I had a complete sense of destiny with the Christmas box. If you have that sense of destiny, it will lead you where you need to go. That is the underlying tone of everything we've talked about. Without it, if you don't believe there's a destiny or a divinity to our lives, then it's all a crapshoot anyway.
I am with you 100%, and I love that you left all of us with that thought. To the extent you're in alignment with what I call God's will for you, you can't possibly have a desire, a passion that's not totally in alignment with what God's will is for you.
Absolutely.
To learn more about Richard Paul Evans and his Christmas Box Houses, go to www.richardpaulevans.com and www.thechristmasboxhouse.org. What were the key lessons from this interview about living your passion? 1. Unexpected support begins to show up when you're so aligned with what you're supposed to be doing. Doors open in ways you couldn't have predicted. 2. Sometimes there's an advantage of doing it yourself when you're passionate about it. For example, Richard's self-published book was more successful than if it had gone through a major publisher. 3. When you're passionate, you may not be good at what you're doing in the beginning, but if you have to do it to follow your passions, then experience will make you good at it. 4. Passions can be contagious. When people hear your passion, they want to be part of it. 5. Anytime you're following your passions, you're going to be tested. Things will show up to test how much you care about something. 6. When you're passionate, you will be willing to fight for your passions, to do uncomfortable things, to take chances, to risk everything. 7. We do not succeed in spite of our obstacles and challenges. We succeed precisely because of them. 8. Success comes from making mistakes and learning from them. 9. Fear is the opposite of faith. You can't have fear and faith at the same time. When you're ready to move, you let go of the fear. 10. When you're passionate, failure is not an option. 11. When you have a sense of destiny, it will lead you where you need to go. Chapter 9. J. Abraham. It's about everyone else. Talking about J. Abraham, Michael Bosch, one of the founding officers of Federal Express, says, "I've met only 2 marketing geniuses in my life. The first was Vince Fagan, the man who came up with, when it absolutely, positively has to be there overnight, FedEx. The second is J. Abraham. Jay teaches you more workable, tangible, profitable techniques and strategies than you can probably apply in 3 lifetimes. But what he teaches you about mindset is his true gift of wealth." Jay's clients credit him with adding billions of dollars in revenues to their income statements. To accomplish this feat, he's worked with over 10,000 small and medium-sized businesses. It's no surprise that Forbes magazine listed him as one of the 5 top executive coaches in the world, saying Jay's specialty is turning corporate underperformers into marketing and sales whizzes. Jay has been acknowledged as a unique and distinctive authority in the field of business performance enhancement and the maximizing and multiplying of business assets. He's been featured twice in Investor's Business Daily, which described Jay as someone who knows how to maximize results with minimum effort. In addition, Jay has been written up in USA Today, the New York Times, the Los Angeles Times, the Washington Post, the San Francisco Chronicle, the OTC Stock Journal, National Underwriter, Entrepreneur, Success, Inc. magazine, and many others. He's spawned an entire generation of marketing consultants and experts who credit him as their primary mentor as a result of his past protege and consultant training programs. Nearly 2,000 websites reference his successful work on the internet alone. Just a few weeks ago, you went through the passion test, so would you begin by sharing with our readers what you identified as your top passion?
I'd be happy to, Janet. First of all, I think the test is very provocative and very revealing, and it's unlike anything anyone has ever exposed me to. You challenged me in a very revealing way. The number 1 passion in my life is daily having an extraordinarily fluid relationship with my wife and children in all aspects of our lives together. That is the number 1 triple most important area in my life.
That is so great. Have you found your passions are changing as you grow older?
Yes, they are. I'm sure your readers represent a broad spectrum of ages, socioeconomic representations, and goals. But for those of you who haven't achieved all your goals yet, irrespective of your age, one of the most wonderful realities is the material goals, when and if you achieve them, are not by themselves going to transform your life. It's certainly nice to have enough economic security to be able to live where you want and eat what you want and have some of the trappings you want. But once you get the stuff you want, you realize there's a lot more to life than just things, status, and stature. I've been fortunate, or unfortunate, however you look at it. I've done a lot, Janet. I've had a lot. I've experienced a lot. And I really subordinated factors in my life that, as I've gotten older, as my health has become more of a concern to me, as I've watched children grow and loved ones die and seen the ones most important to me not be as close as I would have liked, I've slowed down and recalibrated what's relevant. It's relevant to me at a different level than it might be to somebody else.
So you've achieved the financial success and fame you've wanted in the past, yes?
I have achieved a nice degree of it. We always aspire for more, but yes, I'm very happy. I've made a lot of money, and I've become known around the world by millions and millions of people, and I don't know if most people could ask for more than that.
What are the other top passions you wrote down? The first one was having an extraordinary, fluid relationship with your wife and children. What's number 2?
Having balance in my life. Same thing. I used to be a workaholic and monstrously committed. I had a tremendous capacity to accomplish work. I'd work 18 hours a day, 7 days a week, and have meetings at 2 in the morning. Now, though, if my wife calls and says, "Let's go to lunch," unless I have a very, very important meeting, I'll stop and do that, because in the scope of forever, that's more important. I want balance, economic, intellectual, spiritual, physical, sexual, all kinds of balance stimulation at a level that's very healthy.
Let me ask you, because this whole conversation is about passion, is being passionate about what you're doing important to you?
It's everything to me. I think if you can't be passionate about something or someone, you shouldn't even have that in your life because you're stealing the experience from them and from you. Why do anything half invested? Why do anything and accept half of the outcome, half the result, half of the payoff? There is a great payoff from being passionate. Passionate is probably the most selfish thing you can be because you get so much more out of it.
What role has passion played in your success in life?
I will tell you the role it's played in the positive and in the negative. In the positive, my passion for wanting to see a business owner be so much more than they are, my passion for knowing how much more was possible from the day, from the investment, from the opportunity, from an advertisement, from a competitive environment. My passion for having a vision for somebody that was greater than they even had for themselves because I knew what they could do. My passion for having enough faith in a client or a business that I knew how much more they could contribute to their community and their marketplace and their prospective client was what drove billions and billions of dollars to be created because I believed in them and ultimately they believed more deeply in themselves. In my personal life, I haven't been as passionate. I put too much of my time in my business and I've lost relationships. I can say it goes both ways. Lack of passion costs you dearly, and sometimes you don't know the cost because it's a compound bill that when it comes due is very painful. I think passion needs to be balanced and passion needs to be universal. If you can't be passionate, if you can't really fall in love with what you're doing, who you're doing it for or with, and the result of it, shame on you. Do it full out. That's my opinion.
What can our readers learn from your experience?
If I were you, each and every one of you reading this, I would try this passion test. Tomorrow morning, start looking at the people you interact with in your life. If you have a wife or a husband or a significant other, if you have children, family members that you normally are frustrated with, tired of, not appreciative of, don't get what you think you want from, feel choked or claustrophobic about, start looking at what's great about them. Find something that's really neat about them. Find the one thing about them that's really cool, really interesting, really impressive, really amazing, really wonderful, really remarkable, and keep doing that every day. Think about the thing about them that you love among everything else. Think about what is the most impressive thing. Think about their greatest attribute, whether you admire it or not, whether it's their work ethic or their discipline or their joy of living or whatever it is, and start appreciating and understanding them. It's your job in life to observe, examine, appreciate, understand, and respect how many different ways everyone else sees the same thing you're going through. Maybe you don't agree 100%, but if you appreciate it, if you respect it, if you examine it, if you observe it objectively and without prejudgment, it just makes life so much more dimensional, fascinating, fun, educational, and informative.
How can our listeners enjoy great success at the same time as that?
The key of all life is value. Value is not what you get, it's what you give. It's figuring out what's most important to other people, not just to you. Now, how do I think I'm going to have an extraordinary, fluid relationship with my wife and children? Do you think it will work if I yell, "Hey, you guys, I want to be connected"? Do you think that's going to do it? Or am I going to have a higher probability of success by first figuring out what's important to them, what they like, what they enjoy, what rings their bell, what rocks their boat, what brings them happiness, and trying to connect with them on that level first and foremost? I always made a fortune when I put the businesses I was serving and my clients' needs ahead of mine. I always had a great relationship, a great romance, great sex, whatever you want, when I put my spouse's needs, interests, and goals ahead of mine. I mean, it's real simple. It's very elegant in its purity. Think about what's important to them, whoever they are, whether it's business, whether it's your employer. Most people don't understand that. If you work for somebody else, figure out what problems they're struggling with. Figure out what's going to make them more secure, what's going to make them more successful. With somebody above you, figure out what's going to get them a raise, what's going to get them a promotion, what's going to get them acknowledgement, and that will get you what you want. It's pretty simple, really, but we're so consumed about us. The real fast-track path to getting everything, anything, and more than everything you want is putting others ahead of what you want and focusing on their needs, their wants, their desires, and fulfilling them.
Is it fair to say that one of your passions has been to figure out what others want?
Yes. It's not manipulative. It's great joy. I am lucky. I don't have everything I want, but I have more than most people have. I have exotic cars. I've got a huge home. I've got a beach house. I've traveled around the world 20 times. I've got people always offering me free first-class tickets. I have a lot of stuff, don't you think?
Yes, absolutely. More than almost anyone I know.
You know, I'm more interested in figuring out what turns other people on than me. It's greatly fulfilling, and it's much more fun to help them grow, develop, gain fulfillment and enrichment. I get more out of it, frankly. I don't believe there is such a thing as altruism. I think we get back massively from everything we do.
Can you remember a time when you weren't living your passion and how that impacted your life? What showed up for you? How was your success?
My business almost collapsed, my marriage almost collapsed, and my health almost collapsed. Oh, and I lost most of my money. Other than that, it was okay.
Then how did you get back on track?
Well, I hit rock bottom emotionally. I went and looked around my life, figuratively speaking, and thought, wow, I have a chance to influence a ton of people in my business. Wow, I have this lovely, beautiful, loving, dimensional wife. Wow, I've got these gorgeous kids. Wow, I have these really wonderful and dimensional friends. Wow, I live in this wonderful part of the world where I can be free. Wow, when I think, my brain functions. When I've got an itch, my fingers all work and I can scratch my nose. I'm a pretty lucky fellow.
Why do you think most people give up on their dreams? What is your advice to those who have?
3 things. People give up on their dreams because they don't have a clear path to follow. Everyone reading this probably has some level of interest or hobby. It may be tennis, it may be gardening, it may be sailing, it may be you name it. The odds are exceedingly high, and in fact almost certainly probable, that the first time you each tried it, you weren't masterful at it. You had to keep refining it and improving it. In fact, it might have even been laughable. It might have been a joke. I can remember, whether it be my business acumen, my athletic capability, just about everything I was a joke at. And if I'd stopped there and not gotten back on the horse and recommitted to it, I probably would have never enjoyed all the joy and the wonderment. Most people set high, lofty aspirations for themselves. They don't understand that little steps of progress are profound. Let me give you a first-hand experience which may help. I used to be very frustrated when I did seminars. I would bring someone to a seminar who was at, let's say, base level 0. I would stretch them to as high as my arm could reach in the course of 3 or 5 days. Then they'd go back and they'd drop down to maybe just 10% of where they were, and I'd be heartbroken. One time I was talking to a colleague of mine who was a psychologist, and he said, "Jay, you're focusing on the wrong stat. You're looking at how high you got them and how far they fell, instead of looking at where they started and how high they got after that." I think we all set for ourselves such a lofty and probably unrealistic timeline and achievement objective that when we don't achieve it instantly, we get heartbroken, we get frustrated, we get embittered, we feel impotent mentally or capability-wise. I think when we don't get the response, the result, the feedback we're looking for, we recoil back to the sanctity and certainty of our mundane, mediocre, unfulfilled life, and we resign ourselves to that being our fatalistic destiny instead of saying, I executed wrong, let's try it again. I've got to adjust and recalibrate. Even an airplane flying across country, if you left it to its own devices, would go off track. There's no one and nothing I've ever seen be great or be monstrously successful the first time at bat. But most people want to be Casey at the bat. When they strike out, they basically want to take their ball and go home. And it's tragic, really, because so many people could enjoy such a richer, happier, and more successful life. A greater body, a greater marriage, a greater sexual life, and greater self-esteem. Instead, they drop out the first time it doesn't feel good, or the first time it doesn't look good, or the first time they don't get the feedback they want, or the first time they feel awkward. That's what I think. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Jay, I keep thinking of this question. If you imagine that our readers are your biggest client and they've hired you to make their life the most successful it can be, what questions would you ask them to ask themselves to realize their dream?
The first is, I want to know why they have that dream. Sometimes I'll see somebody who's got the desire to have the fastest growing business in the world. I'll say, why do you have that desire? They'll say, I don't know. Then I'll ask, is it because you need acknowledgement? Because you have a weak ego? Because you have low self-esteem? Or because you want that business to create great wealth or great income? They probably hadn't thought about it. If they did answer the former, I'll say, well, what would get you that acknowledgement easier, faster, with less effort? Let's examine the options and the opportunities and the alternatives. Most people don't have a clue about how many easier, faster, safer, more enjoyable ways there are to get to their goal, because they don't know what their goal really is and they don't know why they have it. A lot of people want to have a big company only because they want to make $1 million. If I can show you easier, faster, safer, less stressful ways to make the $1 million with 10 people instead of 110, maybe it's not what you want, but you should get clear on why you want something. What is it you want? Why do you want it? What alternatives can give you the same thing or better, easier, faster, safer, and more enjoyably? That's the first thing I would ask. That goes to career also. Next is, what are you willing to give to the marketplace in order to get it? Because there is compensation for everything. You don't get unless you give. Most people don't realize it. You want to be massively successful. What are you going to give to the world? What are you going to give to your employer? What are you going to give to your wife, to your husband, to your children in order to get it? That's a really profound and very provocative question. Does that make sense?
It does. You have a reputation, Jay, of helping people create phenomenal results. We all know that. Yet the advice you're giving doesn't sound like hard, practical results or even steps. So how do you get from all of this attitude stuff to results?
Well, when you get into the business building dynamic, it's surprisingly simple. There are a couple of realizations that if you'll make them, everything else will fall in line. Here's something that's tangible and specific. There are 3 ways, and only 3 ways, to grow any business and really any career. In the business, you add more buyers, more clients. You get them to spend more money or buy more things, and you get them to come back more often or get more utilization or utility or repurchase value out of them. In your job, you get more admirers or more devotees or more fans or more influence or more points of influence. You get people to turn to you to do more things that they're dependent on. That will always produce greater income. In making money, most people have only one approach that they depend on, and it's very limited and very linear. I try to build multiple pillars of income for people, multiple streams of income. In the business arena, for example, most people have one revenue or income-generating or buyer-generating process. I have most people get 8 or 9, and they radically multiply their success. There is a concept called the strategy of preeminence that I teach. It takes about 2 hours, but I will give you the 90-second version. First, you establish yourself and your relationship with everybody as their most trusted advisor. As their advisor, your job is to give them the best reason, most heartfelt external perspective on what's best for them. You have a you attitude. You meaning them, not yourself. Always focus on them. Number 2, you try to put into words the gnawing feelings, the desires, the frustrations they feel that are never verbalized. Number 3, you tell them the truth as you see it. Number 4, you never let them do things that are not in their best interest. Number 5, you tell them what you see life to be in your own words. And you don't hold back even if they won't like you for it, because you see yourself as their most trusted advisor. Number 6, I told you, you fall in love with them, not your business or your product. Number 7, realize that it's not what you say that makes people buy from you, that makes people hire you, that makes people give you raises. It's how much more value you can give them that they desire, prize, and really want. Number 8, you make yourself stand out as the only viable solution they've got to a problem you alone understand and verbalize, or an opportunity you alone see and can really put words to. In addition, you stop working harder for your business or your job than you let the business and the job work for you. You do that by understanding how to harness the power of geometry. Geometry is harnessed when you let multiple activities work together to produce a geometric or exponential result. You will find that in order to be successful, you have to first want to make other people successful. In order to be loved, you have to first love. In order to be interesting, you have to first be interested. The mere opposite of what you want is what you have to give first, and then you will get back the desired result or outcome in droves. Does that help?
Yes, thank you, Jay. What other advice can you give our readers to help them find their passions and create balance in their lives today?
Stretch. Ask a lot of questions. Examine a lot of different realities. We used to do seminars where we'd have 500, 600, or 700 people there, and they would pay me $5,000 to $25,000 apiece. The first thing I would do on the second day is go around the room and ask them what they absolutely love. Usually people love something. They love to eat, they love to watch sports, they love to have sex, they love to do something. Maybe they had a hobby. Whatever they loved, I'd make them do something polar opposite. If somebody liked macrame, I'd give them a book on wrestling or on tattooing or on fly fishing, or I'd give them a magazine about it and make them read 2 chapters or 2 articles and come back and report to the rest of the room something absolutely fascinating and remarkably interesting about that. This would help them see how much more there is to life, how many more facets and elements and possibilities. I would say to everybody, experience a lot more of life. Observe a lot more facets. Examine how many different ways or facets of fun, of happiness, of purpose, of enrichment there are, other than the 1s or the 2s or the 3s you've allowed yourself so far. Don't be judgmental. Be observational. Be clinical. Just observe for a while. And it is impossible not to have it penetrate your soul and your heart. It can't not work.
You know we believe strongly in intention to manifest outcomes. So what is your current most important project, Jay? And what intention would you like us here at Healthy, Wealthy, and Wise, as well as our readers, to hold for you?
I have 3 intentions. First of all, I have not been as wonderful a husband and father as I could have been, and I would really like to be world-class at that. My idea of world-class is moot and irrelevant. It's what world-class means to the ones I want to do it for, so I have to be able to be externally focused. Number 2 is, I want to basically make everybody in the world see how much more is possible for them and from their efforts and their opportunities and their daily expenditures of energy and effort. The tragedy in life is how little they accept. I think you had Bob Proctor on. I saw his picture on one of your magazine covers. I like when he said, most people in life struggle totally and obsessively with the wrong, non-verbalized questions. They're constantly challenging and questioning themselves on the issue, am I really worthy of the goal I set? Can I really be more successful? Can I really be happy? Can I really be a good husband, a good father, a good friend, a good lover? Can I really have a business that's successful? Can I really expect to gain financial security? Can I really ever hope to live in a bigger house? Can I ever hope to get rid of this weight? Can I ever hope to be loved by somebody? He said those are absolutely the wrong questions to ask. The right question is not, am I worthy of the goal, but is the goal worthy of me? When you realize how much more you can do, how much more you can impact, how much more you can contribute, how much more you can achieve, how much more you can enrich people at all levels, tangibly, intangibly, spiritually, emotionally, physically, by your body of work, by being on this planet, by interacting, you're going to raise the bar. You're going to knock out all the false ceilings. My goal is to do that for a lot of people. My 3rd goal is absolutely to manifest this intention. I want this expenditure, this contribution, this commitment, and this transference of an hour of my life to some number of thousands of people to have made a difference. I want it not to have them feel good or warm or fuzzy or smile. I want them to do something. I want them to transform themselves. I want them to forever be haunted by my message and have it compel them to take the continuous little easy steps forward. When they have a little setback or a big one, to dust themselves off, go back in the ring, keep pursuing their goal and not be self-consumed, but have it be externally focused, because that's the greatest accelerator and enhancer of achievement, of fulfillment, of enrichment you'll ever get.
Jay, it's so easy to see why you're such a giant in your field by the degree of heart you put into this hour we've had together. Let me ask you one last question. What is the single most important idea you would like to leave our readers with that we haven't yet discussed this evening?
That the biggest reason most people don't achieve the enrichment on both financial and emotional levels is their self-focus. It isn't about you, it's about everyone else. And when you make everyone else's life better, your life automatically opens up and expands monstrously. It's about falling in love with other people, what you're doing for them, and getting clear on what your life is all about. How, in the name of whomever you hold dear, can you expect to get anything more if you're not clear about what it is? It's like saying, I'm sitting here, Janet, and I'm trying to go to some place in North America. It's like saying, I don't know where I am now, I don't know where I'm going, I don't know how I'm going to get there. As opposed to saying, Janet, I'm in Los Angeles, I want to be in Chicago, and I want to be there in 5 hours. I know there are a lot of options. I could drive, I could take the train, I could take a jet, I could take a private plane, or I could take a helicopter. With all these options, nobody on this call has the right to be disappointed with anything in their life if they haven't first and foremost gone through this process. It's audacious and ludicrous to flagellate yourself for what you haven't achieved if you don't first go through this very clarifying, expedient, and absolutely immutable and unerring process that will get you whatever it is you want faster, easier. And you won't just achieve it, you will easily and profoundly exceed whatever you set for yourself if you turn your attention to what you can give to others.
Jay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. You do know this is not what I usually do, and this is not the topic I usually talk about.
I know, and it was so much fun to talk to you about this. Thank you so much for playing with us. To learn more about the work of Jay Abraham, visit www.abraham.com. What were the key lessons from this interview about living your passion? 1. Material goals by themselves are not going to transform your life. 2. Why do anything half invested? There is a great payoff from being passionate. 3. Lack of passion costs you dearly, and sometimes you don't know the cost because it's a compound bill that can be very painful when it comes due. 4. Find the one thing in those you interact with in your life which is really cool, really interesting, really impressive, really remarkable, and use these things to start appreciating and understanding those closest to you. 5. The key of all life is value. Value is not what you get, it's what you give. It's figuring out what's important to other people, not just you. 6. The real fast track to getting everything, anything, and more than everything you want is putting others ahead of what you want and focusing on their needs, their wants, their desires, and fulfilling them. 7. It's much more fun to help others grow, develop, gain fulfillment and enrichment. 8. People give up on their dreams because of 3 things. Number 1, they don't have a clear path to follow. Number 2, they set such lofty timelines and objectives they're not achievable. Number 3, they give up the first time things don't go the way they'd hoped. 9. When you want to realize your dream, the first question to ask is, why do you have that dream? 10. Second, what alternatives can give you the same thing or better, easier, faster, more safely, and more enjoyably? 11. Third, what are you willing to give to the marketplace in order to achieve it? 12. There are 3 ways and only 3 ways to grow any business or any career. In business, you add more buyers, more clients, get them to spend more money, and get them to come back more often. In a career, you get more admirers or points of influence. You get people to turn to you to do more things that they're dependent on. 13. The strategy of preeminence. 1. You establish yourself and your relationship with others as their most trusted advisor. 2. Put into words the gnawing feelings, desires, frustrations they feel that are never verbalized. 3. You tell them the truth as you see it. 4. You never let them do things that are not in their best interest. 5. You tell them what you see life to be in your own words without holding back. 6. You fall in love with them, not your business or your product. 7. You realize that what makes people buy from you, hire you, give you raises, is how much value you can give them that they desire, prize, and really want. 8. You demonstrate that you offer the only viable solution to a problem they've got. 14. In order to be successful, you have to first want to make others successful. To be loved, you have to first love. To be interesting, you have to first be interested. 15. To find your passions and create balance, stretch, ask a lot of questions, and examine a lot of different realities. 16. Don't be judgmental, be observational, be clinical. Just observe for a while, and it's impossible not to have it penetrate your soul and your heart. 17. The right question is not, am I worthy of this goal? But, is the goal worthy of me? 18. The biggest reason most people don't achieve enrichment on both financial and emotional levels is their self-focus. It isn't about you, it's about everyone else. And when you make everyone else's life better, your life automatically opens up. Chapter 10. Dr. Dennis Waitley. Play to Win from Within. Dennis Waitley is one of the most respected authors, speakers, and productivity consultants on high performance and human achievement in the world. Over 10 million copies of his audio programs have been sold in over 14 different languages. He's the author of 14 books and several international bestsellers, including Seeds of Greatness, Being the Best, The Winner's Edge, The Joy of Working, and Empires of the Mind. His audio album, The Psychology of Winning, is the all-time best-selling program on self-mastery. Dr. Waitley has counseled winners in every single field, from Apollo astronauts to Super Bowl champions, from Olympic athletes to SAIL achievers to government leaders. He's served as chairman of psychology on the U.S. Olympic Committee's Sports Medicine Council. Dr. Waitley is a graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland, and holds a Ph.D. in human behavioral psychology. As you know, this series is called The Passions of Real-Life Legends. Will you take a few moments to tell us how you went about discovering your own passions, and specifically, how they led you to the work you do today?
That's a great question to begin with. First, I'll have to say people need to understand it's never too late to discover your passion, and most multimillionaires are made after the age of 50. If you're somewhere between 20 and 40 and haven't become a multimillionaire or achieved all you want to achieve, don't worry. Some of the greatest people in history did it much later in life because many times what I'm going to say right now didn't occur to them, or maybe they buried it deep down. When I was about 10 months old, my mom said she put me out in my little jump swing in the front lawn and people came by. She said I'd bounce up and down laughing and babble some nonsense to everyone in earshot, and I guess nothing's changed because it seems as if I still do that today. By the time I was about 3 to 5, I was telling stories and singing songs for neighbors for cookies. By the time I was 14, I was mayor of my junior high and giving speeches. By the time I was 16, I was student body president. At that time, there was no such thing as a career in public speaking, and the Korean War was on, so I gave up all of my early passions and stirrings. I went to the Naval Academy in Annapolis and became a warrior and a defender. I found myself in the 1960s as a carrier-based Top Gun pilot, and my training was to deliver nuclear weapons. Yet my true passion was to develop people rather than defend against them or destroy them. Another thing happened to me. I was raised in a poor family with a lot of alcoholism and divorce, but I rode my bike about 20 miles one way every Saturday because my grandmother was an optimist, and she kindled my passion by telling me I was going to go forward, do good, be something. She would tell me as we were planting the Victory Garden that we were planting the seeds of greatness. She said the seeds of greatness are ideas you learn from people who've been great in their service to others. My grandmother was my inspiration to dig up my passion, which had been subdued for many years as a carrier-based pilot. I always thought back to my grandma, planting seeds of greatness. That's why I think passion is what drives all of us. You have to stay true to your passion, even though you may get off on a tangent when you're chasing some money for your early responsibilities after college or when you get married. That passion still underlies everything else, and therein lies the secret to your destiny.
I know you personally have worked with heads of corporations, Olympic athletes, POWs, network marketers, and people with all sorts of different backgrounds. In your experience, what role does passion play in an individual's success? Can you give us some examples of how that works out for people?
I think I can. Ross Perot was my big brother at the Naval Academy, and he went on to become a billionaire with electronic data systems. He was always a man of passion. Ray Kroc was my next-door neighbor, and as you remember, he founded McDonald's when he was 54, so it's never too late. Ray Kroc always said, "Love it or leave it." I think back to the role passion plays. Let's look back at Steven Spielberg doing his little home movies. Andrew Lloyd Webber, as you remember, he wrote Cats, Evita, and did The Phantom of the Opera. When he was 9 years old, he had a little home theater with puppets. Steve Cawthon, who won the Triple Crown at the age of 17, was riding a bale of hay around his farm, and his father said, "Put that bale in the truck." Steve Cawthon said, "I will as soon as I win the Kentucky Derby." My good friend Jacques Cousteau, before he died, told me he had broken both arms and was watching a water spider. A little water spider was taking a bubble of air down to her babies in a lake, and he had to swim. Jacques wanted to be an astronaut, but he broke his arms and had to become an aquanaut instead. He saw the bubble of air in this little spider, wished he could breathe underwater, and invented the aqualung. As I've looked at people like Bill Gates of Microsoft, Fred Smith of Federal Express, and every great inventor or innovator, they weren't trying to make money. They had an inner fire of passion to drive them, rather than a desire for wealth. That's why I believe most successful people achieve their greatness because they have something to express inside. It's not the idea of a pet rock to make a lot of money, but many of them earn a tremendous amount of money and respect. I think that Thomas Edison, Estee Lauder, Walt Disney, Oprah, and Sam Walton, they made a lot of money, but far more than thinking about money when they were doing it, the key to their success was their passion. It was this inner drive of creating or providing something excellent in a product or service. They were all motivated by the desire to produce the very best that was inside of them. I call that the Stradivarius effect. Antonio Stradivari made violins for other people to play. He couldn't play the violin very well, but when he made a violin, he signed his name to it and said, "If you like me, refer me, and if you like me, renew me. If you don't like it, I'll fix it for you, but play me and play the music of your life on my instrument." He didn't realize that by signing his name to his work and living his own passion, his name and work would outlive him, and each violin would be worth more than $1 million 350 years later. To me, the Stradivarius ethic is the way I love to live, by really uncovering and discovering your passion. That is the secret to people who make millions. Even Donald Trump. Don't think it's just the money. It's the art of the deal with the Donald. Sure, the Donald has an ego and he likes to do his "you're fired" and all of that, but the Donald is a deal maker and he loves the deal. I think passion drives us all much more than we think.
When you're talking about passion and highly successful people, I think great examples of that are Olympic athletes. People go for years from being on a high school team to being on a college team, continuing to push through, going to a semi-pro and then a pro level. They build themselves up in their abilities until they reach the status where they can compete in the Olympics. That's pure passion. There's no way you can deny that. For people like Olympic athletes, one really has to believe in their natural, God-given talent. It has so much to do with determining what their passions are. If that is true, do everyone's talents lead them to their passions?
Boy, is that a good question. And it's a loaded question that's a double-edged sword. First of all, talent and passion are definitely the twin towers. They're the twin towers of power. Sometimes we discover our talents at a very early age, which is true for most of the Olympians. Most Olympians had a coach. First, they loved what they were doing. They probably were really great. Then a coach said, "I see world-class potential in you." And the coach gave them the correct swing or the correct way to do it, and they found they could hone their natural talent with passion, not their parents' passion, because too often parents tend to push their children in a direction so the parents can vicariously live their lives over again. It isn't always the talent that creates the passion. Sometimes the passion uncovers the talent. I've been working with Olympians for many years, helping mentally train them. At the world-class level, it's almost all mental. You have these natural talents, but at that moment of truth, the mind over muscle wins. I think back to my good friend Bill Toomey. A lot of people don't remember Bill Toomey, but he was a school teacher. He was at the Olympics in Munich, Germany, sitting in the stands watching this German win the decathlon. 1,200 days later, 4 years later, he won the decathlon in Mexico City, and I was there. That's because he was training in the rain. The high jump took place in the rain, and because the German fouled out in the rain, he won. Here's the guy who was a school teacher with a passion for sports. He was a coach and a school teacher, but he never really uncovered those tremendous talents until he did a 4-year deal on becoming an Olympian. A person like Scott Hamilton, for example, overcame a life-threatening disease to become a champion figure skater. So sometimes the passion for problem solving or something that we're making up for gives us the motivation to dig out our talents. Sometimes our passion comes first because we express an interest in something that excites us, and that passion uncovers the natural, undeveloped abilities. For the most part, I think if you dust off your childhood passions and think back to the talents you had, let's say when you were 7 to 15, think about the things you loved to do as a child, and then think about your current hobbies. As you think about the things you love to do in your off hours or the things you loved to do as a child, therein will lie your natural talents. Natural talents begin to blossom early, but they get nipped in the bud by what I call the parent, the peer group, and the professor, who tell us we should be concentrating on something like computers that will earn us money instead of chasing this crazy passion of ours and the talent in that passion which may be the key to riches untold. I think hobbies are normally the best examples of talents, and childhood talents and hobbies will give us a combination of blending passion and talent together.
You've worked very closely at times with the Dell Computer Corporation. I'm wondering if you'd be willing to take a few minutes and share the Michael Dell story. It's a very interesting one. More importantly, how can people apply the same principles, ideas, and concepts from that story in their own lives?
I could give the whole call on Michael Dell. He bugs me. He drives me absolutely crazy because here's a guy who was born in 1965. In 1965, I was a brilliant psychologist. Where have I been? I don't have a clue. He was sucking a pacifier, crawling around in his diapers when I was already thinking of myself as successful. Somehow, in the next 30 years, he became the richest person in the world under the age of 40. The first thing he did was get a stamp collection and form the Michael Dell Stamp Auction. The next thing he did was quickly try to take the GED exam so he didn't have to go to school. He had somebody come over to give him the equivalency exam, and his mother said, "He's taking his bath." The woman said, "I thought he was a Vietnam veteran." She said, "No, he's in the 3rd grade." She said, "Oh my gosh, well, I came here to give him the," and he came out in his bathrobe and said, "Why can't I take it? Why do I have to go to school? It's a waste of time." We should have known then that Michael Dell was going to be a special guy because the next thing he did was sell newspaper subscriptions. You know what the business is. Everyone will tell you. It's the number of calls you make that will make you successful. He didn't want to buy just that. He wanted to be high probability, prospect oriented. We all need to find out who wants to buy what we're selling. What did Michael Dell do? He didn't knock on every door in Houston. Instead, he went to the post office and the bank, and he went to the library, and he found out who just bought a home, who had just gotten married, who had just moved into the neighborhood, and then he formed the Michael Dell Welcome Wagon and gave them the Houston Post. The first day they moved in, he said, "Do you want it all during the week or on Sunday?" He gave them the alternate clothes, showed up at their door the minute they were moving in. He said, "I'm not going to knock on people's doors who probably already have the newspaper. I'm going to find people who are just moving into upscale neighborhoods who want the newspaper." He drove to the University of Texas in a new white BMW with an Apple IIe computer on his lap. He took it apart and found out there's nothing different in computers, so he just made them to order. He saw a Burger King ad and it said, "Have it your way. Sesame seed bun, hold the mayo, hold the lettuce." So he made computers to order and he had a little business going. He quit school in his freshman year and the rest is history. The interesting thing about him is that he was the first into retail for computers and first out. In 1990, Dell Computer was sold in all the Computerland stores, and in 1991 they were no longer sold there. Why? because he knew that direct, direct, direct was the battle cry of the future, eliminating the middle person, eliminating the inefficiency, giving it to them their way quick. Real-time inventory, off the shelf, but make them think they're getting it exactly like they're designing it. Design it for the customer. He's been able to move from mass marketing to me marketing by giving each individual what they want and doing a desire analysis in advance. He's the master of customization, of me marketing, and of saving time. He now owns the lion's share of the PC market and the lion's share of this whole industry. And it's all because he's impatient. He wants to save people time and money, and he wants to give it to them their way. I'll tell you, he's really a study for me to figure out how I can eliminate all the extra steps in my own life. What I'm doing is taking an audit and saying, what routines am I going through that are a total waste of time and are not leading me toward the achievement of my goals? I'm starting to get rid of the dead wood in the time I'm spending majoring in minors and reading emails that don't mean anything.
I know those different habits we all get into, whether they're physical habits or thought pattern habits, can definitely rule our lives, especially when people have intensely negative or traumatizing type situations. Those things can throw you for a loop. One of the things you've specialized in is working with returning POWs. What was that like? What types of lessons can we learn from those experiences?
I did my dissertation on why no American prisoner ever escaped from a minimum security camp, but many prisoners escaped from a maximum security camp. The reason is that leaders are always put in a maximum security camp because they're always trying to get home or get out or get a plan. People who are not motivated are put in minimum security camps because they know they can't get out and they don't try. What I learned from POWs is that we all, no matter where we are living in our imaginations, and we're caught in this world between our ears. We're all doing within while we're doing without. The problem with a POW is that he's not an Olympian, because an Olympian is training for the games he knows he wants to participate in. An astronaut is training for the moonshot, but a prisoner of war has to train while he's in prison, not knowing whether he's going to get out or not, but believing that he is. What the POWs did is rehearsed positive things by recall and pre-call. I call it instant replay of past success. When things are not going well, you need to replay your success. Then you need to project in your imagination where you want to be, because the mind can't distinguish between simulated activity and real activity. So that's why I've always told the story of Colonel George Hall, who was a 4-handicap golfer. He always played one round of golf in his imagination in his 8x8 cell with black pajamas, bare feet, and a pail and a plate of rice. He never went outside, his teeth rotted, his eyes went bad, and he got atrophied and withered. But he played one round of golf very well, incidentally, in his imagination. He played every putt, every stroke. He played games that the pros had played, and he played games that he had played. He played in his mind, and for some reason, when you play it in your mind, you create a pattern in your brain. When he came back, he played in the New Orleans Open and shot a 76, 4 over par, right onto his handicap. The news media was astounded and said, "Congratulations, beginner's re-entry luck." He said, "Luck? Are you kidding? I never 3-putted the green in 5.5 years of solitary confinement." What I learned from POWs is if you get in the habit of feeling you're never going to get out, you may never get out. It's an imaginary prison as well as a real prison that we live in. Therefore, you really have to do within when you're doing without and create the habit pattern and experience of a winner, so that when you actually get there, it's like old home week, and it's like nothing new. Therefore, it's so comfortable to succeed. It's because you've been through so many dress rehearsals. The POWs taught me that dress rehearsal can take place. Even in the most trying and negative circumstances, you can still play to win from within.
Wow, that's a pretty powerful concept when you're using your mind in a way that can literally change the results you're getting in your life and whatever you're doing. With that in mind, what's the single biggest, most important idea you'd like to leave people with?
I guess the idea I'd like to leave everyone with is that you have to believe you're as good as the best, but not necessarily better than the rest. That's what I say. Dennis, you're as good as the best, but no better than the rest. In other words, winners believe in their passion when that's all they have to hang on to. You have to believe in that passion when you really don't have a track record that shows you shouldn't believe in it. You still need to believe in it because the passion is what's going to drive you to success. Failure is always a detour rather than a dead end. It's an event, not a person. I've always looked at failure as a learning experience or target correction. I've got so much failure in my life that if failure were fertilizer, I'd have big bags of horse manure all over my room. However, failure is the fertilizer of success because it enables you to mulch it, lay it down, and grow future ideas without making the same mistakes. Look at a mistake as something you're not going to repeat. Finally, your self-worth will, to a large extent, determine your eventual net worth. In other words, you will earn and accumulate what you believe you're worthy of having. Unless you're worth it, you won't be worth the effort that it takes to get it or do it.
To learn more about the work of Dr. Dennis Waitley, visit www.waitley.com. What were the key lessons from this interview about living your passion? 1. It's never too late to discover your passion. Most multimillionaires are made after the age of 50. 2. Successful people achieve their greatness because they have something to express inside. They are motivated by the desire to produce the very best that is inside of them. 3. Talent and passion are the twin towers of power. 4. It isn't always talent that creates passion. Sometimes passion uncovers talent. 5. Sometimes the passion to overcome something we're making up for uncovers our talents. 6. The things you love to do as a child provide clues to your natural talents. 7. Find ways to save people time and money and give it to them their way, the way they want it. Michael Dell's Secret to Success. 8. Time management. What routines am I going through that are a total waste of time and are not leading me toward the achievement of my goals? 9. We all live in our imaginations and are caught in the world between our ears. We create our world outside from what we are doing inside. 10. When things are not going well, you need to replay your success and project in your imagination where you want to be, because the mind can't distinguish between simulated activity and real activity. 11. Create the habit pattern and experience of a winner inside, so when you get there on the outside, it's like old home week. It feels so comfortable to succeed because you've been through so many dress rehearsals. 12. Believe you're as good as the best, but not better than the rest. 13. Failure is a detour, not a dead end. It is the fertilizer of future success. 14. Your self-worth will determine your eventual net worth. You will earn and accumulate what you believe you're worthy of having. Chapter 11. Stephen M.R. Covey, Moving at the Speed of Trust.
Stephen M.R. Covey was personally responsible for the strategy that propelled his father's book, Dr. Stephen R. Covey's The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, to become the #1 influential business book of the 20th century, according to CEO magazine. As CEO of Covey Leadership Center, he grew that company into the largest leadership development firm in the world. During his tenure, Covey Leadership Center went from $55 million in revenues to $112 million annually. Profits increased 12 times during the same period. When he took over, the company was valued at $2.4 million. Within 3 years, he had grown shareholder value to $160 million and orchestrated a merger with Franklin Quest to create Franklin Covey. He has now co-founded his own consultancy firm, Covey Link, and is recognized as a leading authority in creating high-trust, high-performance organizations. His new book, The Speed of Trust, to be released in fall 2006, represents a major contribution to the understanding of one of the key components of high-performance individuals and organizations. Let's begin with our theme for the passions of real-life legends. How did you discover your passions, the things that are most important to you in your life? How did that happen?
I really discovered these twice, and the second time knew it even better than the first time. The first time, I had spent a few years doing a variety of different professional work assignments. I'd been a real estate developer with a great real estate development company. I'd done a little bit of investment banking. I enjoyed these activities. I enjoyed the excitement and the deal-making, but I still sensed there was much more I could be doing that would fit my personality even better. I remember my father trying to convince me to join him after he launched Covey Leadership Center. I had just finished my MBA, and I was considering returning to real estate development. My father posed a great little statement that got me thinking. He said, "Stephen, that's great if you want to do real estate. Nothing wrong with that. It's exciting, it's fun, you're good at it. but do you want to spend your life building buildings or building souls? It struck me that there's nothing wrong with building buildings. It's exciting work, but the chance to impact people, to really help people create and develop their own potential, and to manifest this in their lives was very appealing. So I said, you know what? I want to focus on building souls and building people and the organization in which they reside. I made that move then and ran with that for many, many years and helped build Covey Leadership Center into, as you mentioned, the largest leadership development company in the world. After the merger with Franklin Quest to form Franklin Covey, I stayed on with the new company, but then over time decided I wanted to do some other things. So I launched out on a number of different entrepreneurial ventures. Again, all of them were very exciting and interesting. Very stimulating intellectually, but I recognized after having experienced the work I'd been doing with Covey Leadership Center for so many years that something was missing. This time I knew it because I'd experienced it before. What was missing for me was that I needed to have all of my needs met. I wanted the work I was doing to matter, to make a difference, not just to make money and not just to have fun and not just to develop my talents. All of those things were very important to me, but I also wanted to make a difference in people's lives. So it's learning through living that I've come around to understand, follow and run with what I consider to be my passions.
What's interesting in listening to you is that it sounds like you spent some time doing work you really did love at the Covey Leadership Center, but then you had to go off and spend time doing other things that perhaps were not quite as fulfilling in order to have the clarity to know what were truly your passions. Is that true?
It's absolutely true. I spent some time exploring options even before Covey, but then I had this long period of time at Covey, and it was terrific. I was excited to try some new things, but you're exactly right. As I did those things, I found I definitely lacked some variety. I had to return to something with a spiritual dimension, some meaning, some purpose, some passion, my passion. I found that was vital. Having experienced the difference, I had to return to what I knew, so I'm back in the whole world of ideas and ways to help people.
Would you share with us then how you got from there to the speed of trust? That's really become a central theme of your work today, hasn't it?
It absolutely has. Over the last 17 years, I've been involved heavily in this whole idea of releasing human potential, releasing talent, and in the process, I was a practitioner in it. I was not just someone talking about it. I actually was helping to build something and do something. It became very clear to me that trust was the highest form of human motivation. It provided a motivation that was different in kind than anything else. I began to recognize that as I looked back at some of the early struggles we had at Covey Leadership Center. Our issue was not whether or not we had a good idea in the marketplace. We did. We also had a lot of client appeal and attraction to what we were doing, but we were losing a lot of value by not really building an organization that had trust in all its relationships. We had trust with our key players, but we had not built an organization with the level of trust we needed yet. I came across this great quote by Francis Fukuyama, which really impacted me. It created a passion for this topic. The quote was this: "Widespread distrust in a society imposes a kind of tax on all forms of economic activity, a tax that high-trust societies do not have to pay." I began to think, well, not only is it in a society, but widespread distrust in an organization imposes a tax on everything. Widespread distrust in a relationship imposes a tax on every activity that high-trust organizations, high-trust relationships don't have to pay. While ours was not extremely low because we had great people and we were doing good things, nonetheless, we felt there was a gap there. We were paying a tax. Any tax was too much, and we were paying a tax. So I began to focus on how to eliminate this low-trust tax and instead give the opposite of a tax, which is really a dividend. That was the whole notion of trust affecting everything else, everything around us in our organizations and our relationships. It began to be something I put more energy into and saw it was something that was widely misunderstood in business, widely misunderstood in life, and it could have a profound impact. So it began as passion for ideas and for making a difference and grew into what I felt was a big idea that made a profound difference. Yet hardly anyone knew how to deal with it because it was seen as so soft and fragile. I wanted to make it real and tangible. That's the whole idea of the speed of trust.
Could you give us examples of what you mean by a tax that occurs in low-trust environments?
Sure. Let's take this tragedy that happened to the United States a few years ago with this 9/11 activity, where a terrible terrorist act took place. After September 11th, trust in our entire air transportation system, the airline system in the United States, went down quite a bit because people began to be worried about the safety of traveling. It was both, there are people out to get us, terrorists have an agenda, but also, is our system set up to catch them? Is it trustworthy? Is it capable of catching this? So trust went down. Trust always affects two measures every time. Whether it be low trust or high trust, it affects two measures. They are speed and cost. When trust goes down, there's a tax. That tax is seen in slower speed. Things take longer and higher cost. Things cost more.
Can you explain in a little bit more detail what you mean by the speed of trust?
Well, here's an illustration. Warren Buffett, the CEO of Berkshire Hathaway, is well known. He always writes a management letter every year with his annual report. His management letters are studied widely in business schools elsewhere in the country and around the world. A year ago, in his management letter, he talked about the big acquisition that his company, Berkshire Hathaway, did of a $23 billion company from Walmart. This company was McLane Distribution Company, $23 billion in revenue. Now, Berkshire Hathaway is public, Walmart is public, so these are two public companies. They have all the requirements of the public marketplace, all the scrutiny, etc. But to make this deal happen, it took place in a 2-hour meeting, and then 29 days later, Walmart had their money from Berkshire Hathaway for a $23 billion transaction. Berkshire Hathaway did no due diligence, and Warren Buffett said, "In essence, I trusted Walmart. I trusted the people I worked with. I knew everything would be in exactly the order they said it would be, and it was." He said, "We did no due diligence, and in 29 days, they did this deal." In most mergers of this size, we're talking several months, if not 6, 8, 10, 12 months to close a deal like this, with armies and teams of accountants, CPAs, attorneys, etc., that come in and do all kinds of due diligence to verify, to validate. It costs a lot, and it takes a lot of time. But the idea of the speed of trust is literally both speed in terms of actual time you can do things, but also speed as a metaphor to mean benefits, results, dividends that are abundant. The fruits of high trust, the speed at which you're able to move, and the benefits produced. In this case, a deal was done in 29 days, start to finish, out of a 2-hour meeting, because there was a high trust in the relationship between the principals of these companies, and the fact they would not do anything wrong to the other. What an amazing ability to move, and with speed. In low-trust relationships, the amount of time and energy that's wasted and spent on other agendas is extraordinary. It's characteristic of low trust, whereas high trust is the opposite. Things are open, they're on the table, there's no hidden agenda. It's transparent, and you're able to move with extraordinary speed. So it applies to the big boys and gals, and it also applies to basic day-to-day relationships.
As we mentioned earlier, the title of this interview series is The Passion of Real-Life Legends. In your father's newest book, The Eighth Habit, he talks about 4 intelligences, which are key to an individual finding their own unique voice or expressing their own unique personal significance. Those are body, mind, heart, and spirit. I know that trust is wrapped up in these somehow, so could you share with us what is the role trust plays in allowing an individual to find and express their own unique voice, or to say it in different words, to live their own personal destiny?
Great question. There are 2 key things trust impacts profoundly here, as it relates to our own uniqueness, our own missions and destinies. The first is this: we live today in an interdependent, interconnected world. I'm not just talking about being wired and the fact it's a wired world and we're all connected that way. We are, but everything affects everything else. It's an ecosystem. It's very interdependent, and there's very little that's truly isolated. It's a global economy, and change is taking place in India affect things in the United States and vice versa, and all over the world. In this interdependent world, it puts a premium on working with people with multiple stakeholders. By stakeholders, I mean those with a stake in your success and what you're doing, what you're all about. So these are customers, investors, suppliers, shareholders, employees, influencers, people you work with, people you want to influence. Relationships are at the heart of interdependence. Trust is truly the key, the glue that makes relationships work for the reasons we've been discussing. It increases speed and decreases cost time and again. Relationships are at the heart of this interdependent world we're living in, and that's just the reality. We are living in this world. So in most cases, as people are looking to live out and express their own unique voice, it generally is not isolated to them. It might be they want to impact, affect, work with, influence other people in some way and fashion in their life. And the key to that interdependence is relationships. The key to relationships is trust, building relationships at the speed of trust and carrying them out that way.
How does one go about building high-trust relationships? How do you go about being able to take advantage of that trust dividend rather than having to pay the tax that comes with low trust?
Once you make the case, people get the case. Do you know why they get it? Because they experience it. They have it in their own lives. Carl Rogers said, "That which is most personal is most general." So all of us have experienced relationships of low trust and relationships of high trust. All of us know that. So it applies across the board. We get it. Once we frame it this way, then we say, "I get it. Help me now improve it." The process of building trust is an interesting one, but it begins with yourself, with what I call self-trust, and with your own credibility, your own trustworthiness. If you think about it, it's hard to establish trust with others if you can't trust yourself. Trustworthiness is really the foundation upon which relationships or trust is built. I call this self-trust, building individual credibility. Basically, there are two dimensions to how trust works and how this individual credibility works. These dimensions are these. First, there's character. Second, there's competence. Both are vital to building trust with others. Both are vital to building self-trust. Character is the one we understand the most as it relates to trust. When we think of trust, most of us put it in softer terms of character. It includes our integrity and the like. And that is true. It does. That's vital. The character component is vital because we need to have integrity to be trusted, to trust ourselves, as well as to have others trust us. Also, we need to have competence. If you think about it, you don't trust someone if they're not competent to deliver results. You might trust their heart, their character, but you wouldn't trust them to get a job done. My wife trusts me. I trust my wife. I care for her. I'm honest with her and she with me. She recently had to have some surgery, and you know what, Chris? As much as I trust her and she trusts me, she did not ask me to do the surgery, and it's obvious why not. I'm not a doctor. I don't have any competence in the medical profession, and so she wouldn't trust me in that, and yet she would trust me to help raise a family with her. So both character and competence are vital. And it just depends on what you need to accomplish, what you need to do. Character is a constant, and the competency needed is very task-oriented or job-oriented, very situation-oriented, but both are vital, character and competency.
Competency seems to grow both from one's individual talents and from one's training. Character seems to be rooted much more deeply in our upbringing, in many different factors. You've touched on this idea that trust within families is just as important as trust in the work environment. What is the role that family plays in this ability to have the kind of character that creates high-trust relationships? And in particular, I wonder if you could really make it personal and share with our listeners what it was like to grow up in the Covey family. How did that contribute, or not, to your own ability to understand and be able to build high-trust relationships?
That's a great question. There's no question it's in our homes and our families where most people first learn about trust. We start with a basic implicit understanding of it, and we extend trust rather easily, usually as young children. In fact, right now I have a 2-year-old and I have an 18-year-old. You talk about the two extremes, right in my own home. My 2-year-old trusts me implicitly, almost. If I ask her to jump into my arms, she will jump into my arms and I will catch her. We start learning trust at that age. We learn it and understand it. With my 18-year-old, I'm trying to teach him he needs to earn our trust to gain privileges. So if he's going to go out at night and there's a curfew, I expect him back at the curfew time. And if something holds him up, he needs to call. There's no question that we learn this trust in our homes as well as in society, but our homes are probably our first experience with this as we learn about it. I was very blessed and fortunate to grow up in a home where both my father and mother were great models of this, both teaching us integrity and teaching us the idea of making a difference and making a contribution in life, but also the way they interacted with us really did build trust. I'll give a brief example. A popular story for those who have read my father's book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, is the story of Green and Clean. It's a story of my father training me, I was a young child at this time, about 7 years old, how to take care of the yard and how to make sure the yard was green and clean. That was my job. I could do it however I wanted. My father recommended I might turn on the sprinklers because that would help, but he said, if you want to use the buckets and just pour water on the lawn, you can do that too. He taught me the idea was you achieve results. The results here is I want a green yard and clean. It was up to me on how to do it, but he gave me some good ideas on how to do it. At the time, I was rather young. My father uses this story to talk about how he was teaching stewardship, delegation, as he was delegating to me results and the responsibility to take care of that. And that is true. It was stewardship delegation. My father also talked about this in terms of being a win-win agreement, that he was teaching me that if I did this, here was my win, and here was his win, and it was a win-win agreement. Do you know what, Chris? What I remember, because I was just 7 years old, was that I felt trusted. I felt an extension of trust from my father to me to take care of this yard. I was too young to care about money at the time. That didn't motivate me. What motivated me was I didn't want to let my father down. I wanted to come through. I wanted to show I was capable and responsible for doing what he felt like I was doing. What he was giving me was this responsibility to take care of something. I felt trust. That motivated me. He extended it to me. It inspired me and built in me a sense of responsibility and stewardship and integrity that has stayed with me throughout my life, and now I'm trying to pass it on to my children. We clearly learn this in the home, both the character dimension of trust, but also how to extend trust, how to expand trust, how to be a good model of this trust. The modeling is so important. Example comes first, then relationship, then teaching, because example is seen, relationship is felt, teaching is heard. People tend not to hear until they see and feel, and that's what happened with me. I saw and felt in my home. Then that enabled me to hear because of what I was seeing and feeling.
One of the things I'm hearing is that building trust is a process which takes place over time, with increasing levels of trusting involved at each stage. So as we see that an individual or an organization is increasingly trustworthy, both in terms of character and competence, then we feel more confident to extend greater trust. So it's a process that takes time, it sounds like.
It is a process of taking time, of going through this, getting to know people better and their strengths better and the task, and trying to match this up. That's a whole mindset you go into business and into life with, and that is, can I trust other people or not? And do I want to trust other people or not? People want to be trusted. It brings out the best in them. It's an extraordinary form of motivation. When people don't feel trusted, when they don't feel their boss trusts them, then it is a demotivator and is discouraging. Then they are more apt to leave and go somewhere else and do other things. It doesn't bring out the best in them at all. It doesn't bring out their passion and their talents and creativity. It's very important to have a desire and intent to seek the trust of other people. You just don't want to get ahead of yourself with extending too much trust beyond their competence or their character. Business is better by releasing people and their talents and capabilities. I remember Robert Galvin Jr., the CEO of Motorola, who took over from his father. He did a great job, and he said he was asked this question. People ask me how I had the interest and the zeal to hang in there and do what I've done. I say, because my father treated me with very stern discipline. He trusted me. I'm stuck. I've got to see the trust through. He trusted me. I trust other people, and they do the job. So the whole idea is, trust is a great form of motivation, of releasing talent, energy, passion, of releasing your very own energy and passion by being trusted, and also by extending trust to other people. You just want to make sure you do it with wisdom and understanding character and competence. You've got to match them up. What's the competence needed to perform the task at hand?
I know you do a lot of work with organizations, and we've talked about the role family plays. What's the relationship between families and work team environments? How does trust, or the lack thereof, that one grows up with express itself in a work team environment?
You see it in work environments all over. In fact, again, the data is overwhelming that we actually have a crisis of trust in organizational life. Watson Wyatt did a survey which showed that only 39% of employees trust their senior leaders. If you don't trust the people running your company, we can write the program and we can create our own script. We can build relationships of trust, build teams of trust, and cultures of trust. I mentioned when I talked about how you go about doing this, the need is to first start with yourself and be credible, to focus on your character, your competence first. Also this, learn how to interact in ways that build the trust within your relationship, and learn how to avoid the ways that destroy it. Let me give just 2 simple examples that everyone can apply today, tonight, or tomorrow. Here are 2 ways you can immediately begin to increase trust in a relationship. The first is to create more transparency in any given relationship. By transparency, I mean openness. It means to tell the truth in a way that other people can validate, can verify. The opposite of transparency is having a hidden agenda, because then you're not open. Then you've got something hidden, and in most cases, people sense it, they feel it. They don't know what it is, but they distrust what you're doing because they question what your real agenda or motive is. Instead, be transparent, be open. Here's what I'm trying to do. Here's why. Companies that do this, leaders that do this, experience far greater results. Individuals who do this in relationships get better results because it opens things up and they realize, here's your agenda. Your agenda is on the table. It's open. It's clear. Recently, there's been a big challenge with some charities where people are asking, what are you using your money for? If people are going to donate money to charities, you can't lose that trust. The best way to keep it is to become transparent. Open up your books, open up what you're doing with the money. If people are questioning what you're doing, open it up. Make sure you're worthy of that by doing the right things with the money. But if trust is low, people don't trust what they can't see. Instead, let them see it. Open it up. I know a lot of companies have opened up their financial books and let people see the financials because the very process of doing that is a great demonstration of trust. You need to apply this in your own situation. If you're trying to build trust in a particular relationship, ask, how can I be more open, more transparent so others can see what I'm really trying to do, my intent, my motive? In the very process of doing that, you challenge yourself because maybe you're not being open. Maybe you do have a hidden agenda. If you do, you're not going to be building trust. People will sense it. Instead, be open, be clear, be transparent, and you'll be amazed at the immediate impact it can have. Let me give you the second thing. You can take issues head on, confront reality, take these issues head on, even things that are so-called undiscussable, because so often what happens is we skirt issues. We avoid them, we run from them, especially for a leader within a company or within a team. If there are things everyone's talking about, but we're not talking about it as a team, it's the undiscussable. Yet everyone discusses it behind the scenes. Ignoring it only decreases trust because it signifies one of 2 things. Either you're not open and honest with people, which is not being transparent, or you're clueless, you don't understand. That's not good either. So which is it? Both are bad. So instead of ignoring it and skirting it, take it head on, tee it up, say, I understand we've got this issue. Let's discuss this, because it's being discussed anyway, with or without you. Why not have it be with you? I had this situation after the merger of Franklin and Covey. We had a group we were really struggling with building trust. All mergers are tough. They struggle with trust issues, and we did too. Here I was, the president of this unit, trying to build trust. I had a 1-hour speech with a team of consultants. We were supposed to talk about strategy. You know what? I could see and sense no one really wanted to talk about strategy. They wanted to talk about a whole host of merger issues that were dividing the culture and dividing us from bringing our companies together. I decided, I can talk about strategy, play it safe, and probably get nowhere. Or I could really open it up and say, what would you really like to talk about? Knowing they wanted to talk about these things, and then make it safe for them by bringing some of these issues up myself. So I did that. I opened it up and said, I sense from private conversations some of you would really like to talk about what's our process of integrating these companies. Who's making the decisions? Whose philosophy is winning out? How are we going about doing this? Which physical facilities are we going to keep and not? Is that right? Everyone said, yeah, we would really like to talk about that. Then they opened up and they began to ask real tough questions. Rather than skirt them, I took them head on. The net effect was I had people afterwards say to me, you know what? We built more trust in one day than we had in the prior year. I appreciate your being open and honest and taking these issues head on. I didn't have answers for everything, and I'm not giving myself as a great model of this. I struggled too, but I've learned creating transparency and confronting reality are two quick, easy ways any of us can increase the trust in relationships and with our teams and organizations.
This has been such a pleasure, and I have to say I could go on talking to you for a long time. We're coming close to the end of our time together. At Healthy, Wealthy, and Wise, Stephen, we believe strongly in the power of intention to manifest outcomes. What is your biggest current project, and what intention would you like us here at Healthy, Wealthy, and Wise, along with our readers, to hold for you?
I'm excited about this work I'm doing on trust, and the biggest project is really this. I'm building what I call a trust practice. The whole idea is to focus on helping individuals and organizations build trust, create trust, grow trust with all stakeholders they interact with in order to improve business results and their own personal results in their lives. Part of this includes a book that will be coming out focusing on business at the speed of trust and will probably be called The Speed of Trust. It's much more than just business. It's relationships and so much more. Leadership at the speed of trust. This has excited me. I'm taking on a topic that has been very much misunderstood and almost even maligned by some. There are so many myths around trust. It's seen as soft, it's seen as slow, as nebulous. I saw something this week that said, "Can you teach trust?" I want to emphatically answer, absolutely. Trust can be taught, it can be learned, it can be implemented, it can be grown, it can be measured, it can be applied in an organization, and it can and should be an explicit objective of every relationship of every organization. It's there whether you're aware of it or not. Either you have trust or you don't. If you have it, you'll get a dividend. It will pay results to you in countless ways. You'll see it in speed and cost. If trust is low, you're also paying a price. You're paying this tax that will be manifest in speed and cost, and is happening whether you believe it or buy it. It's inevitable that low trust means low speed, high cost. It happens throughout, so I'm trying to show how you can measure this. You can quantify this, and you can then do something about it. I'm making the case, and then I'm showing what you can do about it, both individually and within companies, to increase trust and to get the great fruits, the great dividends, and the great speed of trust within companies and also within relationships. So that's my big objective, building this trust practice, helping individuals and organizations practice trust and see the great dividends that come from doing it. I think the final thought or idea I'd leave with your readers is simply this. I predict the ability to grow, create, extend, and restore trust with all stakeholders will become the key leadership competency of the 21st century. And I mean that seriously. More than strategy, more than vision, more than all these different things. The reason I say that, it's a pretty bold prediction to say it's going to be the key leadership competency, the ability to create, grow, extend, and restore trust with all stakeholders, is we're in a knowledge worker economy where relationships are the key. Low trust is everywhere in our society and our organizations. It's all around us. There's an extraordinary high cost of this low trust that we see manifest in both speed and cost. And trust affects everything else we do. It affects our strategy, our execution, our innovation, our communication. Every dimension in a company and a relationship is affected by trust, its presence or absence. Therefore, as we increase the trust in our organizations and our relationships, we then experience this multiplicative effect, this multiplier that increases rather than taxes what we're doing. It increases the communication rather than taxes it. It increases our ability to execute rather than discounting our ability to execute. And it affects every dimension, every aspect of this. So it's an exciting thing to be a part of. There are many things we could immediately do to impact it, and I'm delighted to have this opportunity to talk with your listeners about this vital and business-critical topic.
It is vital. Stephen, thank you so much for being with us. It's a great honor and privilege to be able to spend this time with you. I want to repeat the homework you gave them because I want to make it very specific. You have suggested we can begin creating more trusting relationships right now, tonight, or tomorrow. My challenge to each of us is to pick one person in the next day or two and choose to be more transparent. Choose to be open in a situation that maybe you haven't been in the past. Do it with someone who you already have a close relationship with so it's not too scary. Choose a situation to create more transparency. Secondly, Stephen suggested taking an issue which you ordinarily wouldn't discuss with someone straight on. Maybe it's one of those undiscussable issues Stephen described. Choose to bring it out for discussion and see what the results are. Did I state that clearly enough, Stephen?
Absolutely. These are two things you could do in any relationship right away, using your judgment as to how best to apply it. Here's a third. Make a commitment and keep it. Make a commitment with another person and keep it, and make another one and keep it. You'll build trust with yourself because you make commitments and keep them, but you build trust with others. See, when you make a commitment, you build hope. When you keep a commitment, you build trust. So making and keeping commitments is another immediate way to start to increase trust in a relationship.
To learn more about the work of Stephen M. R. Covey, visit www.coveylink.com. What were the key lessons from this interview about living your passion? 1. When life is not aligned with our passions, it feels like something is missing. 2. Sometimes even when we discover our passions, we may have to do something else for a while to have the contrast which will allow us to realize what's really most important to us. 3. Trust is the highest form of human motivation. 4. Distrust imposes a tax. High-trust relationships and organizations enjoy a dividend. 5. Trust always affects two measures, speed and cost. When trust goes down, things take longer and cost more. When trust goes up, things happen faster and at lower cost. 6. As we seek to live our passions and fulfill our destiny, we are not isolated. Relationships are key to our ability to fulfill our personal destiny. Trust is fundamental to any relationship. 7. The process of building trust begins with yourself, with your own credibility, your own trustworthiness. It's hard to establish trust with others if you can't trust yourself. 8. There are two dimensions to building trust, character and competence. Both are vital to building trust. 9. When we extend trust, we give others the opportunity to prove themselves trustworthy. 10. Modeling trust by example comes first, then building trust in relationships, then teaching trust. 11. Building trust takes place over time with increasing levels of trusting at each stage in a relationship. 12. When people feel trusted, it brings out the best in them. 13. It's important to seek to build trust with others. Just don't get ahead of yourself with extending too much trust beyond the other's character and/or competence. 14. 2 ways anyone can apply to increase trust in a relationship: create more transparency and take issues head-on. 15. Trust should be an explicit objective of every relationship and every organization. 16. The ability to create, grow, extend, and restore trust with all stakeholders will become the key leadership competency of the 21st century. Homework. Pick one person and choose to be more transparent with them. Select an issue with someone you're close to which you ordinarily wouldn't discuss head-on and choose to bring it out for discussion. And make a commitment with another person and keep it. Then make another one and keep it.
Chapter 12. Debbie Ford. Resigning as General Manager of the Universe.
Debbie Ford is the #1 New York Times best-selling author of The Dark Side of the Light Chasers, Reclaiming Your Power, Creativity, Brilliance, and Dreams, and an internationally recognized expert in the field of personal transformation and human potential. She has been a guest many times on Oprah and Good Morning America, as well as The Roseanne Show, Fox News, and WNBC. Debbie has also been featured in O Magazine, Self Magazine, USA Today, The Los Angeles Times, and many others. Debbie is sought after as a life coach. People like Alanis Morissette, Bonnie Raitt, Donna Karan, and many others have benefited from her guidance. She is the founder of the Ford Institute for Integrative Coaching at JFK University, a personal development organization that provides professional training for individuals who are committed to leading extraordinary lives. Her teachings and revolutionary inner processes have made her a renowned coach, transformational speaker, and seminar leader. This interview was conducted by Gay Hendricks. Gay and his wife Katie are co-founders and directors of the Hendricks Institute, which teaches core skills for conscious living. www.hendricks.com. Over the past 30 years, Gay and Katie have helped thousands of people open to more creativity, love, joy, and vitality through the power of conscious living and whole person learning. It is our privilege and honor to have Debbie as our guest this evening, and one of the things I want to say is I think this woman is a national, international treasure. Debbie, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
What role, Debbie, did your passions, the things that are most important to you, play in the emergence of your books?
Well, really they've sparked everything, and even today I feel my passion is to teach people to love themselves completely. Not just love the part of themselves that is lovable, like the charming, sweet, smart part, but to love all of themselves, including their darkness. I wrote my first book out of this passion to share that God did create us as amazing individuals, and we have the similar blueprint within all of us. We all are everything, the good and the bad, the light and the dark, the sweet and the sour, the fearful and the courageous. The Dark Side of the Light Chasers was birthed out of that passion to show people we all have these dark parts. We all have dark spots, parts of ourselves we feel ashamed of, scared of, embarrassed by. We can't wish those parts away, but we can learn to integrate them and love even those parts of ourselves. That passion exists probably more in me today, Gay. I am more fascinated by what I do today than when I started. That still drives me to do everything I do.
Well, I think that's a sign, Debbie, that you're really on the right track as far as your work is concerned. Because I know when I'm around people like yourself that are really passionate, what it speaks to is that the work you are doing and the work you are teaching has an intrinsic validity to it and an integrity to it, out of which more and more passion comes. Congratulations on getting a book to the top of the New York Times bestseller list. How did that happen?
It was one of those magical moments. I always try to teach people now that there is only so much you can effort into the world. I remember when The Dark Side of the Light Chasers first came out, I was sure, like many people are who write, that it would go to the top of the list and I was going to get on Oprah and everything was going to be great and easy. I passionately went out into the world and spoke to 3 people or 7 people or 15, whoever would listen to me, and it really took years for all the pieces to fit together. I had great people giving Oprah my book, but still nobody called. Now I look back and say some things are just meant to be, and they're going to happen when they are meant to be. There is only so much you can accomplish by effort. I know you're an author, so you understand the Oprah desire for authors because it propels your work out into the world. It was at a time when I was surrendering and had given up that dream and said, okay, what do I have to do to get my work out into the world? I'll do anything. I was working day and night to do whatever I had to do. Then, of course, a few things happened. I met Cheryl Richardson, who was on Oprah all the time at that point, and she said to me, wow, your work is so important. What can I do to support you? Why haven't you been on Oprah? It was interesting because she had me look at why I hadn't gotten my work out in the world the way I wanted to, and what I saw was that I was scared I would just become overwhelmed because I was already overwhelmed with my task. The moment of truth of seeing I was the one that had the blocks up, I was the one that was really scared and saying, I can't take more than I have, reminded me I didn't really need to do anything. If I would just surrender, God or my spirit would take care of me. When we have done all we can do, remarkable things happen when we surrender. I did that, and literally 3 days later, I got called to do the Oprah show. I did 3 shows, and then they re-aired all 3 of them. Within a couple of months, my books and shadow work went out in the world.
That's so remarkable. Ours was almost an identical experience. We kind of beat our brains out with our book Conscious Loving to get on Oprah for the first year it was out in hardback. The Persian Gulf War was going on, and so it didn't happen. Suddenly, a year later, when the paperback came out, literally one night we were sitting in our living room working with 6 couples, and 2 days later we were working with 10 million people on Oprah. You never know how those kinds of things are going to happen, but one thing I hear you speaking to, which I really appreciate, Debbie, is that you're open to both the conscious manifestation and also open to letting things happen in magical ways.
Yes, and I think that's the hardest part. So much of what I know, Gay, just so you know, is because of you and your wife, Katie, who are both brilliant teachers. So much of the human desire is to make it happen and to think you can do everything, that you are the driver. When you give up being the driver, there is a bigger driver that is going to do a much better job than you. It's about remembering to ask yourself, what can I do today to resign as general manager of the universe so I can allow what I am supposed to be doing? I fell in love with a prayer when I was recovering from drug addiction 25 years ago. It was in the Alcoholics Anonymous Big Book, which was, I offer myself to thee to build with me and to do with me as thy will. Relieve me of the bondage of self so I may better do thy will. I'm sure I'm not saying it right, but that phrase, to relieve me of the bondage of self, I love that. I used to be on my hands and knees every day for 5 years. My prayer was to just use me, relieve me of what I think I should be doing, and allow the universe to use me for some greater cause. I feel like today I'm being used for that greater cause, and I love it.
That's a beautiful, beautiful message. I don't think we can hear it too often. And I also love that phrase, resigning as general manager of the universe.
Especially when it comes to getting a book on the New York Times list. You can't make it happen. If it's going to happen, it's because there are a lot of things lined up to make it happen. How are you going to love yourself even if it doesn't happen?
Yes, exactly. I was leafing through this wonderful new book of yours, The Best Year of Your Life. How about telling us a little bit about that? And then I have a couple of very specific questions to ask you about how that book came to be. Why don't you tell everybody about that?
Well, the best year of your life is really about becoming the person you desire to be at the end of the year. Not that you have to change your goals, because yes, I have had many years where I have attained everything I ever wanted in the material world, but was left feeling empty inside. The years where I've worked on my inner world and have had that balance between inner and outer. At the end of the year, if I have made good choices, if I have allowed myself to evolve, and if I've surrendered and I love who I am, then nothing else really matters. That is what I see from teaching and being a trainer and training coaches. When you are loving your life, magic happens. The best year of your life, ultimately, even though it's subtitled, Dream It, Plan It, and Live It, and does give people those tools on how to make things happen in the outer world, really, its point is, who do I have to be in the inner world to create effortlessly and easily with joy the things which will nourish me in the outer world? Maybe I don't even know what they are, because oftentimes the things we think we want aren't exactly what will bring us happiness.
That really speaks to one of the questions I wanted to ask you about the best year of your life. One of the things which impresses me about your book is that it is so much about balance, about creating more openness in the inner world, at the same time as you're manifesting your heart's desires in the outer world. How are you able to practice the principles in the book with the pressures and the busyness of your life?
I'd like to say I'm a master at it, but they say you write what you need to learn. It's been a really hard lesson, and I think that's why I write about it so much. The great news is I have a 10-year-old I love and love to be with. That really has me stay at home, where before I used to be on the road and I could drag him around. The last 4 years, he doesn't want to go anywhere with me. He doesn't even want to skip school. I go back and forth between the outer and the inner and taking time to do some yoga or meditate or just send some love. My work is all about having people go inside to find the answers, and I lead so many training calls where I'm leading meditations and I always do the work myself. That, of course, gives me a balance I could never get anywhere else if I wasn't doing that, because it's really part of my work.
If people were going to take away a central idea of one practical step they could do to create the best year of their life, what's something they could do?
Well, my favorite chapter, I think, is the chapter on fantasy. That chapter busts the fantasy of that one day you're waiting for. When I finally get on Oprah, when I finally finish my movie, when my husband finally starts treating me this way, when my child goes to college, when I finally have enough money. That one-day fantasy, I feel, is what robs people of having the best year, creating it and being responsible for it right here and now. There is nobody in the world who can make your life great but you. For example, I share in the book about when Dark Side made #1. That had been my one-day fantasy. Well, after my book rose to #1, I was depressed. Actually, I never even enjoyed it because I was so busy and I didn't know what it meant to be #1 on the New York Times list, to tell you the truth. I remember screaming, and then that was it. I forgot about the whole thing. I didn't understand it at the time, but afterwards I went into a very dark time. I was leading a seminar, a shadow process at the Chopra Center, and Deepak and somebody else came over to congratulate me, and they were like, "Well, how are you doing?" I said, "To be honest with you, I'm not doing that great, and I feel really sad." I realized I was searching for this fantasy and thought when I got there, I would suddenly feel like I mattered.
Your fantasy that this was the one thing that was going to do it for you.
Exactly. Then there was no fantasy, and I didn't know how to make myself matter to me. I didn't really know how to acknowledge myself, and I realized after that gay I could just call Aunt Pearl. She would tell me I mattered, or my sister Ariel. She would tell me I mattered. I needed to take that back, take responsibility, and tell myself why I mattered. I was going too fast to matter in my own life. When I started doing that, I distinguished the feeling and what I needed and started waking up every day saying, what could I do to feel like I matter, or feel important, or feel worthy today? I just did it for 6 months, and at the end, I felt tremendous. All of a sudden, there was nothing out there to chase. If you're looking for admiration or for love or to feel successful, ask yourself, how will you feel when you're successful? Then start feeling that way now. You're not going to find it outside of yourself. I know you know this from working with a lot of people who are celebrities or who have a lot of money. Almost all of them go through this. Like, oh my God, I finally got where I wanted to go and I don't feel like I'm supposed to feel.
Why do you think it is so many of us sabotage ourselves when we're trying to achieve our goals and dreams? That we somehow get in our own way, and we even do that more than once. We become serial saboteurs, I guess you might say. Why do you think that is?
Well, the first thing that comes to me is a quote my friends Paul and Lane Cutright once said, "The guilty seek punishment." I feel, especially since I do so much shadow work, most people hold a lot of grudges and resentments, not only towards other people, but towards themselves. That unforgiving nature most humans have, the internal world where we're beating ourselves up and the external world is always a mirror of our internal world. People internally are beating themselves up, and then all of a sudden they wonder why they're doing things in the outer world to beat themselves up. It's just a way to affirm those internal messages most of us have that we're not good enough or we'll never get what we want or whatever our programming is. To stop sabotaging ourselves, we begin by forgiving ourselves for being part of the human race with flaws, imperfections, misbehaving, and sometimes making wrong choices. We have to forgive ourselves for being flawed, for being imperfect, for not doing it right, for not always behaving, for making choices that are not in our highest and best interests. The foundation of all my long-term training is self-forgiveness, because what I know is if you can forgive yourself internally and have compassion and open-heartedness toward that sweet, vulnerable child who lives inside of you, then you will create those kinds of magical moments in the outer world. The outer world will reflect that self-love, and you won't want to sabotage yourself. You'll be careful who you hang around and what you say you're going to do because you become precious to yourself.
One of the most important parts of that is something you've addressed a lot in your work. I think it's probably the most important thing people can do at a certain stage of their lives, and that is handle projection. You talk a lot about projection, and it's such an important thing. I wonder if you could talk about what you mean by it and how you work with projection.
I would love to, because that is my passion. Projection is transferring either good or bad qualities we see in ourselves onto someone else. There's only one person in the world we can't see if we have sight. Only one, and that person is ourself. God created us so magically, just like the body functions so magically when it's working, so does our psyche. We are designed in a way where the only way we can see ourselves is to look out there and to look at other people. If I want to know my light side, my best self, all I have to do is look in the outer world and look for who I love, who turns me on, who excites me, and distinguish the qualities I am seeing in them. And in doing that, I will find the best expression of myself. The same is true for my darkness. I can't see my own darkness, even though I think I can. If I look out there and I see people who are angry or insensitive or rude or mean, again I'm seeing myself. I'm seeing the disowned parts of myself. Ken Wilber uses that expression. How do you know something's a projection? He says, when we are informed by somebody else, when we receive someone else's behavior simply as information, it's probably not a projection. When we react, get upset, blame, accuse, or when we put others on a pedestal, we are projecting our own feelings about our own self onto someone else. If we are affected in any way, like pointing our finger, blaming, going off like, that shouldn't be like that, or they're bad, or they're wrong, we're seeing a part of ourselves we don't embrace and we don't own. People do it with their light, with teachers. I always tell people, don't do it to me. I don't need your light. I have my own. But people say, oh, you're so brilliant, or you're so articulate. No, you're just seeing your own brilliance, or your own way of articulating inside of me, your own creative self. If we could all take ourselves back from other people, then everybody becomes our peer. Then we have the power to say, wow.
That's wonderful. One of the things we say in our work, how you know you're projecting, is to listen to yourself complain. Anything you hear yourself complain about 3 or more times is sure to be a projection. Yes, the power of it is, I know you've spoken about this so much in your books. You get this incredible creative power from owning your projections. The moment you reach out and embrace them with love, you really harness that power and can ride it to a different level in your life.
I love that. When we own our dark projections, we gain freedom.
Yes, and that beautiful phrase you use, standing in your power, that's really what it's all about. Talk about what you mean by standing in your power and the gift of doing that.
Standing in your power is being aligned with the highest parts of yourself and knowing both your humanity and your divinity. Even though we are living a human experience, we are divine beings. When I'm standing in my power, I'm being true to myself, to my highest self, and I'm embracing all of myself, even my lower self. How do you know you're standing in your power? You're empowered. You don't want for anything. You're not wishing, comparing yourself to other people. You're happy to be who you are. We are designed that way. That's why I love leading transformational workshops. People think I'm a genius, but really I don't have to do anything. All I have to do is support people in getting reconnected with their whole self, light and dark aspects included, and they will stand in their power. They'll be awed and wowed by their own self. We all have that ability. I love the analogy that we're like these great pieces of art. A sculptor would look at a piece of stone and they can see the magnificence in it. They know what the creation is, so all they have to do is chisel away anything that's not that, and there they are. They have a masterpiece. That's all we have to do. We don't have to become anything. We already are everything we ever wanted to be. And we just have to chisel away anything that is distracting us or blocking us from seeing that self. Then voila, we wind up in our power naturally. Is it work? It is, right, Gay? It's work. That's so interesting about love. I know you teach this, so you know better than anybody that the person you love one minute, you can hate the next. All it is projection. If people understood that projection is a trance, you go into a trance when you've disowned parts of yourself energetically. You're sure the other person is that way, but the power comes from being willing to do our own work.
That's what I always tell my students too. Whenever somebody criticizes you, finds fault, or accuses you, the fastest thing you can do to get the lesson of it is to cheerfully agree with it. Just say, yes, that's part of me too.
I have to tell you my Bo story. My son Bo is 10 years old. I pick him up from school less than a week ago. He's never used this language. He says, "Mommy, I'm using one of your life lessons." I've never heard him say life lessons. I'm like, "Oh, really, Bo? What are you using?" He said, "Today so-and-so called me stupid." I said, "Oh, really?" Bo said, "Yes," and I said, "Yes, I'm stupid." Then the kid said, "Hey, everybody, Bo just called himself stupid." Bo looked at him and said, "So what's the point?" He said, then the kid went away.
That has been one of the most wonderful quotes to come out of this conversation to me. I'm going to quote Bo. "I'm stupid, so what's the point?"
Yes, like, what is the problem with that? I love that. When we are loving ourselves, we don't need to fight with others when they don't like us or don't treat us well. People are going to hate us. People are going to try to block us. People aren't always going to give us what we want or meet our expectations, and we can just surrender.
That's beautiful. That's one thing I really got a lot of value out of in this conversation. Another thing which I always like to hear about and got a lot of value out of was your emphasis on projection. When you see things out there in the world that you find yourself complaining about or obsessing about, or looking at critically or judgmentally, to benignly, lovingly bring that attention back to yourself and say, what part of me is that reflecting? I really appreciate you bringing projection out into the world for us in such an eloquent way.
It is my passion, so you can count on me to do it until the day they have to put me under. I feel like I got it in such a huge way, and what a great gift to give yourself, to take back your projections, not just your negative ones, but your positive ones as well.
I also appreciate and want to salute that incredible, passionate attention you give to the shadow, to making sure we acknowledge and own all those things about ourselves we sometimes tend to criticize, to open our embrace to that too, to open your embrace of your inner world at the same time as you make progress in the outer world.
Thank you, Gay. You are one of my inspirations, so I am honored and thrilled to have you interview me and to be part of this community.
Thank you so much for joining us today. I'd like to turn things back over to Janet.
Thank you both so much. What an honor to be able to sit here and absorb the depth of wisdom that you both have. I think it's so profound, Debbie and Gay, that here I am in India meeting all kinds of masters and gurus for my current project, and I'm still sitting at the feet of two masters this morning, so thank you. All I continue to absorb in India, as I've been here over the past year off and on, is the knowledge that to be truly happy one has to go within and know yourself. Both of you clearly are masters of that, so thank you so much. For all of our listeners, be sure to find out how to create the best year of your life by getting a copy of Debbie's latest book, The Best Year of Your Life, at www.thebestyearofyourlife.com. I have a question for all of you. Is there any reason why this shouldn't be your best year ever? We all know the answer is absolutely not. Debbie's book will show you how to dream it, plan it, and live it. Go to her website and begin creating the best year you've ever had.
To learn more about the work of Debbie Ford, visit www.debbieford.com and www.bestyearofyourlife.com. What were the key lessons from this interview about living your passion? 1. We all have dark aspects, parts of ourselves we feel ashamed of, scared of, embarrassed by. We can't wish those parts away, but we can learn to integrate them and love even those parts of ourselves. 2. Some things are meant to be, and they're going to happen when they are meant to be. There's only so much you can accomplish through effort. 3. When we have done all we can do, remarkable things happen when we surrender. When you give up being the driver, there is a bigger driver that is going to do a much better job than you. 4. Who do I have to be in my inner world to create effortlessly and easily with joy the things that will nourish me in the outer world? 5. If you're looking for admiration or for love or to feel successful, ask yourself, how will you feel when you're successful? Then start feeling that way now. You're not going to find it outside of yourself. 6. To stop sabotaging ourselves, we begin by forgiving ourselves for being part of the human race, with flaws, imperfections, misbehaving, and sometimes making wrong choices. 7. Projection is transferring either good or bad qualities we see in ourselves onto someone else. 8. When we receive someone else's behavior simply as information, it's probably not a projection. When we react, get upset, blame, accuse, or when we put others on a pedestal, we are projecting our disowned thoughts, feelings, and beliefs about ourselves onto someone else. 9. When we own our projections, we gain freedom. 10. Standing in your power is being aligned with the highest parts of yourself and knowing both your humanity and your divinity. 11. You know you are standing in your power when you feel empowered. You don't want for anything. 12. When we are loving ourselves, we don't need to fight with others when they don't like us or don't treat us well or block us.
Chapter 13. Dr. John Hagelin, United at Our Core. Dr. John Hagelin is a world authority in the area of unified quantum field theories. His scientific contributions in the fields of particle physics and cosmology include some of the most cited references in the physical sciences. He is co-developer of what is now considered the leading contender for a grand unified field theory, known as supersymmetric flipped SU5. Dr. Hagelin is unique among particle theorists in his dedicated efforts to apply the latest scientific understanding of natural law for the benefit of the individual and society. As director of the Institute of Science, Technology, and Public Policy, a progressive policy think tank, Dr. Hagelin has successfully headed a nationwide effort to identify, scientifically verify, and promote cost-effective solutions to critical social problems in the fields of crime, healthcare, education, economy, energy, and the environment. In recognition of his outstanding achievements, Dr. Hagelin was named winner of the prestigious Kilby Award, which honors scientists who have made major contributions to society through their applied research in the fields of science and technology. The award recognized Dr. Hagelin as a scientist in the tradition of Einstein, Jeans, Bohr, and Eddington. As a 2000 presidential candidate of the Natural Law Party, Dr. Hagelin, along with hundreds of NLP candidates in all 50 states, drew millions of votes for his scientifically proven, forward-looking, sustainable solutions to America's pressing social, economic, and environmental problems. He has recently founded the U.S. Peace Government, a complementary government dedicated to prevention-oriented administration. Dr. Hagelin has appeared many times on ABC's Nightline and Politically Incorrect, NBC's Meet the Press, CNN's Larry King Live, and Inside Politics, CNBC's Hardball with Chris Matthews, C-SPAN's Washington Journal, and others. He's featured in the 5-time award-winning film What the Bleep Do We Know, and he has been regularly featured in the Washington Post, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, USA Today, the Los Angeles Times, the San Francisco Chronicle, and now Healthy, Wealthy, and Wise. John, as a legend in the field of quantum physics as well as politics, we asked you to write down at least 10 things that, if you had them completely fulfilled, would make your life ideal. Would you share those with us?
Yes, Chris, I'll be happy to. The most important thing to success and happiness in my life is experiencing unbounded awareness, the field of pure spirituality within, and identifying my awareness with the unified field, the universal intelligence that governs the universe. This brings immediate expansion, joy, pure creativity, and total support of nature for health and success and happiness in life. If I had to give number 2, I would say more of the above. I'm really blessed with a program that brings immediate expansion, immediate bliss, and immediate contact with the infinite. I'm fortunate to be a teacher of the Transcendental Meditation program as taught by Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, which is the world's most widely practiced, widely researched, and broadly prescribed technology for the full development of human potential. 3, I need purposeful activity that brings evolution to humankind, activity that alleviates global problems and suffering and promotes peace in the world. I need to see tangible results, tangible success in this and all my projects. I'm passionate about peace, about ending this terrible legacy of human cruelty and warfare, as well as the deep ignorance that permits such life-afflicting behavior. I'm passionate about education, especially education for enlightenment, a new paradigm of education that involves full human potential, that develops the total brain. Modern education is really a travesty in that it develops a mere sliver of one's brain potential, and as a result, it deprives a human being of his or her natural capability of living enlightenment. I'm a born teacher, and I need to teach. Karmically, the teacher always gains more than he gives. The way to understand anything most profoundly is to explain it to someone else, and that's the experience of every teacher. I teach graduate courses in unified quantum field theories. The way to really own the material is to impart that understanding to someone else, and somehow, magically almost, the material organizes itself more clearly and more profoundly for the teacher. I love being with people who are evolving, who share this natural joy of life, and especially those who are enlightened, established in higher states of consciousness. The activities of such people are naturally evolutionary, life-giving, bliss-bestowing. I love speaking to large audiences and the medium of live television, probably because it leverages one's impact and ability to reach large numbers of people and thus make a difference. I love art and music and being surrounded by inspiration and beauty. I love living in a dwelling built in accord with natural law, a dwelling designed for maximum life-supporting, life-nourishing influence. Maharishi's Sthapatya Vedic architecture, which is more ancient and more complete than feng shui, is a tremendous blessing and a formula for success in itself.
Wow, that's quite a list. John, what roles have the things you're passionate about played in your life?
Well, I think for me to address the question, we have to spend a little time understanding what passion is. For me, to understand what passion is gets to the core nature of life, the very purpose of life, which is to progress and to evolve and grow toward fulfillment. If we're progressing and evolving, then we experience joy, energy, vitality, health. Those activities through which we grow, through which we expand in knowledge, expand in power, expand in fulfillment. It's that type of activity that brings us joy. This is the joy born of expansion, born of progress, born of evolution. If I'm passionate about something, or you're passionate about something, it's because that something brings joy to us, nourishment to us. That activity is a path of evolution and expansion for us. Expansion of knowledge, influence, power, and happiness. If you're not passionate about an activity, it means that activity isn't providing you with growth, satisfaction, joy, and expansion. Passion and success are inseparable to me. Passion is born of success and the progress that comes with success.
Do you think people have innate passions that even before they're successful at something, they have things they're just drawn irresistibly to?
They're drawn to them because when they tasted them, when they sampled that activity, they immediately experienced growth and progress in that direction. Typically, it's where their talent lies. It's a natural channel of creativity for them.
What role has that played in your life?
Passion has been absolutely key to me, and I would predict key to everybody. Passions are the core of everyone's life. You're drawn to do things, to follow your passions, because that activity brings you expansion, joy, and evolution.
In your own life, how has pursuing those things you're passionate about affected your health, wealth, and spirituality?
The pursuit of my passions nourishes and sustains my life. By its very nature, it brings joy, success, health, and happiness. I don't, and most people don't, continue to do things that don't bring success, achievement, progress, and happiness. Perhaps I'm a little more alert to this principle and choose those activities that are bearing fruit. Fruit in terms of progress towards achievement, which brings happiness and sustains life. Pursuit of passion is so basic to life, so intimate to life, that if you're not pursuing your passions, you're not going to be happy for long. You're not going to be able to sustain that direction for very long. Yet one does have control to some extent over what constitutes one's passion. What you put your attention on grows stronger in your life. You can culture an interest for something. You can develop a talent in an area, which then allows you to succeed in that area, and thus enjoy progress, success, and evolution through that channel. That area will become more and more of a passion for you when your activity in that area rewards you with joy, progress, expansion, and evolution. People do have freedom, and it's probably the greatest human freedom over what they give their attention to. And that area will become more central, more important in their life. I would recommend everyone exercise that freedom, to put their attention on projects that are truly worthy, with the potential to bring maximum happiness and evolution to their life and to society as a whole. The more global and far-reaching the project, the more happiness and evolution that project could potentially bring. We have control over what might become a passion for us, and that's an important freedom we exercise. But there are obvious constraints on what could ever become our passion, based upon our core predispositions and genetic makeup. Probably, although I enjoy art, painting will never become a passion for me. I am so utterly lacking in talent in that area that an effort in that direction would almost certainly meet with more frustration than joy. If I had some talent, if I were even moderately talented, I could nurture that talent, enjoy initial spurts of progress, and that could ultimately grow into a passion for me. So we have some control, but there are constraints based upon our own individual natures. Not everyone is going to be a great teacher. Not everyone is going to be a great politician. In my life, I made choices to develop new areas, new passions that weren't, frankly, that natural to me, talents I wasn't born with. I was not born a quantum physicist. I was born an engineer.
And yet, some have called you one of the greatest quantum physicists of our age.
Yes, some have, and that did not come easily. I was born an engineer. When it came to classical physics, the laws of mechanics, I didn't have to study them. I knew them. They were in my bones. They were part of my genetic makeup. But when it came to quantum mechanics, I had entered a strange new realm that was absolutely non-intuitive to me. I should say, in fairness, quantum mechanics is counterintuitive to most people. You have to rely solely on your mathematical abilities to delve into these abstract realms for which our intuition provides no guidance. And I wasn't a born mathematician. I had to really develop those skills over a period of years before I gained a natural fluency with the quantum world and began to tackle problems in that world with increasing ease. And finally I gained some spark of fulfillment. It took time to develop that new channel of creative intelligence, that new channel of progress and satisfaction. It took time to build that new passion.
John, you have gone from what some people would consider one extreme to the other, from the rarefied realm of theoretical quantum physics as one of the very top physicists in the world to running for President of the United States.
That's the second example of creating a new passion, of developing myself in an area where I wasn't endowed with God-given talent, for the sake of the higher calling of service to humanity. Public policy didn't light my fire before I undertook this calling to evolve better principles and policies to govern our country and the world. I dove into the area of public policy, healthcare reform, etc., and relatively quickly, in comparison to quantum physics, found myself in a position of being able to make important, original contributions to those fields. It's not rocket science, you could say. It's not quantum physics. It didn't take that long to expose the fallacies of our current policies in such areas as defense, which is based on offense, or healthcare, which is based on disease care, and so forth, and to construct more life-supporting policies that are in harmony with natural law and make more efficient, compassionate use of our precious resources. So this is another example of how my deepest sense of responsibility caused me to actually nurture and build a whole new passion, which then became the driving force of my life for quite a few years.
Much of your professional life has dealt with the relationship between human consciousness and the deeper understandings and expressions of physics. Could you, for our readers' benefit, talk a little bit about your understanding of consciousness, its relationship to the physical material world, and why it has been such a key and important element in your life and your work?
As a young seeker of knowledge, I always strove to understand the core reality of life, the truths of existence. What I came to learn after 15 years of higher education is that the material universe is built upon the non-material, quantum mechanical world of abstract intelligence that underlies it. The exploration of deeper levels of natural law at the atomic and nuclear and subnuclear levels was probing deeper levels of intelligence in nature that were far beyond the realm of material existence. Ultimately, the discovery of the unified field, or heterotic superstring, was a discovery of a field of pure intelligence whose nature was not material, but pure, self-interacting consciousness. So physics, in effect, had discovered consciousness at the foundation of material existence. I wanted to know the nature of that consciousness, and it was through Maharishi's programs, through his techniques for the development of consciousness, that I experienced the reality of what that field of consciousness is. I discovered for myself that human intelligence, at its core foundation, is universal intelligence, and at that level, you and I and everyone and everything in the universe are one. We are united at our core, and that truth, that ultimate truth of the unity of life, is the most precious and crucially important understanding to emerge in this scientific age. This is the same reality that has been celebrated since time immemorial in all the great spiritual traditions of the world. But now this same truth is open to objective verification through the empirical approach of modern physics, and open to personal verification through the experiential approach of consciousness, and specifically for me through the very universal and powerful technologies of Maharishi's Vedic science, including the Transcendental Meditation program.
We believe strongly in the power of intention to manifest outcomes. What would you say is your current most important project, and what intention would you like us at Healthy, Wealthy, and Wise, as well as our readers, to hold for the fulfillment of that?
Firstly, I should say I strongly support your belief in the power of intention, based upon both science and direct experience. My most ardent desire today is to see an end to the senseless violence and continual legacy of war that has confronted humankind for so many countless generations, and to bring lasting peace to the world on the basis of the emerging global understanding of the essential unity of life. If all of us could own that vision, if all of us here could deeply understand and experience the unity of life, that unity will be far more easily understood and assimilated by the billions of citizens of our global family. We are almost at the point where these words, where the ultimate reality of the unity of life is resonating with people, beginning to make sense to people. We're not quite there, and it's important we nucleate the transition, that we precipitate the transformation by bringing this core understanding and experience to as many people as possible. And from that understanding and experience of unity, real, lasting peace will inevitably dawn in the world today.
Your responses have been very profound and have taken us to some of the deepest considerations of human life. What is the single most important idea you'd like to leave our readers with that we haven't yet discussed?
We've touched on it, but I think it's important to say, there's really no limit to human potential, and there's no limit to what we can effortlessly achieve. The secret is to align human intelligence with the vast organizing intelligence of nature that governs the universe and upholds millions of species here on Earth and trillions throughout the universe. By aligning our desires with the natural evolutionary flow of universal intelligence, virtually any impulse of thought can meet with tremendous success. Aligning individual intelligence with nature's intelligence is what is called enlightenment. Developing the total brain and rising to higher states of consciousness is absolutely key to achieving individual fulfillment and is the key to contributing maximum to the evolution of society towards an enlightened society, a unified field-based civilization of peace, prosperity, and harmony in the family of nations.
To learn more about the Institute of Science, Technology, and Public Policy, the Transcendental Meditation Program, and the work of Dr. John Hagelin, visit www.istpp.org, www.tm.org, www.permanentpeace.org, www.hagelin.org. What were the key lessons from this interview about living your passion? 1. The core nature of life is to progress and evolve toward fulfillment. 2. When we're progressing and evolving, we experience joy, energy, vitality, and health. 3. Activities through which we grow, through which we expand in knowledge, power, fulfillment. That type of activity brings joy. 4. When we're passionate about something, it's because it brings us joy, because that activity is a path of evolution and expansion for us. 5. If you're not passionate about an activity, that activity isn't bringing you growth and expansion. 6. Passion is born of success and the progress that comes with success. 7. Pursuit of passion is so basic to life that if you're not pursuing your passions, you're not going to be happy for long. You're not going to be able to sustain that direction for very long. 8. You have control over what might become a passion for you within the constraints of your core predispositions and genetic makeup. You can culture an interest for something or develop a talent in an area which allows you to succeed in that area, and that area will become more of a passion. 9. The greatest human freedom is the freedom over what you give your attention to. That area will become more central, more important to your life. 10. Your deepest sense of responsibility can cause you to nurture and build whole new passions. 11. The material universe is built on the non-material, quantum mechanical world of abstract intelligence that underlies it. 12. There is no limit to human potential and no limit to what we can effortlessly achieve. The secret is to align human intelligence with the vast organizing intelligence of nature. 13. By aligning our desires with the natural evolutionary flow of universal intelligence, any impulse of thought can meet with tremendous success. Aligning individual intelligence with nature's intelligence is what is called enlightenment. How will you use these points in your own life starting now? You can be part of the live teleaudience absolutely free when Healthy, Wealthy, and Wise conducts interviews with amazing people like the one you just heard. Go to www.healthywealthy, the letter N as in Nancy, wise.com/interview. There you can quickly and easily sign up to receive reminders on all of the incredible upcoming calls. Epilogue. You are not here merely to make a living. You are here in order to enable the world to live more amply, with greater vision, with a finer spirit of hope and achievement. You are here to enrich the world, and you impoverish yourself if you forget the errand. Woodrow Wilson.
How was your trip? I asked.
It was absolutely the best and most amazing experience of my entire life.
What will the best and most amazing experience of your life look like? By now, we hope you understand you have the power to craft that experience. You are creating your life and your world every moment. Want to see how powerful you are? Look at your life. Your life today is the result of the predominant thoughts you have held up until now. If you want your life to change your mind. It doesn't have to take a long time. If you have completed the exercises we've introduced you to in this book, then you have a pretty good idea of what you choose to create. Now it's just a matter of remembering. What you put your attention on grows stronger in your life. What will you put your attention on now? What did you learn from Janet's story? Here are a few of the things we hope you picked up. Your life won't look the way you think it will. Get clear on the what, and the how will begin to appear. Your challenge is to stay open, to let go of your concepts about how your life should be and embrace the way it is. You will know you are aligned with your passions when things happen to you which others would find uncomfortable, distasteful, or undesirable, and they don't even faze you because you are so driven by the fire inside. Be prepared to find blessings coming to you from situations and circumstances which may at first appear to be the opposite. For example, Janet's stepmother's passing, or her altitude sickness in the Himalayas. Learn to look for the blessing. It takes courage to follow your own path. Surround yourself with people who support you in following your dreams. Avoid spending time with people who try to destroy them. Passion is a journey, not a destination. Every day choose in favor of your top passions, and you will soon find yourself living a passionate life. When you love the doing, the results will take care of themselves. Life is here to enjoy. The purpose of life is the expansion of happiness. When it appears otherwise, you are off the path of destiny. Look at your life and ask, what do I need to change to choose in favor of my passions? We have treasured this time with you. It's hard to say goodbye. We hope you'll choose to say hello instead. Join us for our Passion Series interviews. Send us your stories of living your passion so we can post them to inspire and motivate others. You can send them to our attention at support@healthywealthy, the letter N as in Nancy, wise.com. Whatever you choose to do, remember the power and strength of love. The things you love the most, those things we call passions, are drawing you irresistibly on to the fulfillment of your destiny. We leave you with this thought.
Passion is born of love. Love is the perfection of the divine in us. Love lives, breathes, and finds expression through us, and fills us with the fire of passion. Fulfillment arises from love and through love. Let us live in love for love's sake. Let us be in love and share our love. In the service of our common destiny, let passion emerge from us as love in the service of humanity. When the story of your life is written, how will you feel about it? What you've learned in this book can transform your life only if you put it in practice. We invite you to start living the story of your dreams. For this purpose, we and our partners at Healthy, Wealthy, and Wise have put together some of the systems and tools you'll need. You'll find them at www.healthywealthy, the letter N as in Nancy, wise.com/book gifts. We want you to feel connected to people and resources that can help you get massive results from what you've learned. Some of the gifts you'll get include: Mark Victor Hansen interviews Dr. Wayne Dyer. One of our best Passion Series interviews, Wayne shows you how to change your thinking and marshal the power of inspiration to realize your true calling in life. Staying in Love, 7 Steps to an Open Heart and Mind. In this 4-hour audio program, you'll learn our 7-step expansion process, which will show you how to stay in love with life and move gracefully through any change. Speeding up your success by 10 to 20 times. Marshall Thurber is a living genius in the tradition of his mentors, Nobel laureate R. Buckminster Fuller and W. Edwards Deming. In this special report, he teaches you the 3 cutting-edge business principles which transformed our business and how to apply them to yours. These are only a few of the gifts waiting for you, so go get all of them now and begin living the story of your dreams. www.healthywealthy, the letter N as in Nancy, wise.com/book gifts.
The Passion Test, The Effortless Path to Discovering Your Destiny, was written and read by Janet Bray Atwood and Chris Atwood. This has been a Gildan Audio production.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.